Hello, 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 hello. Good evening, everybody. Ooh, nice, Tanner. What's up? How's it going, guys? Happy Friday. Tap the screen, everybody. We are about to pour our first cup of coffee and take a little sippy whippy. We just woke up at like 6, about 2 hours ago. Here we are, baby. What's going on? What's going on, y'all? Let's get some debates going. Give me a sec. Yo, 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 yo. What's going on, y'all? Here we go. How we doing, chat? Sounded like a mower. I had to blow my nose. Cheers, chat. First sip of the day. Goodness gracious, yes. Delicious. How's it going, y'all? MAGA, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Come tell this sleepy soy boy why you like Trump. What's up, Izzy? What's up, Jessica? Howdy doody, y'all. Thank y'all for the heart me's. Don't forget to share as well. Guys, we are cooked. We are cooked. Supreme Court hearing. We are cooked. We are cooked. What's up, Fee? How's it going, everybody? W for Tellerico, dude. What's up, Jennifer? How's it going, y'all? What's up, Jason? Chat, tap the screen. We're only like 2K likes. Let's get up to like 10K real quick. Let's get this Friday night popping. How have debates been tonight? You didn't get a Discord notification. That's weird. Why are we cooked with Supreme Court hearings? So, Supreme Court heard oral arguments for the overturn of the Civil Rights Act of or the Voting Rights Act, one of the gemstones of the civil rights movement. And basically, what it ultimately allow them to do is discriminate based on race, right? Like you can draw district maps, you can draw congressional maps that are considered racist, and they can pick up something around like 20 seats, 25 seats if they do this, and they do that, we're cooked. Gerrymandering to the max. Yeah. Same amount of voters, just counts more. DEI for Republicans, basically. Hello.
This, hey, what's up? What's up, Pickles?
What's up? Are you a Trump
Uh,
supporter?
yeah, I am.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
But regarding gerrymandering,
Hmm.
um, it's kind of funny right now because I'm probably 30 years older than you, uh, but it's been going on forever. So it's a hot topic right now, right? It's a hot button topic
Sure.
that that certain districts, I guess they're districts that gerrymander, right, within a city, are talking about it, but forever it's been going on. So, um, can you explain to me a little bit about, you know, a little bit about everything. So, tell me a little bit about gerrymandering prior to 2025. And
Gerrymandering
let's go back.
started in the late 1800s by a conservative in, I think, Maryland, and they
No, no, no,
drew it.
no,
They
no, no,
drew.
wait. I don't want to go back to 1800. Let's go back
I'm
20
gonna, I'm
years.
gonna, I'm gonna tell you the whole story. The they redrew a district in Maryland that was so fucked up and weird, and their excuse for it was that it looked like a salamander, which was like Maryland's state whatever lizard, and that was their excuse. So therefore, it was coined gerrymandering. And now we can see insane districts drawn because we know that minority groups, 90% at least men, vote Democrats. So what they do is they cut these districts into, or they group all of these people into one district, and then they chop up all of the conservatives into mini districts so that conservatives outvote the majority of the people. I'm in Texas, for instance. We have 8 million. We have 8 million Democrats and 6 million Republicans, but everyone thinks Texas is red. It's not.
It's definitely not per capita, right?
Per cap, you just straight up. What do you mean per capita?
But what I mean is, as far as gerrymandering goes throughout the nation, not only in Texas, but California, Illinois, Cleveland, Ohio, where have those cities and districts for voting not gerrymandered forever?
I mean, you can make a case for that, right? But here's the thing. For the last 30 years, Democrats have had the popular vote. And somehow Republicans still get into office, whether it's in the legislature or a state level or whatever. They get in through cheating, through DEI. They get in through DEI.
Well, I disagree. I think that Democrats have got. Uh, are you talking about a presidential or a local election?
I would say presidential is where this matters most. But yeah, sure, governors as well.
Let's talk about local elections. So,
Okay.
how has gerrymandering in local elections affected the outcome of a political race or a political election?
The same way. The same way. I mean, if the majority of can't if they can't win the majority vote, which Republicans usually can't, they just chop it up. That's the short and skinny of it.
I'll check into that, but I disagree with it because in Cleveland, Ohio, a city that is solidly Democratic and the state is solidly Republican, it's funny that every single Democratic city in Ohio, is Democratic and they fail. And
They
it's just
fail. What do they fail on?
what, in Cleveland, Ohio?
Yeah.
Everything, starting with education, starting with per capita income per family. I mean, everything. It's almost like Detroit, dude. Like
Okay. Here's the thing. Where's a big
you're from a bigger, better city because you're from where? San Antonio,
from Dallas?
Texas. You're from Dallas. you're in a different realm. Dallas is a different realm than Cleveland, Ohio, or Detroit, Michigan, or Philadelphia, PA. I mean,
Sure.
you are
I mean, Dallas has got worse crime than DC.
well. Oh God, let's not go with that. Let's not even talk about that right now, because you're also going to tell me that Chicago's a safe city, right?
No one says Chicago's a safe city. Chicago's 26th on the top 50. So it's just a talking point for
I'm
Republicans.
Here's a question I've been waiting to ask a Democrat for a long time, and you're a good guy and you're honest. Will you check one figure right now on one of your four computers you have open?
Hmm.
How many schmurders in Chicago are unsolved?
Oh, unsolved, probably 50%.
Check that number.
40 to
I
50%.
was You said 30 to 50%.
40 to 50.
I was told. Is that? Are you proud of that?
So listen, we have 17,000 murders every
No,
year.
no, 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 no.
We need to frame this, right? There's context.
No, stop or I'm dropping.
Oh,
Answer
no.
that fucking question right now.
What?
Answer that question.
Answer what?
Are you proud of the fact that more than 50%? I'm talking 60%.
Why would I be proud of that? What do Republicans do to solve more murders? Cut police funding like Trump did?
No, 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 no. You're a stat guy. You're a stat guy.
Yeah, I know.
Is that a figure that impresses you?
You want to grandstand on this figure. Tell me the nature of this figure.
I am not grandstanding.
You are.
Dude,
You are.
shut the fuck up, Pickles. I've been listening to you for 3 years, dude.
Okay.
I'm telling you to tell me the fucking truth about something.
That is the truth about the whole nation. It's 40 to 50%.
Okay,
why are you special pleading to Chicago?
You're gonna gloss over the fact that 50 to 60% of the schmurders
What's your solution to this?
Are unsolved.
What's the Republican solution about this?
It's fucking racism, dude.
What's the Republican solution?
What percentage of those people are people of color?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What's your solution to this? What do Republicans want to do?
I'm telling you the truth.
What do Republicans do about crime?
You are glossing over the fact that fucking 50 to 60% of the schmurders
it's
in
40
Chicago
to 50.
are. It's not. It's 50 to 60.
That's what it is nationwide. It's what it is nationwide.
No way.
Yes.
And in Chicago, it's people of color, and no one wants to look at it. And I'm just telling you the facts.
So if you think that racism is still alive and well, I think that you probably shouldn't be voting conservative.
Racism.
You just said it was.
Not racism.
You just said it was. You screamed it.
No. Listen, Pickles. The fact that they're not reporting it is racism.
How do you not report a murder?
Because they're unsolved, so it's not documented.
It is documented. All unsolved murders are documented.
But they're not putting it in a statistical.
Yes, they are. What are you talking about?
It's not in the record because.
How would we know that then?
Because you don't know who murdered someone else.
Okay, when you die, when someone gets murdered, that gets reported. Whether people solve the crime or not, that's reported, bub.
Did you call me bub?
I did.
Why would you do that?
Because it's endearing.
Does that make you feel warm and fuzzy?
It does.
Does the statistic of 50% make you feel warm?
Can you show me
that...
where's a Republican area that has lower than 50%?
What Republican area? The state?
Okay, that's what I thought. Both. Y'all don't have cities. So you just look at these. You just look at these data points. You're just like, this is so crazy. You're gonna let me talk. You just told me to shut the fuck up. You just told me to shut the fuck up.
Don't spin. You're
what do you mean? Don't spin. Don't spin. You want to focus on 40 or 50% murder rates or unsolved murders in Chicago. That's what it is nationwide. What's wrong with you?
I can't believe you support this. I really don't. I
No,
mean,
what's the solution? You just want to point to it and scream at how bad it is. What do
I don't
Republicans
have a
do?
solution. I don't.
You just want to be
Don't ask me.
outraged? We want to
Don't
fund
ask me for the
cops.
solution.
You guys defund cops. We don't. We want to fund them. We like raising taxes. You guys like cutting them. We like funding cities. You guys like going under. You guys like reaching out to the federal government to pay your debts. And then California has to come in and pay your taxes so you can point at California and say how bad they are.
So you're telling me in Chicago that they are the police are being funded to go into those neighborhoods?
They're trying to be. Trump cut tons of money from policing communities from the federal budget with the BBB.
What did Biden
Billions.
do to
Billions.
make it better?
Biden sent a task force from city to city teaching people gun safety.
Pickles, I don't care about how much money they sent. What effect
I didn't say money.
Biden did
They
in his 4 years made a difference. You are talking.
They went
about
around
money.
teaching gun safety city to city. That's what they did.
And how did that go?
It went good. What would you do? What have y'all done? Nothing? Prayed about it?
You get the bad people out of there is what you do.
You get them out?
You get the criminals that never got convicted for Xing someone out. You find them. You get them out of there.
So there's all these people that have not been found because they're murderers. Wouldn't that require funding?
Pickles. You know what? You're what, like maybe 30, 35 years old at the most. I mean, what do you think is the circumstance around these murders? Do you think it's about?
I think it's because we need policing.
Me a guess. No.
We need detectives.
Why are people getting murdered? What is the main cause? Do you think? Give me the right answer, please.
Cool. 17,000 murders a year. 40,000 gun deaths.
Do you think it has to do with schmucks?
40,000 gun deaths? Do you think they're done with guns?
Rugs?
Think it has to do with cuckoos?
Do you think it has to do with rugs?
There's just as much rugs in other countries, and they don't die as much as they do here.
I am not talking about other countries. I'm talking
we have to.
About
we have to look at other societies that implement different laws. We got to compare them. Say, hey, these things work over there. These things work over there. Let's try them over here.
I'm done with you.
Go. Okay. Bro's scared to talk about things. You can tell. There's like there's certain lines he won't cross. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 30K really quick. Hello? Hello?
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's up? Are you doing good? Are you a Trump supporter?
Not really, man. But I guess a big thing for me is the deportation, man. I'm huge with that. I want all the illegal immigrants to get out.
Why is it such a big deal for you?
I can't find a house, man, and the rent around where I live is crazy.
You think they're buying houses?
They're definitely renting. Yeah.
What's the percent of the population of people that are undocumented in this country, bro?
I think it's about 10%. I think it's about 30 mil.
30 mil? Where do you get that?
Well, if you look at the data, they just keep saying that it's around 10 or 20 million every single year, and we know that there's more and more people coming in. So realistically, there has to be a statistical increase in that number.
You don't think the people that make these numbers up thought about that too?
I think there's incentive for people to lie about those numbers, honestly.
Even if they're mostly conservative, Customs Border Patrol, or almost 30% of them are veterans? Maybe half of them?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm kind of skeptical because I don't see that number going up because
we deport people, bro.
Not enough, man. Not enough.
Okay, what are the numbers of deportations we've done? Do you know that number?
It's less than around 200,000, I think, at least in this year.
Okay, well, I mean, that's true. But in the last 4 years?
Last 4 years, I mean, I think it's something shy of 1 million. I know Obama deported like 2 million people.
It's like 3. Yeah.
Not enough, man.
What do you mean not enough? Why do you think there's these imaginary undocumented immigrants here? This is what happens. This is what we do. We have people that come here on visas and then they overstay and then they're just chilling. We have exactly how many of those people are here. We have people that come here on a day pass to do like work or something and they never come back out. We have that documentation of those people being here. We have documentation of us kicking these people out and finding them. Trump magically said that we had 1 point something million self-deportations the other day because I think even he realizes there's nobody here that he's having the hardest time finding them. He can't find anybody. He's fucking 60% of his arrests have no criminal background. He promised to get the criminals. There's almost no one here.
I mean, I don't know, man. Just from like the town that I live in, I'm from like a small state with like a huge agriculture sort of thing. And I mean, there's a lot of people here.
You're not going to be able to tell the difference between 10 and 30 million. That is the difference between a 4 and a 8% representation in the country. And then you're in a small town. I'm in Dallas. I have never been able to tell the difference. I will never be able to tell the difference. And I am right here.
How many people do you think came in illegally under Biden?
Maybe 1.3 million, 1.5 gotaways. I think when people say how many people came here illegally, they literally just don't know anything about this. They don't know anything. When they just say, how many people did Biden let in illegally? Well, he stopped 50% of them at the border. The rest of them were allowed to come in. They were supposed to come in. They had the reason to come in, so they were let in.
I don't know, man. I got to be honest. I feel like the American citizen is totally underserved. And like genuinely, I think that they should just have a moratorium on immigration totally.
We are in population decline. It would absolutely just demolish our economy.
I don't know, man. I mean, I look around, I see people suffering. People are really struggling with unemployment. The prices right now are crazy. And,
you think
like,
immigrants are doing that? You think the 3% of the population is doing that to you?
Yeah. I mean, if the 3% of the people are, working class males that come in and,
they're not
undercut
all working
people's
class.
label.
No,
I mean, the interesting thing is you see that Trump has rolled back his decision to deport some people in the interest of the economy.
Yeah. Right. So that supports my case.
I don't think that's good. That's jobs that Americans should hold that illegals hold.
They won't.
Or
they won't hold them. We have the data on this. Yes. They won't hold the flexible labor force for the people the migrants, even just day labor that come through, not day labor, but they come here during the day and they go back home. There's that flexible workforce is huge. It's huge for the agricultural industry.
Yeah. So fuck niggers, white power.
Like, I think he really meant that. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Am I on the line with you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just driving.
Not trying to FaceTime email right now. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
I'm a Trump supporter because I'm not a fucking retard, sissy boy pussy like all you Democrats.
Can't say the R word. It's a slur word. It's a slur.
Dumb motherfucker.
Chad, if you're a Trump supporter, like these people, and you want to debate, hop in the box. Hello?
Hey, you're cute.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm your supporter. You're hot. Do you have a phone number I can have?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm flattered. I'm trying to do debates, chat. Hello.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am now, bro.
Why now?
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I was just on a live right now, and freaking people that I supported, well, that supported Harris, right? They're just going nuts, bro. Like, I'm tired of that shit. Because I keep hearing, like, especially right now, that I keep hearing, like, you
You
got
saw
all
some
these
people
people.
arguing, so now you support Trump, the guy, the
No,
king of
no, no,
arguing, the king of
no, no,
making
no.
people divided?
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about, bro. Like, someone shares how they feel, right? And if it's just a little bit off of what, you know, they don't like, they just start shouting and they start talking over you and they
So
start
you're
freaking nuts on
I'm
you.
trying to have a conversation and yeah, we're gonna have to talk about this, but yeah, if this is about your feelings, then this is not
It's not,
really
though.
it's not really a place for me to help you.
Yeah, it's not about my feelings though. It's like I say right now on this that live I just left right now, right? I voted for Harris, bro, right?
Okay?
But But now, like as time goes by, it's only been 10 months, right? 10 freaking months of Trump. And like right now we're at this government shutdown thing, right? And then I keep hearing, oh well, the Republicans shut it down, the Republicans shut it down, the Republicans shut down, da da da. And then I hear the same
Yeah.
thing from the Republican side, right? But then I look
Uh-huh.
at when they're the times they voted, and it's like almost all the Democrats voted against keeping it open. So it's like how are we gonna call it, how are we going to say the Republicans shut down the
What's
government?
the worst thing about the government being shut down for you, man? What makes you so sad about that?
I'm not saying that I'm worried about the government being shut down. I'm just saying that when it comes
Then
down to
you
shit like
absolutely
this,
are. You're upset that the government
no,
shut down. So what's so
what
bad about that, man?
I'm what I'm upset at is that we can't accept shit how it is, right? Like I feel like Democrats, right? Because I've always voted Democrats. They should just say it like this. Look, it's easy. Hey, we shut down the government because we don't agree with the Republicans, and that's that. We're not gonna fucking vote on yes until they fucking decide, or they fucking accept our fucking terms.
So
That's
you're
it.
upset about the government being shut down. Why are you so upset about that?
It's not just that though. It's not just the government being shut down. I honestly, that shit doesn't do shit to me.
Okay.
It
All
doesn't
right.
it doesn't
Well,
affect me in
I
any
don't
way.
believe anyone who says that they're crying about the government being shut down and now they're MAGA because Trump permanently fires people from being
But
able to work
it's
at the
not just
government.
that.
He
It's
permanently
not just
fires hundreds of thousands of people all the time. In fact, he's
yeah.
permanently firing more. A judge had
But
to stop him. It had to stop him.
it's
A state judge had to say, "Hey, Trump, the government shut down. That doesn't mean you can start breaking the law and just firing more people. Can't do
Yeah,
that."
but it's yeah, and it's not just that, bro. It's just that I honestly, bro, like now that I'm paying attention, like I'm actually paying attention to shit, I feel like they're just fucking liars, bro.
Who's just
I've been
liars? Trump?
the freaking the left side, bro, like the side that I've been on.
This was the straw that broke the camel's back. Then the fact that we're standing in the way of
This past
people,
10 months,
of
bro.
millions and millions of people losing their health care and their health coverage going up so high that they can't afford it. We're fighting for that while Trump just gave 5%, the top 5% people making 400,000 or more, he gave them $1 trillion just
Yeah,
with the big beautiful bill. He just 30 seconds ago spent $5 trillion. So you're
yeah,
crying about Democrats fighting for the people to have health care while Trump just finished giving his best friends a huge tax break. That's the story
yeah.
that I heard.
But then again, when I really think about like the things I believe in, right? The shit I believe in and the way I live my life, right? I think about it. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Like, if
So
they
you've just
sent
been a
fucking,
Republican this whole time.
can I guess so, bro. Like, I guess so.
Yeah.
Because if you really think about it, like when I really think about it, and I see like, okay, well, they just sent 300 million here, to this country. That shit has never fucking affected me, right? Like, it's never done anything to me.
So you
So no
you don't
matter,
care how much money we
no,
send to other countries now.
yeah, because no matter what we say about it, right? They've always sent money overseas,
And how does this
and
land you on the Republican side?
that they don't fucking lie.
They do lie. They said America first, and now they're doing the same thing they cried about us doing.
Well, I think you know what? I'm gonna look into it and I'm gonna see. I'm pretty sure
He's aiding Ukraine. He just sent fucking billion. I think it's like 80 or 40 billion to Argentina.
I'm pretty sure
he's doing the
like,
same thing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because now that I paid attention to the way Trump works, I feel like he's setting up something
You
else.
like the way he lies about it and then does it. Got it.
I feel like I like the way he sets things up, and people fall for it, and then you're like, what the fuck? Like I didn't expect that shit.
To the people,
Right?
like
He
he said
makes
that
you
he
think-
had no idea what
no.
Project 2025
No,
was,
no,
and then
no,
he's
no.
doing
I
it. That part.
I like the way when he says things, right? People take it a certain way, and then it ends up being something else, and you're like, whoa,
Yeah.
shit.
So
what
Trump
the
lies
fuck
to
is
people.
that?
Yeah, that's
This
what you're
guy
explaining
freaking-
to me. You're explaining that Trump lies a lot to people, to the voters, the people who voted for him. He said,
But
"Hey,
when-
I'm going to lower grocery prices." Just kidding. I'm going to tax the shit out of you. And then I don't know. I'm going to stop sending foreign countries money. And then just kidding. I'm going to send them tons of money. I'm going to send them way more. Yeah, I
and
love
then
that part about
another-
Trump.
See, and another one is this, bro. Like people keep telling me, oh, you know, you're not a millionaire. You're not gonna benefit from shit. Da 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 da. All this, right? But then, right here, where I work a lot of overtime, like a lot of fucking. Overtime, right? How's that funny, bro?
Go ahead.
I mean, how's that funny?
You're going to get overtime. Pay, right, for like 3 years. But
get
this whole time, you're also going to be paying taxes. You're going to be paying more taxes.
Sheesh. See this? I'm gonna
You
get.
just asked me.
Yeah, I'm gonna get an overtime deduction. This tax year coming up, 25,000 extra.
Sweet.
See,
Good stuff.
and
good stuff.
I'm gonna benefit from that.
Cool.
Yeah, I
You're
work for
also
him.
going to fall under an authoritarian government now, and you're now subject to tariffs on everything outside of the United States. You're subject to military invading our streets. You're subject to Trump pretty much just making it impossible for Democrats to be elected anywhere now. I don't know. That's all worth it now that you got to take home a little bit of extra cash for overtime for a few years.
I mean, bro, like I live in Los Angeles. ICE is over here, right, doing all that shit that they're doing, right? And I know a lot of people that have been caught up, but the only reason they've been caught up is, and they're from here, right? They were born here, and the only reason they were caught up out there is because they went out there and they started freaking costing a fucking mud.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
I stayed home, bro. I just go to work and nothing happens.
People are getting
At the same time-
arrested in front of elementary schools, dropping off their kids.
Nah, do you live in Los Angeles?
No, I live in Dallas.
Okay, see, so yeah, that shit didn't happen.
There should be
right
just as much happening here. I'm in Dallas, but
and
they're
I
not
live
doing
in
it
a-
here because it's a red state.
I live in a predominantly Hispanic community and like in the center of LA, and people kept telling me, "Oh, be careful," and I'm like, "The fuck? Nothing happens to me." I come across ICE almost like every week.
Wow.
I even
That's
went on
weird.
live. I even went on live because
Remember when we
I
didn't
was-
have ICE roaming the streets? That was dope.
I remember when we had ICE and I was a little kid, bro. That was the thing. I remember that shit. I remember hearing my family members that were undocumented that were doing stupid shit.
We
They're
didn't
like,
have a
"Oh,
$140
shit,
billion version of ICE.
It doesn't matter, bro. They were out here, and then it went away for a while, and now it came back.
You mean during Obama?
Yeah, because Obama deported all those people the right way, but he did it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
how
it's
did he
almost like
deport-
Democrats don't demonize Latinos and Hispanics. We just
mean-
kind of do it quietly. Remember that?
Yes, that's the way Obama did it. He did it way better than Trump is doing it right now. But he deported way more people. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like,
I love how confident you are standing on the side of white supremacists, cheering them on.
white supremacists. I'm talking about Obama, bro.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm
now you're
talking
voting for
about how
Trump.
Obama,
You're for Trump now, right?
exactly. Because I voted for Obama and he did it, I don't know how many times bigger.
Mm-hmm.
vote-
So
he-
why
he
would you go
deported-
back to Republicans if Democrats do it better?
Because this motherfucker didn't lie to us. He said he was going to do it. You get what I'm trying to say?
What? What are you talking about? No one lied to anybody.
Trump said.
He
said,
definitely lied about
I'm-
how he was going to do it. He said he's going to only arrest criminals, and he's arresting everybody.
Yes, and then Tom Homan said, and if you have undocumented people, if we go somewhere and if there's undocumented people there that haven't committed a crime, but they're there, they're also going to go. He said it.
Yeah, I know, I get that, but
Okay.
he's also just not doing that. It's 60%. These
Okay.
aren't collateral like arrests. These are direct arrests.
So just tell me this, right? I'm a Hispanic. I'm really freaking dark. I live in Los Angeles. Should I be scared?
You should carry some documentation around.
That's exactly what I mean, bro. This is exactly what I mean.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That I'm up and down in Los Angeles for the past. How long have they been doing this shit here in Los Angeles?
You told me
I
that
don't
you've
know.
seen ICE 3 times?
No, I said I see them at least twice a week here where I live.
Then yes, you should carry some documentation,
And I
bub.
don't carry it and nothing happens to me. That's what I'm saying. Because
That doesn't mean anything. Okay,
people,
sure. Keep
see,
doing
bro,
that. Please, just keep doing
see,
that. Just keep doing
I
that.
have-
It's okay.
and
It'll
this
be
is-
fine.
bro,
Keep doing that.
bro.
Keep doing that.
Bro.
Don't carry anything.
It would be better, bro, if
Just keep doing
you
that. You'll be fine.
Okay, it will be better, bro, if we actually say the way it is, right? If you're undocumented and you don't, and you're out in Los Angeles or cities like Portland, Chicago, yes, you should be afraid. But when you're telling everybody that looks Hispanic or they're brown, you should be afraid. That's a fucking lie, bro. This is
Oh,
exactly what I'm
okay.
talking
Because
about.
of your anecdotal experience, because you were one of
Because of
many,
my
many millions of
anecdotal
people.
experience, bro.
Why would
Okay,
every
so-
single person be arrested, right? Just because
So
you're not
why-
arrested doesn't
so-
mean anything. We have a
so why
lot
is
of
it-
people being arrested.
So why is it that everybody is still out there roaming the streets in Los Angeles? How come they're not hiding, bro? when ICE is still out here.
They absolutely, people absolutely are. They're not even going to work, bro.
Bro, every
The-
Hispanic person is not
there
going to
are
work?
there are empty job sites everywhere because of this.
No, bro. You're telling me Los Angeles right now is not running because of freaking ICE.
No, that's a straw man. I'm saying there's a lot of empty work sites.
If tomorrow I go to downtown, I don't know if you're familiar with the downtown alleys in Los Angeles that's full of freaking predominantly Hispanic. If I go in there tomorrow, I'm gonna see no one there.
Why would I say that?
Because you're
What the
saying
fuck
that
are you talking about?
because you're pretty much saying that everybody in Los Angeles is scared.
No,
bro.
that's wild. I'm saying people aren't
Because they're
showing up to
brown.
work. The truth is,
Where?
people aren't showing up. The Supreme Court just landed a decision
don't
for
care
Trump.
about the Supreme
Stop,
Court, bro.
Drain. They just told the Trump administration that they can continue arresting people based on race, based on accent, based on language, based on job. So if that's you need to carry documentation. That's what the Supreme Court
This is the
says.
thing. You are a white guy, bro, and you're fucking telling me that I should be scared because of the way I look. That's fucking stupid, bro. This
Sorry,
is exactly
man.
what I mean.
Sorry, this is the
Yeah,
America
is
you want.
exactly what-
You're begging for
No.
it. You begged for this
No,
America.
this
You
is
didn't vote
exactly
for.
what I
You
mean,
did not
bro.
vote for Kamala, bro.
I did,
No, you didn't.
and I voted for fucking Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but I'm telling you, it got to the point where people are fucking fed up. Like they're really waking up.
They're
and
just
like,
they're
this is
really
fucking
fed up
stupid.
of people telling me to be scared of the very real thing
No,
that's
bro.
happening.
We're
But we
fed
can
up.
see it on the news everywhere. People are getting arrested.
We're
American
fed up.
citizens are getting arrested. American citizens
Bro.
have been deported. Children have been deported and
American
separated from their
citizens haven't been
from their
deported,
parents.
bro.
Yes,
Bro,
they have.
American
A 6-year-old
citizens-
girl with
Who?
fucking brain cancer was
American
deported.
Citizens.
Yes.
Bro, American citizens?
Yes.
The mother was deported. The mother took it to her home country, bro.
No,
That is not
against
deportation.
the father's will. Yeah.
Bro, stop saying she got deported, bro.
Uh-huh, she was.
Because you might feel good because you're a fucking white guy, bro. Right? You might
Didn't
feel good
Trump
because of
mention that
shit.
they could do that? Like if they deport it, if they
Bro,
if they want to go, they
If
can
I were
too.
here undocumented, right? And I have a kid that's born here and I get deported, I'm taking my kid with me, bro.
Uh-huh.
Is that her getting deported?
What if the mother's here? Who gets to decide?
What?
What if the mother's an American
If the mother's
citizen?
here, then if I decide that my son or my daughter can stay with my wife, then she'll stay.
And what if okay, but what if you don't want your child to stay
And
and the
that's-
wife
then
does?
Then that's between the fucking parents, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's between the fucking parents. How is that bad?
Yeah, it wasn't
Do you have
between the
kids?
parents.
Do you have kids?
No.
Exactly. You don't fucking understand.
I was a kid. Of course I understand.
You were. No, it doesn't. But you were never in a situation like that.
Yes, I
You- were
was.
you ever in a
Yes, I
situation-
was. I have been in the middle of fucking custody battles my entire childhood. I know exactly what it's like.
Okay, so if I'm a father and I'm getting deported and my wife says no, I'm gonna keep my son or my daughter here, I'm gonna say okay, right? But right, if the mom is getting deported and she says I want to take my kid with me, how is that? Are you gonna blame the wife? Are you gonna blame her?
No, this is Trump
No, you're
separating
gonna blame
families,
ICE.
and an American citizen was deported.
What American citizen, bro?
Child.
Please give me the name.
Child.
What American citizen was deported? That was actually deported, bro. Because as an American citizen, right? How will you get deported? You can come back whenever the fuck you want.
Mm-hmm.
How is that deportation, bro?
Uh,
Explain it to me, please.
just the same way that Trump also has deported people that weren't supposed to be, like Abrego Garcia.
What?
Deportation
He's not a
of
fucking
children.
citizen, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I said
Okay, a
give me a
2-year-old U.S.
citizen.
citizen was deported with their mother and older sister to Honduras. Federal judge expressed strong suspicion that government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. 4-year-old is stage 4 cancer, deported to Honduras with his mother and sister, allegedly without his medication. Detention, deportation, military veterans. They're deporting veterans. That's chill, even though they served
They've
to
always
get
done
their
that, bro.
legal
Veterans
status.
have gotten deported if they're not from here. They committed crimes.
Okay,
If they
yeah.
didn't, they've always deported veterans, bro. That's nothing new.
Mhm.
I don't know. If you knew
Police
that, bro.
policies that have enabled unlawful actions, ignoring
That's what
claims of
happened.
citizenship. So you can, like, just like you're saying,
This is
reports
wild,
indicate
bro.
that ICE agents have ignored claims of U.S. citizenship and failed to verify documentation, contributing to the unlawful detention and deportation of citizens.
This shit is wild, bro.
It is
I swear,
wild.
man.
So carry stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, if you don't. Let me know how it goes. All
you
right.
get me? I mean,
Carry
it's been 10 months.
carry some documentation. It's
Fuck
been
you,
only
bro.
10 months.
Well, hey, bro, respectfully, fuck you, bro.
Okay.
Right? Because you're a fucking, like I said, you're a fucking white dude telling me, right? So
Mhm.
you're pretty much saying that you're okay, right? You're okay. You're fucking white.
I'm not great.
You're-
I'm not great in this Trump's America. No.
Yeah, you're not great. You don't like it. But what I mean
Yeah.
is when you're telling me carry some fucking paperwork, you're the fucking racist, bro. You're the one that fucking thinks like that.
Why would you say that?
Because you're telling me
Because
just
the
because
law
I'm
just
Hispanic-
said that Trump's allowed to use
Well,
race.
get the
He
fuck
just
outta
said
here,
that.
bro.
So you can't call me
I'm just
racist.
telling you, bro. More people are fucking
Can't do it.
waking up and they're starting
You
to
guys
realize
are
fucking
right
bullshit.
now hearing oral arguments for the Civil Rights Act, like the civil voting, the Voting Rights Act.
Okay.
Like, you guys are insane,
Okay.
dude. Stop
Bro.
it. Stop it.
Listen, you keep doing that shit and you're gonna keep fucking losing voters, bro.
I don't know
swear
what
to
you're
God,
talking about. Do
you guys
what?
keep talking.
Sound belligerent? Pull
fucking
the
trying to
ladder up
fucking
behind me?
brainwash people, bro. Trying to fucking scare people.
Dude, you came up here lying saying you're a Kamala voter.
I fucking voted.
Nobody
for
believes your
Kamala, bro.
story, dude.
Well, then don't believe me, bro.
I've had you up here
That's
multiple
what-
times.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the first time you've said that.
But see, this is exactly what I mean, bro. That we say something that you guys don't like, and then you guys call us fucking liars, bro.
But you guys, a lot of y'all are, yeah.
All right, whatever, bro. Hey, I wish you the best, bro. Fucking Hispanic people that are documented and are living here are fucking waking up, and we're not no fucking victims, bro.
Oh, okay.
All right. So you have a fucking good one, and I hope you feel good being a fucking racist. You're a low key racist, bro.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay, bye. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 75K. We're going to go to the next debate. If you are a friendly, please hop out of the box. I love you, but we're doing debates only. Let's go.
Yo, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Kind of. More so lost faith in the Democratic Party.
Are you over
I
18?
feel like yeah,
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Oh, okay. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, you're fine. That was weird. Yeah, no, I've just lost faith in the Democratic Party, and I feel like at this point Trump is doing he's horrible in a lot of aspects, but he's also doing semi-populist movements that the Democrats seem to have ignored.
What do you mean?
Like
what?
you can argue, like you can say things you want about like the tariffs, and in general doing an overarching tariff is not a good thing, but you need to have some kind of tariff policy, hence why people like Biden and Harris President Biden left some of the Trump era tariffs such as aluminum and steel because
know.
it helps.
We're not over here just
But
saying
no,
going, not all tariffs are bad. Oh, no. Blanket tariffs are bad. This crazy protectionism economic policy is insane. It's bad. It's horrible.
But that's what the people want. I mean,
No, it's
you
not.
look at traditionally. Yes, it is. You look at traditionally blue organizations like the UAW, who have voted Democrat since the 20s, since the 30s, suddenly now their ranks, especially rank and file, are 50-50. Their own president, Sean Fain,
Just because he was
cozying
tricked,
up to
just
Trump.
because. Yeah, I know he's cozying up to Trump,
What do
but
you mean
there's no logical reason why this is actually good for
Except for
any
the
unions.
fact that what does the UAW stand for?
The auto workers.
Yeah. Oh, why would the auto workers want tariffs, especially particularly on auto industry parts? or
Yeah,
autos
and guess
themselves?
what? Biden was for that too. We did steel tariffs, right?
But he wasn't. But he didn't do it. He
We-
only cared
we increased
when
them.
it was costing him the elections.
every
No, at the end of the
tariff,
day, he added
every
it
tariff,
so
every
he-
steel tariff, every auto industry tariff is for the election. All of them.
Well, again, at the end, but again, that's everything here. But Biden ignored the problem. 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024.
What do you mean? There was a
Suddenly, they're
pandemic.
starting to care.
There was a pandemic. What do you mean he didn't care?
The pandemic ended by 2022. Let's be
Oh,
real.
give me a
At the end of
break.
2020
We were reeling from the economic downfall Trump ran on it. He called us a third world country, was it not?
Who called us a third world country?
Trump.
Well, yeah, because he's a loudmouth. But at the end of the day, are you really going to tell me the pandemic was your excuse?
Yes.
For lack of leadership.
Lack
when
of
it came to
leadership.
certain things. Yeah. No, seriously, there
I'm
was
sorry.
a lack of leadership.
Trump was so pussy about the Project Warp Speed, which is his only good accomplishment, that he wouldn't even advocate for the vaccine. By the way, he just got vaccinated last week.
But then again, Harris also pushed a lot of doubt during the 2020 election when,
No.
of course, she was vice president. Yeah, she constantly
She
said,
said-
"I don't know if I'll trust the vaccine if
No,
it was
she
developed
said-
under Trump." She
no,
said that.
She did not say that. Her words were, I won't take it just because Trump said to take it. I will follow the science.
Follow the science, okay, and the science said it was good, and she was still.
Yeah, and that's
creating
what she
doubt.
did. And that's what she advocated for. That's what a
and
leader
again,
says.
Who's
That's a good leader.
So who's question for you? Who's one of the least vaccinated ethnic groups in America right now?
Let me guess.
No, seriously.
Amish.
No, it's
Who?
actually African Americans. There's actually a very comparatively low vaccine intake or vaccine. What's the word I'm looking for? Basically, the low vaccine intake, and when you have people like Harris, who is black, telling stuff like this, you're not helping to the regular cause. But it
We're
became
not trying to
convenient
get
for her-
votes. We're trying to save lives. We just advocate for the science.
Okay, and black people are currently not. Again, this was during the pandemic, so the numbers may have changed. But black people had some of the lowest intake, and here you are, a black leader, kind of throwing shade at the vaccine from a group that's historically always been.
That's a reach.
No, it's
She's throwing shade
always
at. She's throwing shade at Trump, not the vaccine.
anything you say about the vaccine.
This is a product of your side. This the way you twisted Kamala's words. That's a product of your side. The way you've justified
I was a former
it.
Democrat, dude.
I don't care.
No, I'm not justifying it.
So was Trump.
I'm not justifying it. I'm saying what I am saying right now is that did not help the cause, and that shows lack of leadership.
Okay,
Hell, you can
Trump was
look at
even
her
worse,
recent-
dude. Trump
Oh, but
literally
you can't
just said,
Listen, but listen, dude. The Democrats lost the election, right? We've agreed on this. Like, there's no doubt
not the
about
2020.
this. Cool, they didn't lose the 2020,
Okay.
but they only won by 50, 40-ish thousand votes.
What are you talking
In
about?
key three kids.
Okay,
Listen,
well,
if
we're
you
talking
look at
about popularity. If you want to talk about DEI for Republicans, or
Popularities.
yeah, we're talking about
Popularity
popular
doesn't
vote.
win elections, man.
I know,
Popularity
DEI
doesn't
wins. Yeah,
Cool, DEI wins. Still, that's the rules to win. And so, using those rules, Democrats only won by 40, maybe 50.
I know it doesn't impress me, right? It just means that he campaigns.
But then again, I'm showing
in
you
a bunch
how
of
close
states.
that election was. I'm showing you how close that election was.
That doesn't mean
And
someone was
so-
right or wrong. I'm talking about leadership, and what Trump did was he
Right or
allowed.
wrong, but if you want
excuse me, I'm going to keep
leadership, you
talking.
need a-
Excuse me.
And no,
Wait,
excuse me, you interrupted me.
No, you interrupted me, dude. When it comes time for public health and to save the country from people dying, to say, hey, here's the science, you guys need to be responsible. Instead, he let all of his people in the Senate and Congress at all the different races, he would fund them if they espoused things like the election denial or anti-vax conspiracy, because that was hot, and 15% more Republicans died because of it. That's the leadership y'all chose. And just because it won an election doesn't mean it's good leadership.
One of the reasons more Republicans may have died is because they tend to typically skew older, and conservatives skew older. So again, correlation does not mean causation. So you can't be like, oh well, 15%.
No, they were 15% excess deaths. There were 15% excess deaths. We could see it on a fucking graph.
Cool. Again, and who was the ones dying from COVID?
Y'all.
Typically, they skewed older.
No,
they typically
if it were
skewed
older on
regardless of politics.
This is a reach too. This is a cope.
You're gonna tell me most COVID deaths were not over the age of 65?
Sure, they they were, but it's also 15% higher on y'all's side. So you can't you would have to show a 15% gap. Is there a 15% gap?
Correlation does not
for older people voting Republican.
Older people are, yeah, dude.
Is it 15%?
Maybe not this re-election, but 15%, yeah. In historical aspects, people 65 and older, in general, leaned way more Republican, and I would argue
maybe just not believing in masks, not believing in vaccines, not believing in social distancing, hating the shutdowns. Maybe those things maybe contributed to dying.
Dude, but again, black people typically had lower vaccine intake rates. Typically, they also had lower mask.
And then there you go. There you go. That would be our side.
Black people are going to Republican?
No, that would mean that our side would have that dip too, and we didn't.
But again, typically speaking, most people who died of COVID were older. Republicans typically skew older. This last election definitely changed a lot of that, but in the last 50 plus years, it was like a 2 to 1 kind of ratio when it came to older people voting Republican. Hence, with them being older, they're more likely to die of COVID. That's one way to explain it.
Yeah, that's one way. Or they didn't believe in science.
Again, man, you're going to tell me this. Then
I have to fight people every day about this. I have to fight people. Do you believe? Did you take the vax?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Why do you think most of your
issues with how it was rolled out, specifically the big pharma aspects of it? Hey, you're going to have to take it every 6 months. Well, again, this is coming from a company that just a couple of years ago had really bad issues about overprescribing opioids.
And which side still hates all vaccines? Which side is right now in office in the HHS alluding to anti-vax conspiracies, saying they cause autism?
Again, if you're going to tell me the Tylenol thing, even the bottle says do not take Tylenol while pregnant.
Okay, again,
pull up a bottle of Tylenol.
It doesn't say it causes autism, does it? And it does not say that.
Do not take while pregnant.
No, it doesn't. Tylenol is one of the only things you can take while pregnant.
It literally says on the bottle, do not take if you are pregnant.
I don't think it does.
Yes, it does. On the packaging, specifically the cardboard box that it comes in.
It's an over-the-counter medicine safe per pregnancy. Doctors recommend Tylenol as the safest pain reliever for taking during pregnancy, even in the first trimester. You can take up to 4 500 milligram tablets per day.
Look at the box. Look at the box, man. There's even people in the comments right now saying, or speak to your physician, which, again, maybe I was being a little more over ambitious, but yeah, a lot of them say at least talk to your doctor. It's not safe to take
just talk to your doctor. It does not say not safe.
I'm saying do not again.
But it doesn't say not safe. That's twisting it.
But again, if you're
does it cause autism? No. Do we have science? We have all the science that says it doesn't.
As of right now, there are no studies saying that it does or doesn't.
Actually, no. We have a study that shows that it doesn't.
What study, man?
The Swedish study.
So, okay, cool.
It's a Swedish study. What they did was they looked at Harvard looked at a bunch of old studies, and they found out that there's a correlation between taking Tylenol and a child being born with autism. But the actual thing is when there's like an immune response in a woman, meaning you're sick, you're going to take Tylenol. So is it the immune response or is it Tylenol? And what they did was a Swedish study where they took children who have like twins, brothers and sisters, whatever, and then they tested these things. And there was no correlation whatsoever. So it pretty much means there is no evidence at all suggesting Tylenol.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah,
fine, you're right.
And this is what Trump wants us to fight over. This is the head of his HHS either overlooked that or knowingly lied. Which one's scarier?
But you're also acting like this is only Trump when Trump was in administration, there were plenty of Democratic leaders.
They all said it together,
water
dude. They all said it together, man. They all stood
were
together.
throwing water.
Him and a bunch of snake oil salesmen came together and said this is bad, and they just so happened to also have $25 million of stock in folic acid. Dr. Oz wants you to buy his shit so that you could possibly cure not autism.
Dude, I'm talking about the COVID vaccine. During 2020, a lot of Democratic leaders were throwing any kind of doubt when you're dealing with something like the vaccine that quote unquote, even though this isn't the case, was developed in less than a year. People are going to get suspicious.
Yeah,
so
and y'all
anything you
politicized
throw
it.
at it.
Y'all found out,
Democrats were
even though we had all the science on it.
Kamala Harris, they were saying even if it was 1% throwing shade at the water, that's not good when we're supposed to be united. So
No,
again, Trump's an asshole.
sorry.
He really is.
Sorry.
Do not get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But when others are doing it, you can't say this is a Trump only problem.
No. She did not say anything that would make you question the science. Only question Trump. And you have every reason to question Trump. Trump said he suggested some really stupid shit. He said some really stupid shit involving bleach and sunlight and COVID, and we could definitely do without any help from Trump. He can't even pronounce
if you're going to talk
acetaminophen.
about if you're going to get to the point where you're misquoting people, like I misquoted Harris, you're misquoting
I know
Trump.
you're used to people misquoting Trump like that, and I'm very specific with what I said. I didn't say he told people to inject or do this stuff.
He said,
he
"What
said
would it
these
be
things
you-"
together.
And whatever.
And guess what? We had actual people injecting bleach and dye.
Again, because people were eating Tide Pods before Trump. You can't blame every
Well, I know, but
stupid
you
action
have to
on him.
understand when you say stupid shit with a microphone like Trump does every day, there are bad outcomes. When there are 350 million people or billions of people hearing what you say, at least one person's going to do something stupid, and Trump does not take that into account, ever. In fact, it seems like he wants the opposite. He wants people to be outraged by the things he says all the time.
Listen, man, every politician's like that.
No.
I'm not saying he's better. He's one of the worst. But at the end of the day, every single one has said stupid shit.
No, we're not going to all the same this. Trump is a
Why
fucking
not?
13 on the Richter scale. Everybody else is like a 1, 2, maybe a 3 if you're Nancy Mace.
I don't know, man. And then again, you're going to talk about grocery prices right here. Grocery prices have been semi-stable, which in the long term means they're actually cheaper because of inflation. Which again, I think most people would agree them staying the same price is good.
I don't know where that came from, but again, Trump is a bad leader, and these are the reasons why. And you're just saying, oh, well, everybody does that.
And the reality is there's other people who are... Like, if you look at Harris's last book, 107 Days, it showed she was also not ready for this role. So again, there's lack of leadership in
You
the
think,
DNC, and that's
really,
why.
you think a fucking TV show host, a game show host was ready for this the first time?
Better than you read her book. She was complaining about with her husband about a towel. She started an argument about that. Or
Trump argued
how she
about,
didn't-
he stays up 2 a.m. fucking tweeting about pictures of himself all the time.
Cool, but you don't same size me this, like you just said.
Okay,
Again,
Kamala
what I'm
doesn't
saying is
scream and
the
cry
reason
about how pictures look bad, all right? She wrote a book, and maybe that was just one of the
In her
intimate
book,
moments she
she
wanted to
complained
share in her
about-
book.
In her book, she also complained about the CNN interview with the lighting and this, and that's why she did bad. And she also said that about the debate too, I think, in the book.
Yeah, but if she
again,
didn't grab
you're
a
gonna play
microphone
that,
and
they're
scream about it and tweet about it 40 times in one night and scream and cry and kick her
No,
feet.
just wrote a book. Wrote a book so she can make money off of it.
Yeah, that's the most noble way to make a book. I mean, to make money, in my opinion. Joe Biden made millions off of writing a book. So did Barack. Trump sells sneakers. He sells watches. He sells fucking perfume, gold
Don't
cards with
same
his
size. Don't-
fucking face on it.
Don't same size me this like shit, like you said.
Oh, yeah, don't. Because
And
Trump
again-
is a million times worse. He's got a fucking jacket. He wants you to buy all the shit with his name on it all the time. He's using the presidency to make money.
No, just donate to the Democrat Party when they're losing. At this point, I'm convinced Democrats want to lose.
Why?
Because it gets them more in donations. Because I think they realized after Roe v. Wade, they were getting more in donations, and they get more when they're the losing side because of some of the emails. Because I still get them. how they're almost begging for money at this point.
Trump still
I think at
begs
the
for
end of the
money and
day-
emails every day. Trump still does. He's the richest man in America almost. He's made 40% of his wealth since he was president this time. He's got a huge meme coin you can donate to get fucking private meetings in the White House. What are you talking about?
Not everything's but Trump. Again, the dude won because of populist stances, and there's nobody on the Democratic side.
He won from lies. He won
Even
from
getting
lying to
closest.
y'all. He won from saying outrageous things.
Cool. Every politician lies, man. But you're gonna tell me that like Harris was gonna be any better? The reality is
Yes.
her book has shown she wasn't.
She absolutely would have been better. She wouldn't be threatening China with 100% tariffs to have all of her friends invest in and cheat the stock market. She wouldn't be manipulating the stock market 3 times a year
you not
and parading her
realize-
best friend Charles Schwab through the White House saying how much money he made for her.
Do you not realize Trump does that, A, to line his pockets fire, but also because the general American public wants that?
No,
That
they,
they
don't want corruption. They don't want
Again-
open corruption. The American public on the left, they don't want that. They don't want that. I promise.
But again, the American left hasn't won the presidential election this time.
Okay, but it doesn't mean you guys get to be king.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he's king.
He is.
How is he king?
He's tweeting about it.
He's a dumbass who tweets.
All right.
How is he legally speaking acting like a king?
Well, he's gutted the federal government of most of the checks and balances. On his way in, he fired all of the inspector generals, the people who audit for waste, fraud, and abuse, and then put the richest man in the world in charge to pretend to do that, and then went to go spend $5 trillion.
Also, I'm just reading your comments as we're going. What personal army does Trump have?
What personal army does he have? The United States military. He's in his fucking Agenda 47, page 16, second portion says that he just straight up wants to fire all of the Democrats in the military. And he started with the trans people. And he's also, we've seen people in the FBI come out and say that Kash Patel's interview process literally makes you swear allegiance to Trump.
I don't know, man. Listen, I don't know.
And then ICE.
ICE is doing its job.
Uh-huh.
No, at the end of the day, you tell me they're not they're not criminals, but being here illegally, technically speaking, is illegal.
Oh
And it is
man,
a crime.
so is speeding. We don't need an army to stop people
but
from
again,
speeding.
What happens if you get caught speeding? What happens? You get a ticket.
Uh-huh.
And you pay the court a fine.
Uh-huh. And what happens if you get caught coming in illegally? It's a $250 ticket.
Show me that, man. Because at the end of the day, you're technically not supposed to be here.
Yeah, it's just a $250 ticket. It's called entry without inspection, and it's 8 USC 11 or 1325. Class C misdemeanor.
And again, they should be getting due process. I agree. And that's why Obama was deported. If that same logic, then Obama shouldn't be deporting them, right? But the reason is you have to because of the laws in the land.
I know.
And they should
You're
get
just
due
alluding
process.
to,
I get
it's
that.
the law. It's law. I know. There's a lot of people that break the law. There's a lot of people who speed all the time. There's a lot more people speeding every day and killing people than there are immigrants coming here and actually doing anything at all that is bad.
Let me ask you something. What do you think of cars?
I think they're okay. Hello?
Sorry, hello?
Yep. What do I
Hello?
think of cars?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 100K. Let's get some more people in here. If you are MAGA and you want to debate, hop in the box. If you're friendly, hop out of the box. Also, give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. We do these every day. And also, there's a Cash App Venmo in the bio. If you guys want to kick somebody, it's $40. Or if you want to buy me coffee, that would be awesome. Let's see. Hello.
Hello,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
Most things. I like that he's doing a good enough job right now that Democrats are having to come up with new ways to spread fear everywhere.
Oh, wow. Like what?
Magically, if you're enforcing immigration law that you must be only arresting certain people of color and vice versa, and doing the same like race card, race baiting, scare tactics they always do. There's no truth to any of it.
Oh, okay.
Let's use an example. Let's look up Paco, Olympia, Washington.
What about it?
It made news everywhere in Seattle that, oh, look how ICE deported this young gentleman, and they ended up looking into it. The guy was a criminal. He was supposed to be deported, and he was deported in a legal process that was fully supported. But yet you had liberals making up lies all around it. Just like when they made up the lies about they were baiting an immigrant out of their household with a child. The truth was the person abandoned the child, and ICE was holding the child because, oh, wait, you abandoned it. That's what they're supposed to do.
So a mid-July 2025 state line report found that immigrants with no criminal record now constitute the largest group of ICE detention. So you're just like looking at your favorite news story and justifying your stance. We just like look at the data.
You look at the data. Okay. So how many of those people are they not allowed to deport somebody that's here illegally?
That's not what you're alluding to. You came in here saying, "Oh,
no.
no. I'm going to reframe this. I'm going to refresh your memory. You came in here saying that Democrats are out here crying that they're out here racially profiling and
yes,
that all these people are just being targeted for no reason." Yes, here's the data. 75% or 71% of these people have no criminal background whatsoever. They're just regular people being targeted at birthday parties, outside of the courthouse, at Home Depot, at the day labor. There's no reason to do all of that. Yes, and we're paying $140 billion to do this. So now, why do you think it's worth that?
So do you believe that nobody's above the law?
No, I believe that's like a bumper sticker, right? We have people breaking laws all day.
When the laws applied to you, when you choose the laws, but when it's the laws that are all universally applied, you hate it.
No. This is not universally applied. This is targeted, right? So we have
like when Trump in New York, he was targeted.
No. That's a good pivot. That's a good pivot.
Yeah, I know it was. It was
okay.
Genius.
So, all right, we have. This is what Republicans do, all right? We have 48,000 people die from car wrecks every year. We have 40,000 people die from guns. We have, I don't know, you can just say we have 17,000 murders every year. And then we have 29 immigrants who did murders last year. And you guys are like, what should we campaign on? Where can we spend money to reduce, I don't know, people dying? Where can we reduce crime? And you want to go to the immigrants. It's because they have something that's similar to a speeding ticket. This is what we got to go do.
This is what Democrats do. Let's look at hate crimes, okay? Let's look at
let's look at
nationalists and how big of an impact they have. And how much you guys overplay that. And then say it's directly connected to the right, but yet then you'll ignore every Antifa violence that happens in inner cities. That is like 100 times more than any white nationalist thing. I'm not saying white
nationalists. Who's ignoring? Can you show me where we ignored it?
Where you're ignoring it at? It's just Antifa real.
Antifa is not an organization.
See, you just proved my point.
Okay, where's their organization? Where's the headquarters?
Oh man. So if you can't point the location, so if I can't tell you where Al Qaeda's headquarters are at, does that mean they don't exist?
No, they actually do have a bank account. They have money. They actually do have a web of connection. Can you tell me, does Antifa have a bank account?
Does that mean it doesn't exist?
Does Antifa have a leader?
You haven't found the proof that it doesn't have a bank account yet. You haven't been able to narrow it down yet. Does that mean it doesn't exist?
There's a list of criteria
that
would make a T group.
You're living in Dallas. Have you ever been to Seattle and Portland?
Yes, I've been to Seattle.
Firsthand?
Yes.
Have you seen Antifa firsthand before?
I am Antifa.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're saying, oh, I'm anti-fascist. I stand for this. No, you're not part of an terrorist group. Do you dress in black? Do you wear masks at things? Do you beat people up?
No, I am Antifa though.
Okay, so you're a terrorist then?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
That's what
But
Trump
I can
says.
tell you right now, I've been to Seattle, I've been to Portland, and you say it's anecdotal evidence. You can go to mainstream reporters that will report on it. Look at Brandy Cruz, Vox reporter from Seattle, not Vox News, the local Vox station.
Mm-hmm.
She is reported on Antifa. She left Vox because they were trying to tell her she couldn't report on it anymore.
Okay.
But hey, they don't exist. You need to ignore
don't.
what your eyes are seeing because they're lying to you.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
what
trying to say?
you're alluding to is like there's a group out there that is recruiting
Yeah, there
people
is.
and radicalizing people, and they have meetings or a Discord server or any sort of organization, and they don't.
You mean like the Charlie Kirk shooter who was on Discord talking with Antifa supporters?
Yeah. He was probably in like a gaming
No,
like
they're-
a like a
they're not on
20-person Discord.
They're not on
Woohoo.
Discord though. You
No.
just said they weren't on Discord, but they
No.
are.
Do
And
you
just
think like
admitted they
do you
were.
think like 100-person Discord is a group of Antifa? If you're a liberal, you're Antifa. If you are a
I
World War
understand-
II
I
veteran,
understand where
you're
trying to-
Antifa.
I understand where you're trying to say that they're trying to shut down debate. They're trying to go after protesters, but don't play stupid, dude.
No, that's what he's doing.
Everybody knows what Antifa is. You saw it when Trump was doing his his address to the RNC. How everybody was attacked when they left that from the White House. They were attacked by Antifa, and you could definitely point them out because let's see, all black masks.
That's what you wear as Antifa, yeah.
Okay. And if you want to be associated with that group, when they attack people, they use violence primarily. They're not peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
You get what's coming to you.
Okay. The thing is, they're not.
So
They're
if you wear
not.
swastikas, if you wear
Excuse me.
swastikas and show up to something like that,
Mhm.
are you magically supposed to be assumed that you start beating up on people that the rest of them are peaceful? Would you advocate for
The
that?
whole world used to point and laugh at clips of Nazis getting punched in the face, and now you guys are clutching your pearls.
You're clutching your pearls because Antifa's getting taken down left and right outside of ICE facilities and saying, "Oh, there's nothing to see here." They're taking people's rights away. And
Is
so
it
let's
weird to be
let's go
arguing
Chicago.
against
Let's go to
the
Chicago. I got
Is
facts.
it
Let's go to
unironic?
Chicago.
Does it
You had-
unironically
you
feel
had a-
weird?
You had an Antifa person with a vehicle, ram an ICE officer with another vehicle. They had to control it with tear gas. Yet you have Chicago politicians saying that was what is it? They called that excessive force.
Uh-huh.
Isn't
Yeah, wasn't there
excessive
like a
force
child
to
in the
defend
vehicle?
to defend police officers that are being attacked with vehicles?
Okay.
Are you supporting
This is antagonistic. Trump is wanting this type of uprise
No,
from
he's
the
not.
public. Yes, he is.
Dude,
And excuse me, I'm gonna help you out. You just rattled off a few incidents. I'm gonna rattle off a few of yours. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So, white supremacist event. Approximately 9 individuals associated with Patriot Front, the people that love Trump, a white supremacist group, held a meetup and training session. The group also dropped a banner in the parking garage that read "Strong Families, Strong Nations." Advertised. Oh, this is just white supremacist events. We'll go to this extremist murder.
Sounds like
Madison.
a terrible group. They said strong family, strong what?
Yeah, they're white supremacists though.
Okay, I'm just saying that sounds like they were standing for some
Strong
terrible
family,
things.
yes, they are white
Antifa
supremacists.
puts a lot more message out there. They're pretty clear what they
Okay.
stand for.
Yeah, they're against fascism. It's horrible. Natalie
yeah,
Rupnell
yeah.
launched a shooting attack on an Abundant Life Christian school in Madison, killing a teacher and a student. White supremacist. They had a that's I believe the trans person that you guys keep saying is a leftist. That person left a crazy like white supremacist. I think it was a YouTube video pointing towards all sorts of horrible assassinations and white supremacist leaders. This is another one, 12/2/24.
Can we pause for a second?
Uh-huh.
What was the thing in Wisconsin? I'm trying to connect the dots here. What you're trying to do here? What was it? It was Wisconsin, and it was a trans shooter. Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying is accused and falsely accused of being trans?
They were trans, they detransed, but that doesn't mean they're liberal. They were extremely far right.
Okay. You do know that, like, you guys try to keep associating white supremacists with the right, and the right
It absolutely is.
universally denounces it.
No, they don't.
Universally denounces it. But yet, when it's
Okay.
Antifa, you can't even get a Democrat
Adam,
to denounce it.
Adam,
by
I
the
want to
way.
give you one of my favorite quotes. I want you to tell me who said it, okay? Democrats want to see this nation become less white. Who said it?
Who said that?
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk, I believe, said that.
Didn't Trump just give Charlie Kirk like a Memorial Day or something?
Yeah,
and like a statue?
And you're taking things out of context on that.
Oh, am I?
And
Is he not?
No, that's
He's
not
talking
white
about
supremacy,
great
by the
replacement
way.
theory,
What
which
are
is
you
a white
talking about?
supremacist
Yes,
movement.
Democrats advocated that through
Advocated
the Obama
what?
years, left and right, dude. That is not. This is not like conspiracy theories at all. You can find recording after recording showing that, where they're saying, "Oh, you know what, Republicans, you're going to be replaced in so many years by all these immigrants."
Nobody's
You're gonna be
saying that.
outvoted."
This is a far right white supremacist talking point that Charlie Kirk perpetuated,
No,
and
it's
you
not.
are on board
No, it's
with.
not. You're trying to silence people by. It's called, in the Nazi term, it's called Jew starring. You're trying to Jew star them by silencing them by saying they're white supremacists because they're pointing out factual things that are happening.
Okay, white supremacists do point at factual things that are happening, and they use them against. Yes, they use them as talking points. And just because Charlie Kirk made it palpable for churchy people doesn't mean it wasn't white supremacist.
Oh yeah, but Charlie Kirk was such a white supremacist. How many African Americans worked for him?
Does that mean he's not a white supremacist?
Would he have African Americans that worked for him? Would he have people of color that worked for him?
Yeah,
if he was
you can be.
anti-LGBT, would he have gay people working for him?
Yes, yes.
Oh, he would. Okay. Yeah, that's about the dumbest comment you can make, dude. You don't give somebody a living, you don't pay somebody when you absolutely disrespect.
Can I ask you something, Adam?
Yes.
Can you be a misogynist and have women working for you? Can you be a misogynist and date a woman?
You can.
Oh, man.
But you got to back it up, dude. You got to back it up with a lot more facts than just words. You got to come up and go like, yeah, he, you know how bad he treated African Americans that work for him? I have this testimony, I have this testimony, I have this testimony. You don't got any of that, dude.
I have a whole list of horrible.
You're making a leap of faith saying, you got to believe this, this,
I
and
had
this,
a whole.
and you're gonna end up with this.
I have a whole list of horrible quotes from Charlie Kirk that put
No,
the
you
fear
don't. No,
of
you
not
don't. No, you
of
don't.
losing the
You
white
don't.
race in this nation
You
and
don't.
espousing great replacement theory.
Dude, you have no quotes on Charlie Kirk that you're going to go and you're going to give the entire context of what he said.
Yes, I do.
and
Yes,
you're
I
gonna
will.
see it.
Literally,
Go
what I
ahead.
just said was a tweet. It wasn't just by itself. He also said, here's another standalone
Yes.
tweet that he said. He said that the great replacement theory is not just a theory, it is a fact, and it is happening right now. He wants the fear of the white supremacy movement to be spread throughout all of the Christian people that he has listening to him, so he could be scared of immigrants.
So, no. Let's not conflate immigrants with illegal immigrants because that's what he was referring to.
No.
Oh,
only
that
illegal
makes it
people will have a
inconvenient for you
different.
because
Only
you
illegal
can't-
people
no,
are
you
different
can
colored.
differentiate. No, you
only,
can differentiate.
No.
There's illegal and there's legal immigrants.
So
dude.
only
There's not
illegal
this-
immigrants are different race.
No, I didn't say they were.
Okay, then
different
how are
race.
you pulling this out of your ass?
Because when you look at if you look at the what do you call it? The racial breakdown of people that are illegals right now. What is it?
Is it about race?
Is that racist to
Is
point
it
it out?
about race?
No, is it racist to point that out? Is it racist to say, hey, this is what it's compared out? But hey, wait. Are you okay? So if you point out that people are dying of COVID of a certain race, is that racist?
No.
Oh, it's not. Oh, God. So when you point out something it's only in certain scenarios when you point out race, when it actually happens to be attached to something, it's racist. But when it's not,
When you use that
it's
as
racist,
divisive
you know?
rhetoric,
I mean,
it is racist. Yes. So like, if
okay.
RFK,
so when Democrats do it, it's
excuse
okay.
me,
but if a
yes, it is
Republican does
racist.
it's for
When
evil
RFK
reasons.
said that
Yeah,
the
okay.
vaccine or the COVID virus specifically targeted Ashkenazi Jews and I think it's people of color or something, that's racist. Yes, that's racist. That's not
Okay.
true.
Dude, you're getting beat, and now you're trying to spin it.
Excuse me,
can't give me
you're
one- you can't-
you're
you
up
can't
just
give me
because
a
you're
Charlie
louder
Kirk
doesn't
quote,
mean you're
dude.
beating
You still
anybody.
haven't Give me a quote where it's totally in context, where he's so racist. Go on.
Okay, all right, I'll give you one. What about the one where he says, I'll just bring it up. He talks about Joy Reid.
Oh yeah. I mean, Joy Reid's such a saint.
She is great.
Hey, chat, give me the full context of this quote when he starts bringing it up because I won't be able to look it up. Trust me, I played this game over and over again with liberals, and they lose every time.
Oh man, I'm so worried. Here we go. If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. Ketanji Brown Jackson, by the way, the most qualified pick on the Supreme Court by far on paper.
Can we talk about Jackson? So when she gets reprimanded by the 8 other justices on there, she's the most brilliant person on the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. When the other 8 people who are universally most people consider pretty brilliant and judicial, and they're all saying that you're off your rocker.
No.
That's not racism. That's not any. It's just
that doesn't make her unqualified, does it?
Pointing out, going, and
does that make her unqualified?
No, I didn't say that. Didn't make her
okay,
unqualified.
But this is your justification for him saying that they're unqualified?
You're saying that she was so supremely qualified. According to what?
According to all of her experience. On paper, she's more qualified. She's had more years in courts than all of the people.
Her court rulings say otherwise. Her court rulings, her logic that she wrote them with, it all said otherwise.
All right,
I mean, you can have
she is qualified. She's absolutely qualified.
Are you magically a good manager?
I'm sorry?
If you have experience, are you magically a good manager? If
Not
I have 10
magically.
years experience and I'm going against somebody with 2 years experience as a manager, am I magically better than them?
No, that's not the only qualifier.
I know it's not the only qualifier, but when you have
when she's been voted in all the positions that she has been, I think that's good. I think when she's also graduated from, I think it was Harvard. She was a Harvard graduate, and she had far more judicial reviews and far more cases than any of these other people. And Brett Kavanaugh was a joke. He was a joke. He was a beer connoisseur.
Joke, yeah. He's only been on this. I mean, yeah, he's a joke. Total joke.
Yeah. So are you still going to say, what do these people have in common? Michelle Obama, who also is a Harvard graduate, Sheila Jackson Lee. What's so bad about these people? What shows that they don't have brain processing power?
What shows they don't have brain processing power? Have you listened to their statements?
Yes.
Okay. So if you listen to their statements and you point out that these people are not saying the most competent things, does that make you a racist all of a sudden?
Yes. When he talks about them taking a white person's job, yes. Have you heard Trump talk? It can only good, not bad. It can only be good, not bad. Like, really? The guy who brought us sharks and batteries, the guy who brought us the wettest hurricane from the standpoint of water, or that magnets go poof underwater, or that we should nuke hurricanes, or acetaminophen. Yes. He took a black woman's job who was far more articulate. Are you there? Oh yeah, someone paid to kick you. Kristen, thank you so much. Kristen, thank you. Kick this angry toad. Much love. Thank you so much, Kristen. Kaylee, thank you for the $10 for coffee. Much love, y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next guest. Yellow?
I'm trying to talk about abortion, bro. You trying to talk about abortion?
Are you over 18?
I'm 24, man.
Sure, we can talk about abortion.
All right.
What do you're pro-life, pro-forced birther?
So, like, yes, I'm pro-life. I think we should try to have the life every time. But in a way, I'm pro-choice because I let the woman choose to get in the bedroom and have intercourse. And once she does that, that's her choice to take the risk. So, like, yeah, I'm pro-choice. I think a woman should have the choice to get in the bedroom with someone.
We've seen what the outcome of this is, right? This close your legs talk has made the birth rate decline to the lowest point in U.S. history. So good job.
I don't think pro-life talk is what's making the birth rates decline.
I think it is. It's making abortion go up. Abortion rates go up when you guys do pro-life law.
There's no like backing of that claim. You're just kind of
We actually
saying like,
can we actually can look at it. So statistically speaking, we know that infant mortality rate has increased since Roe v. Wade was overturned. We also know that in states where abortion is outlawed, that we are seeing that there is more grapes. We've actually seen, like in Texas, there's 27,000 that were documented, which has increased since the previous year. We also see that that more abortions have occurred in states surrounding states that are have total abortion bans because out of fear that they won't be able to receive care if they need emergency care if the pregnancy goes wrong.
And we've seen low participation rates in the workforce in all the states that you guys do this in too. And the economy is also getting fucked up. And there are also huge healthcare deserts and OBGYNs leaving these states to the tune of like 20% because they just don't want to fuck with y'all's weird laws around people receiving healthcare.
well, I mean, that's what the laws are there for, to like prosecute OBGYNs and people committing abortions. So like like that's the whole point, is to like stop making abortion birth control. And I think it is only like the first 2 years or whatever. Like it's still early, so we're gonna see like some side effects, some outcomes that take some adjusting. You know, to say there's more grapes in Texas the following year due to pro-life policy is just fucking absurd. That makes
I didn't say
absolutely
the
no
following
sense.
year. That's not what I said.
Now, there was like 20,000 grape-related pregnancies the following year,
Yes.
60,000 nationwide. And if you're in Texas and you try to get an abortion in your grapes, you have a $10,000 bounty on your head. So,
I have an essay exception, to be honest.
yeah, how do you prove your essay, bro?
Exactly, bro. That's a fucking tough question. That's what I can't get past, dude.
Okay.
Like, genuinely.
So you
That's a
guys are
tough
just
question.
around here virtue signaling, fucking up people's lives and the economy because you think that pieces of goo are real people?
Well, I don't think that because it's a tough question to answer, that means we should just allow abortions up to 9 months, right?
Do you understand what that means when people talk about abortion at 9 months?
I know exactly what that means. It means you're killing a baby.
No, it doesn't. So what are the abortive procedures? Can you list them for me?
Here's my definition of abortion:
That's
terminating
not what I
life.
asked.
Well, I'm just clarifying, so we don't have to go through this.
Well, you're
long ass-
arguing a different argument than us because abortion means
Yeah.
terminating a pregnancy in the real world. That's what an abortion is.
That would be a C-section, no?
No.
A C-section.
I mean,
can
it is an
qualify.
abortion, but
So when I talk about abortion, I mean the termination of the baby's life.
okay. Well, then you are not having a good conversation. We need to come up with a term for when we talk about abortion that means just the termination of a pregnancy because. When we have an abortion this late in the pregnancy, you don't just go and just murder a baby. That's infanticide, right? If the baby's viable and you have an abortion, the baby just lives. And this is the boogeyman that all of the Republicans put in front of y'all. Y'all just don't know how these things work, and they just pray y'all don't. And they hope that you guys never learn this in elementary school. That's why they want to catch you young. They want to fetishize sex education so that you don't know shit about it, and then make you think that pieces of goo are magically people and have souls.
I have little siblings who are part of a C-section, so like I know what a C-section is, but an abortion is quite literally the termination of the baby in the womb.
Can
No,
you
it's
tell me
not.
how that's done? This is what bothers me. Can you tell me how that's done?
How an abortion is done, where they terminate the life in specific?
Yes.
I would assume there's like a few different options, but one of the ones I know is they just basically inject it with chemicals and then it dies, and then they just like take it out piece by piece.
So no, we don't actually do that anymore. You're talking about a procedure from the 1970s.
Okay, so what does that have to do with
So,
anything? Go ahead and explain, I guess, how we do abortions nowadays, since you want to graphically
because you
describe
don't know
that.
what you're talking about. And this
Since
is
it
why
gives
when
you
we talk about
pleasure.
abortion,
Your version is a good plea to emotion. That's why it's not a good version.
Yeah,
Okay,
so,
so
what
yeah,
I'm trying
please
to talk about
please
is that
graphically
DNC
describe
and
on
a D&E.
TikTok Live
I don't
how
know
we
why
murder
you're
babies.
talking over me. I'm trying to explain to
This
you
is
medical
just a weird
procedures.
fetish. This is a
So
weird fetish you
abortive
have.
procedures is what we're looking at in the third trimester, which are medically necessary only. This is going to be a DNE, a dilation evacuation, or a DNC. And what we see here is that this means that the mother's life is in danger, or the fetus is non-viable and it will not sustain life. So what we do is that they do inject in order to allow the fetus to pass, and then they induce and labor takes place.
So-
It doesn't make sense to pull the baby out piece by piece.
But let me try to clarify, I guess, what I'm trying to discuss. I'm trying to discuss the termination of the life of the baby in the womb and nothing else. I think if the mother's life is at risk, obviously, I think we should do whatever it takes to preserve the mother's life. If we can keep the baby alive, that's obviously option one. If not, then let's keep the mother alive and terminate the baby. If a woman is 8.5 months pregnant and we can have a C-section and keep the baby alive, and then she doesn't want any responsibility of the kids, obviously let's have the C-section and remove the baby alive. But I'm talking about strictly terminating the life of a baby. Are you capable of having that conversation?
Yes, and what you're saying is this is the thing. This is the way it happens. It's the only thing that happens when we look at abortion numbers. This is what it includes too. It also includes miscarriages. So if we want to have this argument, you do have to start citing numbers that only talk about what you're talking about. That's going to be impossible.
Okay, so I kind of see where you're going. So are you saying the states banned? Are you saying the states banned abortion, and abortion in that sense being the removal of a baby to keep it alive? You're saying they don't even allow a C-section in my definition anymore?
They do. It's called an abortion too.
Oh, I don't think it is.
But the issue is that they don't allow DNC or DNE when it is necessary because these are abortive procedures. This is why I would love to have the philosophical discussion with you. But unfortunately, the United States government has dumbed it down to the aspect of we can't administer care if a heartbeat is still taking place, even though a heartbeat does not designate life in the state of Texas. There's a reason that maternal mortality rate has increased in Texas. It is because doctors don't know when they can administer care.
So I'm all for the philosophical conversation. That's kind of what I'm, I guess, leaning towards. But Pickles, you said they do call it an abortion when they remove a baby in terms of a C-section where they keep it alive. You say they do call that an abortion. So that means they did not ban abortion because you also said they didn't ban that. So can you explain, did they ban abortion according to your definition or not?
They have to prove that it's life-saving procedure. And for a lot of people, they're people will die, and it's making very hard, it's putting doctors, like you just said, in a very hard position. So yes, justifying a C-section, you are facing a panel of people sometimes that aren't even doctors, they're just politicians, and they're going to decide whether you did malpractice or if you did infanticide, and that's what I'm talking about. Nobody wants to be part of that, and people are just fleeing the states because of radical, weird people thinking that pieces of goo are babies.
Well, I would say our courts decide just about everything. So this isn't some crazy, shocking thing and just disgusting thing of where, the court decides what an abortion is. If something is illegal, a court decides if it's illegal or not. So I don't know why.
Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to have a court hearing every time they save somebody's life, facing a huge insurance claim for malpractice.
Well, obviously, if we could all morally agree on this topic and these laws, then we wouldn't need a court.
We can't.
But we don't morally agree. Just
that's why we should not legislate people's crazy religious beliefs into laws. And just, if you don't want to have an abortion, don't have one.
Yeah, but if we don't want other people having abortions, we should stand up and fight for that.
I think it's weird that you're making people do free labor for you. You're like, you had sex, therefore you owe me free labor. You owe this thing inside of you free resources for 9 months. And so pushing an 8-pound bowling ball out of.
I asked you at the start of the conversation, if you have intercourse, there is a possibility and a risk that you get pregnant. And you guys said yes. So the fact that common sense understands this, to me, that supersedes the responsibility to take care of that child, and the risk you took supersedes the the laziness you have to carry out this child and give it up for adoption.
Okay, that is you just kind of painting this in a way that demonizes women. I think that you should be able to consent every moment of your pregnancy. So even after having sex, which most people don't have sex to have children, right? Have you had sex before?
No, never, dude. I'm waiting for the day.
All right. Well, I've had sex at least 6 times, and it's never to try to have a child. It's never been to try to have a child. Okay?
I actually have a child, deadass. So it's not with it's not with a wife I have. It's with a former girlfriend, but I do have a kid.
Okay. When you were having sex with her, were you trying to have a kid?
In case he's listening to this conversation, yes.
All right. That's what I thought, dude. Most people don't try to I do not ever want to have kids, and I have sex all the time.
Oh, big pimpin', dog.
Are you good?
Wait, let's bring this back to the philosophical conversation.
I don't even know if you can have
this
that.
is the philosophical conversation.
Like you said, though, it's very hard to draw. I think we can both agree. It's tough because the right and the left can't agree because I'm coming to you as a Trump voter and I'm saying, listen, I do give an exception for SA, and I think everybody in America, 90% of Americans do give an exception. I'm pro-life, where I would rather see that baby come to birth, even if they were part of an assault. I would still rather see them overcome that and
I know that's nice and sweet of you, but that entails a woman giving you free reign over her body so that she has to go through 9 months of pregnancy for you.
It doesn't. It entails the proper support for this woman who is clearly a victim, and we give her emotional support, and we give her financial support, and we give her love and care, and we say, hey, 2 negatives don't make a positive. Like, if a woman can carry out this birth and completely forget about her assaulter and realize this is its own life,
That's
to
disgusting.
Me,
Absolutely
to
the fuck not.
Bro,
No,
that's
absolutely
gross.
fuck
You're
not. That is
adding
not how this
trauma.
happens.
That's
so
insane,
are you saying women who do this are disgusting? Are you saying
No,
women
I'm
who
saying
carry out the life are
no.
disgusting?
You said that they will forget about their assault. No one forgets about being assaulted.
But I'm saying if they can look at the kid without seeing the assaulter, that is more
It should
powerful.
be their choice. It should be their
Yeah, it should be their
choice.
choice.
Imagine not wanting to look at your kid because it's your assaulter. Imagine that, and that does happen.
Again, I said I agree. I think there should be an exception for SA, but I think the better solution, and the solution I will advocate for every time, is the life being born. But that doesn't mean
That is wild.
I'm not going to give the woman the choice.
That is
I
wild.
think we should.
What
why
about,
is that wild?
Why do you care whether or not something at 6 weeks is aborted?
Like I said, you took the risk when you had intercourse.
That's not what I asked you. You're just shaming women for having sex, which I don't think you're a very good opinion. I don't think you're not a very good authority. Oh, well, you have a kid. Never mind. You're just shaming women for having sex. This is a natural thing throughout society, or throughout all species. People just like to have sex, bro.
No, so this is where the pro-life argument, and they say, well, how are you pro-life but you support the death?
All right. Somebody paid to kick. Amanda.
Okay.
Amanda
You're
W.
good.
Amanda's in the
Amanda.
CAC, please. Sorry, guys, my fucking in the CAC.
W Amanda, yeah, can we get some W's in the cat, please? In the comments. W's in the cat. Yeah, that man didn't even have a pro-life position. That was interesting. Thank you for bringing me up. I'm gonna hop back down. If y'all aren't double tapping this screen, then you're not participating in this amazing live, by the way. And 63 shares, I'm very disappointed. I want to see those shares go up. So let's get to 150,000 likes. Let's get those shares up to over 100, and send in your heart me's, please. All right, love you, pickles, smooches.
Thank you. Love you. Friendlies, get out of the box. Make sure you're not accidentally in my box, because I will paint your back porch red. I will paint your back porch red. Chat. Hello? Wayne?
I didn't actually think I would be on here.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I've supported Trump, but to say I'm full support Trump, I'm more center with conservative leaning.
So you're just by proxy a Trump voter because you're conservative?
No, I just have some conservative ideology. Like, I'm more libertarian. I believe you give me what the Constitution affords me and leave me alone. But it seems like if I say that, I'm still a bad person for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's real short-sighted, and I think that Trump has obviously stomped on the Constitution, so I feel like this is also weird too.
Well, what do you believe that was stomped on?
Do you think that Trump is infringing on people's free speech when, I don't know, he sues news stations, threatens them with the FCC, harasses
do you believe
them?
in defamation?
Yeah.
So you don't believe they had any defamatory anything?
I think that they were at the mercy of Trump, and if they didn't just bend a knee, that they would have had their media license probably just revoked. They were also in the middle of a merger, and Trump was overseeing whether or not they could have that. So
What about
yeah, I don't think it really says much.
2020 to 24, because they still did the same thing, and that wouldn't have affected them at all.
Yeah, you're allowed to say things and criticize Trump. That's not illegal. That's free speech.
I literally agree. But the defamatory part,
We would
I
have
mean, they
to. You would.
literally settled
Defamation
out of
is
court.
knowingly saying false things about somebody. Is there a thing they knowingly said that was bad?
Charlottesville. They literally said he was claiming that there were good people on both sides.
I know. And then
With
the
the
sentence
whole-
afterwards, he said, "But blah 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 blah." I get that. If that's the big bad wolf of the media, then I want to introduce you to Trump's insane lies about how Kamala is not black, or how they're eating the cats and dogs, or that foreign countries pay tariffs, or that Obama's Kenyan and the leader of ISIS, or that Ted Cruz's father assassinated JFK.
So we don't do our own research and just blindly follow people.
What? No, I'm saying if there's something that a news station is caught saying, yes, you can sue them. That's within the law. But we shouldn't use the presidency to throw your weight around and kick people out of the Oval
Twitter,
Office.
Facebook, and YouTube.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to do that. Did you know that conservatives have like 3 times larger presence on all of those platforms? In fact, they're all almost owned by conservatives now. Mark Zuckerberg, conservative now. Twitter, owned by fucking the richest man on earth, who is probably a groiper.
If you ask Mark Zuckerberg his beliefs, you go back 15 years ago, he would not be considered a conservative. Have you ever thought that maybe the purity test that the left keeps pushing, which, I mean, I believe, like, here, for what you just had a minute ago, the abortion thing, I could give 2 shits. Honestly. I believe, for me, the 1% is the only reason I'm for it. Other than that, I mean, you don't mix up batter, water, flour, eggs, put it in the oven, and not know you're making a cake, right?
What? No, if putting your dick in an oven felt good, we would have a lot of people going to the ER.
But the cake tastes great when you're done, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You can make the comparison.
No, I know. You people enjoy having sex, and
Don't disagree.
60% of abortions are a result of failed contraception. So you can't just keep shaming women, say they owe you 9 months of their body.
Men are just a part of it.
Yeah, I know, but women are the ones held with the responsibility of shitting out an 8-pound bowling ball 9 months later.
No, that's fine. I agree. I do get it. Like, do what you want. Just quit saying, kill the baby. I don't care. But what I do think is, at the same time, if you have the right to kill it, I have the right to not be a part of it.
Sure, do whatever you got to do to feel justified.
No,
I don't care if it's a
not
fiscal
justified.
thing.
I'm
Then
just
that's
saying that
that's
you can
you
take a
telling
life.
on yourself. If it's a fiscal thing,
No.
sure.
No, I'm just saying, if what's good for the goose is good for the gander, think about it. Like, if someone can take the life, why do states force men get DNA tests and then have to pay for half of it for the rest of its life? Or 18 to 26 due to college. But yet in those same states, women can go and get rid of it.
Okay, and what about the states where they can't?
Okay. No, I don't disagree.
There are states where they
let 'em
entrap
do it.
women to grow babies inside of them and go through the most dangerous part of their life just because they like having sex.
No, I don't, like I said, personally, I could care less. Do whatever you want to do. I believe abortion is good for 2 things. I have little girls. I would hate for them to have a baby at 12. I wouldn't make them make that choice. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that, but I'll bear that burden. Whatever you want to say.
All right, what else do you like about Trump?
What else do I like about Trump? His gorgeous hair and his great tan and how he says the wall.
Yeah, he is the king of bumper sticker politics.
No, that's fair. That is fair. But I feel like the last 4 guys I've listened to, I don't know. You keep steel manning or straw manning, and then when they bring up a good point, you immediately revert or try to do like you just did now with the cake thing. If it's a debate, or is anyone going to change your mind?
I am up here openly debating people, and giving more of a shot than any other debater, I think, on this platform at
I
letting
agree.
people explain themselves and their position.
But you don't feel like at certain point. I mean, how many people? This is my first time seeing you. How many times do you debate a week?
6-7 days a week.
Go you. Do you not feel that you've gotten a little callous lately?
I don't know. Sure.
I'm just saying, as a person, and I'm not going to take up much more time. As a person who just seen it, yeah, and I know that you've just heard the same talking points over and over and over and over and over, and it gets exhausting repeating yourself. But sometimes, man, it's the when people come in, and I know people come in hot and people come in cold, whatever. But the faces, the like, oh, this idiot. You just be a little more good faith in it when, even if it's stupidity. You know, try, like, some people are dumb and some people aren't.
Come on,
But
bro.
I'll let you
Storm Crow
Dude,
super
as
chatted
for somebody who voted for
$5.
Trump,
Can we talk about the permanent effects / changes the female body, chances of death? Why can't men's body be policed like women? Trump, not for women.
thank you. Chat, if you're trying to do that and do text to speech, you have to super chat on YouTube. It's $5 or more.
But no, I don't.
If you
know
don't
how to
like,
hang out,
if
and I
you
don't
if you
take
like,
up
if you
more
think
time.
that I should cool my rhetoric, if you think I should
No,
tone it down,
not rhetoric, not rhetoric. Not
okay,
rhetoric.
my tone. If you're tone policing
just-
here, you should see what the president of the United States champions, the way he talks to his opponents, the way he is open-minded. He does not champion any of those things that you're trying
I'm
to
not
sit here and tell me to
championing
do.
I'm
He
not
does.
championing him. But I'm not championing him. I'm championing me and you right now. We're supposed to be Americans first, right?
Well, sure. I don't know what that means anymore, but yeah.
What do you mean? We live in the greatest country in the world.
By
If we
what
didn't,
metric?
people wouldn't come here. Well, then, I mean, what do you mean by what metric?
Yeah, what metric were you greatest besides GDP?
Is money everything?
No, that's why I said besides GDP.
So you don't think we're the greatest?
I mean, I'm still waiting for a metric. We're not
No,
greatest in
I'm
education. We're not greatest in wealth per capita. We're not greatest in equality. We don't have any social mobility. We have no economic mobility. We don't have universal health care. We're not free. We're not the freest country. We have more than 25% of the world's population prisoned. I don't know what is so great about America, man. Where are we the greatest at?
I just don't. I don't wake up to oppression every day. You don't probably either. Most of the people.
My political stance is literally considered terrorist right now by the government of the United States. Being Antifa, I am a terrorist.
So you're not going to say there was a group of people who claimed to be Antifa by name only, that burned down cities. So those people who did that,
What
because
cities
they
were burned down, bro?
So George Floyd, the Summer of Love didn't happen.
What city burned down?
Where was George Floyd killed? Was it Minnesota or Michigan or which
Okay,
one?
the burning that happened there in Minnesota was Boogaloo Boys. You can look at the police
Alana.
records.
Super chatted $9.99. I'm in love with you. Don't tell anyone. Heart hands emoji.
I'm assuming that was for you.
Thank you, Alana. I forgot what I was saying.
Cities burning.
Yeah, Boogaloo Boys were the people arrested for doing that. Like, there were, I think it was like 15,000 people arrested. Like, we didn't go and pardon all of those people. Trump went and pardoned the people that did January 6th, the people who tried to overthrow the fucking government. He pardoned all of them.
What about the bad actors in the FBI? They're reporting that at least 70, but they won't come out and, like, you can't overlook that because the FBI all the time literally entraps people.
Okay,
No, they
so
just did it to a kid who was literally borderline on the spectrum.
there's no entrapment when Trump holds a rally called Stop the Steal 2 miles away from the Capitol and then sits in a chair drinking Diet Coke and watches it happen for 90 minutes. That's not entrapment, dude. Fucking spare me.
So you don't believe planting FBI people in there and saying, "Hey, come on, come in."
Who is the FBI director?
I don't know.
His name's Chris Wray. Who hired Chris Wray? Trump.
So
who was
FBI people-
president at the time of January 6th? Trump.
But dude,
He's so fucking full of it, dude.
No. Time out. If you go with that, then we'll go to the CIA when Richard Nixon was in office. Watergate. They literally framed him.
They framed him for Watergate.
They told him about it, and then they put it all out. You can go read about it. You can literally read these things.
Okay, what do you think's worse, Watergate or Signalgate?
I don't know about Signalgate. Go for it.
Signalgate, where Matt Gaetz was found to be using Signal chat to spread classified information of ongoing war tactics.
Treason.
Okay,
I'll hang my own.
Okay, Trump doesn't, and that's a bad leader. Trump does not. He's allowing this to happen, and our adversaries are seeing that play out, and no accountability happen, and they are jumping for joy. They're like, look how fucking incompetent the DoD is, using Signal chat. And they accidentally involved a reporter from The Atlantic in the fucking group text messages, and they were saying live war plans.
No, that's wrong. Treason. I mean, I'm not, but I'm fair with it. Anybody who tries
Doesn't that show corruption that Trump didn't do anything? He's like, what? This is the first I've heard of it. When he was asked about it, never heard about it again.
I'm not saying just like any of them. He is probably privy to more details of it than we are. Correct?
Not at this point.
Well, yeah,
the journalist from The Atlantic got a lot of good intel, man.
No, good. Yeah, you're right. No, I agree. But I mean, so you were fine with the last 4 years?
I think they did fantastic. We were recovering from a pandemic. The whole world was experiencing. We recovered the best.
$7 eggs.
Yeah, that's because we had to cull chickens. They had the avian flu, bro. It's nobody's fault.
Okay.
We had to cull 150 million chickens.
Well, brother, I'm going to tell you, we'll just disagree on some things, agree on others, and I don't want, if someone else that wants to be in here, they can. I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you being chill too. I do have a full box. If there's one more thing you want to say before I just move on, that'd be cool.
No, I mean, just everybody do your due diligence and really try to hear each other out. That's all. Like, I've got more diverse group of friends than I've ever had, and I was raised in a small town, USA, literally 400 people, church every Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I'll tell you what, you probably wouldn't believe it if you met me. Just break the mold, people.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
Have a wonderful night.
You too. Yep. Hello.
Hi, how's it going? How's it not going?
It's going good. It's going good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
So I'll be completely honest. I will say, we should have had better candidates. There are things that I don't like that Trump has done. I will agree the ICE thing is very over excessive, and he's done some over excessive things so far. But one thing I do know that's actually very beneficial is the tax deduction on for overtime pay for workers.
Okay, and I don't know. Does that apply to you?
Yes, it does. I'm actually a blue collar welder. Especially when it comes for overtime pay. It takes a lot out of my pay. So knowing that Trump signed something for no taxes deducted on my overtime it actually helps out a lot.
I think that's a pretty cool thing. I think it's fine. I wish it were longer. It's only like 3 years. And I think the cap is like 12,500 or something. Guests are under 24,000 a year because that's the limit for the deduction.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it right now on the IRS right now. It's minimal annual deduction is $12,500, and it's like, what the fuck? All right. Hey, but that's one thing, and also I was not a huge fan of Biden nor Kamala. I felt like that there are Dumb and Dumber, and I just chose Dumb over Dumber, if I'm being completely honest.
I think that's why. I think that it takes being on like the right side of TikTok to think that Kamala or Biden was Dumb and Dumber. Like I can go through by clip with Trump saying the craziest shit. Like, and I mean crazy.
On the crazy shit that man has said, and he's that both sides say crazy things. Like,
No, it's not both sides anymore. Like you were saying, Kamala did it. Kamala's like a 3. Trump is like a 12. Man, he is crazy. Do magnets go poof underwater?
Wait, I'm sorry, what now?
Do magnets go poof underwater?
No.
Trump thinks magnets don't work underwater. He explained how he thinks magnets don't. And he explained how we should nuke a hurricane, and that there's a hurricane, the wettest hurricane from the standpoint of water. And like he's constantly babbling about shit that just makes no sense. He'll talk about lumberjacks at one point.
I will agree. There was one thing that caught my eye where I saw that Trump tried making it a law where you're not allowed to burn an American flag, which I agree is nonsense. But also at the same time, there was a point of time where it was either Biden or Kamala. It was one of those two. They were trying to like get it to where we have no rights to our guns. So that's another thing too. So I noticed that both of them try shifting our constitution.
They're both gun owners, right? We've had an assault rifle ban before in the 90s, from like 95 to 2000 something, and it worked. It saved lives, and that's all they wanted to reinstate. That wasn't too crazy. Trump is literally just gives no shit about the 14th Amendment or the 5th Amendment or the First Amendment. He's literally written executive orders that go directly against birthright citizenship.
Yeah, no, I saw that there's like a whole thing where he's trying to deport citizens as well, which I thought was madness unless they're like have a really bad criminal record. Other than that, it's just like, why? As much as it sounds like I'm like both back and forth, I'm actually back and forth because it's like I went by Trump because I saw some things from Biden. Obviously, I just thought I saw that he's too old and he seemed like he was getting really bad dementia. So I was like, I don't think he should be back in there. And then I saw they swapped him out with Kamala, but Kamala was saying like one thing when in reality another thing was happening. Like she said that there's no troops shipped out one time, and then in reality there's troops shipped out.
Oh my God, dude, that was your deal breaker? Trump said they were eating the cats and the dogs. It was factual that we were not in any active war at that point in time, right? We had no troops deployed.
That like people were eating cats and dogs, but in reality, like
no, there was one incident where a U.S. citizen, by the way, was on some sort of hard narcotics, and they may have done something of that nature, but there was a U.S. citizen. He said something that got 30 bomb threats called in on Springfield, Ohio.
Oh, jeez. I don't really have much to say about that. I kind of knew I was going to get eaten alive in this debate if I'm being honest.
You're good. I just think Trump said far more bombastic things, and that got more news coverage than the boring, like realistic policies that Kamala had. Like, we're going to build 3 million new homes, and we're going to give the middle class a tax break. Trump's like, they're out here, they're fucking raping and killing everybody. They're aborting babies after 2 weeks. They're like, he made the craziest claims. So any sort of like claims that Kamala was saying things that were untrue is wild to me, because Trump was like the king of that.
I can see where you're going with that as well, because especially with the lawsuits on what he did with, I don't know, it was a prostitute or something. I don't remember what it was exactly. Before everything was going on, but what was another thing that I was going to point out? Oh yeah, no. Another thing that I didn't like about Biden specifically when he was in, I think this happened last year, 2 years ago. When he was like, what was it? It was like he was like doing some sort of thing where he was trying to like threaten people, saying, "Hey, I have this power," blah blah blah. But it looked like he tried making it like all like dark and shit. I didn't like it. I don't know.
About how
I have to
Kamala said she has the power to do XYZ. I remember that. Sure, Trump is the one actually doing these scary, terrifying things. Like if the CEO of Mattel said something nasty to him, and he remarks back, "I'm going to use the power of the presidency to put 100% tariff on your country," or he did say country, company. Like that is literally attacking free speech, using the executive orders to target law firms, using executive orders to target Harvard and Columbia University for their political stances. Like he's invading cities with the military in only blue states. He's just, oh my gosh. He's doing so many things worse than saying, "Hey, look at power I have." He's doing so much worse. He is firing people during the government shutdown, throwing a fit.
I need to think about that. I remember seeing him do it, but I don't remember what he said exactly. Fuck. God damn it! I should have done my homework before this. Shit. But fuck. Okay. Shit. Yeah. No, I pretty much got Nina live on this. Fuck.
You're good, dude. I appreciate you being cool, and you're welcome back anytime. All right.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
All right. Have a good night, man.
I don't have homework.
All right. Take it easy.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You too. Follow the stream chats, and thank you guys for the 130K likes, guys. If you enjoy being awesome as fuck, follow the stream. Yellow.
What's up? Hey.
What up, dude? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, pretty much the only reason I voted for him was due to his gun ideology. I'm all for gun control, so I guess that is a leftist view. But the one thing I'm diehard against is an AR ban, and I feel like he's much less likely, very, very unlikely to do that versus a Kamala, for example, or Biden.
Why are you so in love with ARs?
Because they're the best gun for self-defense, they're the best gun for target shooting, they're the most accurate gun, so that improves self-defense, and just overall that's a gun that has many utilities to it. And I stand for many gun regulations, such as universal background checks, especially mental health. I believe in a extended magazine ban, waiting periods, and just there's a few more just random regulations I believe in, but that's the one thing I think truly infringes upon the Second Amendment, and all the things I propose reduce gun deaths. So like I feel like you're still saving lives while still protecting the Second Amendment.
I don't think any Republican could ever run on gun legislation ever. So I think that the gun culture has gotten so far out of hand on the right that the paranoia of us coming around and taking everyone's guns has gotten really to people's heads so far so that there will be no gun legislation. The only thing we did last time was Biden did like a group that went around state to state, and they taught people like gun safety, how to lock up your gun, how to hold it, whatever. And I think that's great. But I don't think people need ARs at home. Like you could really, really like them. But most gun deaths come from just self-harm, right? Like people end up just like unaliving themselves with them. And I think that any sort of legislation that takes the big and crazy ones away from people minimizes unnecessary deaths.
But with the stuff I propose, it still minimizes unnecessary deaths. And still with ARs, there's very few people who kill themselves with ARs. That's a very awkward gun to do that with. It's usually pistols or shotguns.
Yeah, I know, but an AR is really hard to go up against if you're a police force. And I don't know if you can remember Uvalde, where like 300 officers stood outside for something like 70 minutes and did nothing because one dude with an AR was in there. If they had a pistol, it would have been done. If he had a shotgun or if he had a long rifle, been done.
It usually is a pistol, and also if he has he could still have that either way. Like I don't agree with banning any guns because I feel like once you start banning guns, that's when truly criminals have the upper hand in your situation because they're going to be more likely to commit crime, and they're going to be because people are going to be more defenseless, especially when they have illegal guns. I stand for gun regulation. Like
I think it creates a barrier. I think what you just said is not exactly accurate. We can point to Australia and where they've just completely eradicated guns just about. And if you want a gun on the black market, it's like 30 grand. So that would be a barrier to entry for being a criminal and
I'm not
having
talking
a
about
pew
black
pew.
market.
It would have to be on the black market.
No, gun trafficking, like just where I've been in situations
That
where I
is
could
the
have bought
black
a legal.
market.
Well, yeah, that's a form of it, but like there's other forms of it as well. Like you can just buy it off the street. I know exactly where to get it right now. I mean,
That is
it's
the
not a
black.
good thing, but it's like $600.
That would be the black market when they
Well, I'm thinking of the
if they
web.
outlawed ARs and then grandfathered people in and gave voluntary buyback options, which I imagine was what they would do. You would
I
be able
agree
to
with
keep
that
your
too.
AR. You would be able to
I
keep it.
agree with
You would
I agree
never
with
sell it.
voluntary.
You would never just be like, you want an AR? And lose your. You would never do that, especially if that was against the law. You would not want a felony. You would not be like, I hope they don't go do some crazy crime, considering they're buying a gun right now and committing one right now. Like, you would never do that.
Well, I didn't know exactly what point you're trying to get across there, but I mean,
This is just how I think it would work, and you wouldn't lose your pew-pews. I think it is a totally fair point and a fair stance to have. I think that this would cause people, even without legislation, to lock up their pew-pews even further.
and I mean, I agree with voluntary buybacks. I think that's awesome because it gets less guns off the street and it's not
Mhm.
mandatory. I do not agree with mandatory, but voluntary buybacks.
That was her stance, was voluntary.
And that's good. I agree with that. But the one thing I'm worried about truly is ARs. I feel like they're you can utilize them in so many ways.
I've lived my whole life without an AR. I'm in Dallas, Texas.
I'm not saying you have to have. I didn't say that. I'm just saying for me personally, self-defense. That is the only gun I'm going to in a car, at home, anywhere. That is the only.
Why not
gun
a shotgun? Why would you want to pierce walls? Why would you want to shoot your neighbor's
Because I'd
children?
be accurate. I wouldn't. It's so
It would go through
accurate
them
that
too. It would go through people. 5.56
It
go
not-
right
I'm
through
not talking
somebody,
about-
dude.
It depends on what AR you're talking about. There's 22s as well.
You have an AR-22.
I have an AR-22 and a 15. Well, like a 22 bullet, but I have an AR-15 as well, and a few pistols.
I
And
just still think it's silly, dude. You don't need something that'll pierce 3 walls and kill your neighbor's children.
It depends on the bullet. You can possibly put regulations on the bullets, but I mean, I also know
Imagine
most
people
school
cheering for that.
shootings-
Nobody, absolutely.
But a lot of school shootings do happen because of assault rifles. I'll acknowledge that, but that's why I believe there should be more security at school. There should be gun regulations. It should be harder to get guns. I stand for all that.
Hey,
I
your
truly
side will
do.
never give us any of that. So welcome to the Democrat side. We're glad to have you.
But I don't want ARs banned. That's the only thing I will never get behind. Like,
All right, then voluntary buybacks. You vote for
Yeah,
the next
sure.
president that says we'll do voluntary buybacks, and then you'll be one of those people with the first edition holographic Charizard in your safe, and nobody else will.
Well,
that make you even safer, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm saying I can stand for voluntary buybacks, but that doesn't mean I stand for regulation on AR bans. Legislation, sorry.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you love to be like one of the last few people to have an AR, and then you're automatically even more head and shoulders above anybody else who wants to fuck with you?
I mean, yeah, that's cool and all, I guess, but I mean, it's just still for the fact I just, as a whole, it's not just about me. With everything, I truly care about other people. I just want everybody to have that right, and I feel like that should not be taken
Come on,
away.
bro. Well, I want people to have the right to live. I want people to not go to school and get shot and die. I want that.
Everything I propose saves lives. It
Yeah, I
reduces
know,
gun
but
violence.
you are still voting for the party will never do any of that. So, welcome to the Democrat Party.
Well, I mean, to be fair, dude, I just came up here to talk about gun control, debate gun control. I'm not a Trump supporter, man.
Get out of here, you son of a.
Have a good night, bro.
Get out of here. Shame, chat. Guys, I don't know. Give me words of affirmation. I'm not feeling it. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Gemini, for affirming me. Thank you. Thank y'all. YouTube, thank y'all for all the love tonight, too. I love y'all. We're going to keep going. Don't worry. Don't worry. I just got to add on my own stream. Bum. Taylor says you're a sweet angel, baby nerdy boy, and we love you so much. Thank you so much, Taylor. Guys, we are trying to get to the next guest. Give me just a second. Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you, Fee. Hello? Hello? Alloy?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Kinda. I don't support everything, but some things. I just mainly wanted to talk about what you were just talking about when you
Okay.
said you used a shotgun for home defense.
Sure.
Yeah, 20 gauge rounds will pierce walls too, like drywall, and so will 9mm.
Yeah, there's good rounds that are good for home defense though.
What type of rounds?
I wouldn't even know. I don't know. 12 gauge.
12 gauge will pierce walls.
Yeah, I know. It's bigger than 20, but that's what I have. I think a 12 gauge will do
Are
the
you in an
trick
apartment?
and stop. I'm in a basement, so I'm good.
Okay, well, if you shot that and there's no brick or concrete behind it, it would penetrate the wall.
Yeah, I'm in a basement full of concrete.
Okay, well then you're good. What about the people that aren't? Like people that live
Yeah,
in
I
apartment
still
buildings,
think
what
that
type of weapons should they
shotgun
have?
is more effective. You could do you can do whatever. Move close to
Yeah,
your
but they'll
mic. It's hard to
penetrate
hear.
walls. Like 20 gauge, 12 gauge rounds, 9mm rounds, 5.56.
Federal LE flight control buckshot. Winchester turkey shot. Best value buckshot. Charles, thank you for the 25. I simply don't know how you put up with the willful ignorance. You have the patience of a saint. Keep up the good fight. We're behind you. Thank you so much, Charles. W. Charles in the chat. Copper plated buck, most versatile. Yeah, I still say maybe you would penetrate one wall, not two. And a 5.56 would definitely penetrate more than one wall.
No, they'd all definitely penetrate.
More than one wall, though.
Sorry?
More than one wall. I don't think
Well, I don't
buckshot would do more than one wall.
5.56. I think shotguns have a higher chance of penetrating a wall, actually, depending if you're using birdshot or buckshot.
Yeah, but even if it penetrates a wall, it wouldn't even be lethal.
According to who, you?
Yeah, if you looked at a buckshot bead, yeah, it wouldn't be lethal if you caught like a shrapnel or a piece of buckshot
Well, it depends where you
through a
catch
wall.
It's the same as a 9mm
It's
or
less
5.56.
likely.
It depends where you catch the...
5.56 is definitely at the velocity that it comes out of an AR. It would definitely just fuck you up.
So the majority of, like, yeah, it would fuck you up, but, like, the majority of 5.56 rounds don't even fully penetrate a person. They enter and stop.
Yeah, so they mushroom out and cause more damage. I don't think buckshot does that.
No, buckshot actually has a higher chance of going through things.
Yeah, it doesn't mushroom. Going through is better.
But Pickles, wait, this is your argument then is kind of collapsing on itself, no?
No, because buckshot is less
'Cause you
lethal
don't
than
want-
5.56.
You don't want bullets to go through things. So it's not about how you kill them; it's how bad you kill them.
No, a 5.56 mushrooming up inside of somebody is much more lethal than a stray piece of buckshot, bro. It's less velocity. It's much less stopping power. If it makes it through drywall, it might even just bounce off of you, dude.
Yeah, but it's the same for all types of ammunition.
No, it's not.
Okay. I just think the shotgun argument is kind of insane.
No, it's not. It's just established. It's not as lethal if it breaks through drywall.
Still, it's still going to kill people.
Less likely. Less likely.
According to what's the statistic you're using for this? I'd love to see it.
I'm just using the logic. There are no good statistics on self-defense with any guns because the Republicans banned the CDC studies on these.
Okay. Well, I would disagree. I think that all bullets have. I wonder what the bullet velocity would be for a. What type of a shotgun do you have? You don't have to say exactly. 12 gauge, 20 gauge.
I have a 12.
Gauge shotgun bullet velocity. 1100 to 1800 feet per second.
Someone says it's about 1/3.
556. Bullet velocity. Yeah, about 1/3. It's just, but it does what I'm saying is the speed it's moving at. It's just not going to matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? That's why an AR is
because
so good.
It's already moving so fast.
Stop.
No, an AR is so much better than a shotgun because of its ability to be way more accurate.
You are not more accurate when somebody is in your home. Like the gap in a hallway is 3-4 feet, right? A shotgun covers every inch of that.
Yeah, but you're not guaranteed to kill them. Just like
You don't
said,
want
right?
to be. I don't want to be sure I kill anybody. They would definitely not be walking afterwards, though.
You don't know that. You just said it. Pickles, this was just your argument that if you got hit by one bead,
you wouldn't die.
Even hurt you
right? I'm not trying to kill everybody.
Okay, well then that's where you and I fundamentally disagree. Is that
you want to make sure someone's dead?
Yeah, if someone breaks into my house, yeah, I don't want them to.
All right. Well, and let me guess, you're also a pro-lifer?
No, I'm pro-choice.
All right.
For the most part.
Well, your party's not.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have to agree with everything.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot more people in the middle than
I think people would be just fine with shotguns as self-defense. They've done it for so long. They've done it all the way up until like the 2000s. We were just fine, and less regular people, less children died before we had ARs in public hands. There's no
AR,
we already sit behind a high velocity, high capacity, long rifle, semi-auto.
So like a Armalite rifle. Are you talking about like AR-15s, AR-10s?
I know what Armalite is. I know that you guys like to conflate how we don't know what rifles are and shit.
I'm just making sure you understand that we're not talking about assault rifles.
We are talking about, Armalite rifles. We're talking about any sort of high capacity, high velocity, high long distance, semi-automatic rifle with like 30 rounds. That is not okay. You don't need that.
Home defense.
Yeah, you don't need 30. Who are you defending yourself against?
Well, I mean, you know why it's there. We don't have to go into the Second Amendment argument, do we?
Yeah, again, it's overkill. Why can't we have nukes? Why can't we have all of those things?
It's not a ridiculous argument.
It is. I'm steel manning it here. Why can't we have nukes?
Because that's mass casualty. That's like world
ending. That's the same thing with AR. The AR dips into that.
Well,
for me.
How would you even use a nuke?
I don't know. I'm just illustrating the logic here. Is you don't think that the Second Amendment is absolute, just like I do. I don't think that everybody should have all types of arms.
Right, I would agree. Not everyone should have all types of arms. I think we disagree on what point we should stop.
Okay, right, and I can't see any civilian justifying the need for an assault rifle when the shotgun is just as effective for home defense.
What if you live in a neighborhood and a Waco breaks out?
What if you get National Guard?
The what ifs are pertaining to the Second Amendment. I don't want to go.
You get the National Guard. You're not a one man. You can self defend yourself.
How long would the
Waco didn't come and take over places, right? That was a cult.
I'm not using Waco as like an end all be all. What I'm saying is if people in your neighborhood decide they're going to become some sort of terror org or whatever, right?
I don't know. You definitely don't need an AR. You can use a shotgun.
Okay, yeah, right.
When has this ever
Slow
happened?
down,
What if
take it.
1,000 ninjas came to my door?
Well, it can't. It physically can't happen because every American is so armed.
Because
But
what
it does happen because every American is so armed.
is so what?
Armed, like they have weapons.
Yeah. Again, the threshold of between long rifles and AR is not going to stop that dynamic.
Well, I would disagree. I think that
The
revolutions
government
good or bad
has
happen all over
drones,
the world.
bro. The government has drones that you can't hit with
I'm not
an
even just
AR.
talking
I've
about
seen
the
people
government.
try. You can't hit drones with AR.
I'm not stuck on the tyrannical government part. I'm more so talking about defending yourself from your community or anything.
Cool.
You know why we don't have like revolutions here anymore? Is because
Again,
no one can
we're
take
at a
over
point where the
anyone else.
government's not the only one with drones.
Yeah. So you don't think you should be able to defend yourself from other people that have the same things you do, or could have the
No,
same things?
I just think that you're paranoid and that it gives civilians the chance to enact some of their wildest fantasies and enact yield very large numbers of fatalities, as opposed to somebody in another country who can't access these types of firearms,
But they
who
get them.
enact with. No, they don't. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No. No.
Okay.
Can you
What's
tell
that
me
country
about?
that just had a giant revolution? What was that?
Let's
Oh
look
my
at
God.
let's look at England. Does England have AR deaths? Do they have 40,000 gun deaths
They
a
have
year?
knife deaths.
They have 144 knife deaths last year. How many AR deaths
They
do we
get
have?
stabbed. I don't know.
144.
We can look up the statistics.
It's 144.
England. I'm not just saying you're wrong. I just wanted to confirm it.
We are 5-1. It's just come close.
262.
362.
Sorry, 262 in England. Knife crime statistics.
It was the year before that was 144. Then.
How do you defend yourself from someone with a knife?
With a bat.
Gun.
With a bat.
All right. Well, I do like you, Pickles. You playing the Arc Raiders playtest, big guy?
I'm playing Final Fantasy 14.
All right. Well, hope you enjoy it, man.
All right, man. You have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
All right. All right, y'all. All right, now. 22 gun deaths last year. Almost none. Hello?
Hello.
What's up, Mike? What do you like about Trump?
Everything.
You want to give me something to work with?
Well, he's ended two we know of, definitely, right?
He's trying to start a civil war.
Where?
Here.
With who?
Moida, what Moida?
With who?
He's literally sitting here. He's doing everything he can to demonize the left. Every time he can pick up a microphone, he's highlighting all of the leftist violence and none of the right-wing violence. He's not denouncing any right-wing violence. He's stoking the fires. He's sending military into cities. He's on Twitter all day telling how bad his opponents are. He hates his political opponents.
There's no left-wing violence?
No one said there's no left-wing violence. I'm saying
just
Trump is
said it's only
highlighting.
right-wing.
He is highlighting 70% of the domestic terrorism is right-wing.
You're out of your mind.
That's the statistics from the ADL, from the prosecution project, from everywhere.
Where are you getting your statistics
It was
from?
on the FBI website too before Trump took it down.
What? Whoa. Stop.
You want to see?
Stop being a weirdo.
What do you mean stop being a weirdo?
Why do you hate Trump so much?
Because he does things like takes down FBI statistics that point out how violent the right is.
No. Stop. You hate him for more than that. Tell us why.
Because he's trying to stoke political violence and start a civil war and put a regressive tax on the United States middle class.
Joe Biden didn't get in front of his country with a whole red highlight behind him.
I love this talking point. I love this one. So Fox News, what they did was they zoomed in on Joe Biden and the background was red, white, and blue, and the red was the foremost color. So they're like, look how doom and gloom Biden is.
Straight red.
It was red, white, and blue.
No, it was straight red. Stop.
Dog, it was red, white, and blue.
Why are you guys always like clowns? I don't understand it.
That's just an ad hom, bub.
Huh?
That's an ad hom. You see this? You see how it's just red? If you zoom out, it's red, white, and blue. Dude, you guys had at the fucking RNC convention a few years ago, you guys had "We Are Domestic Terrorists" at the top. Swear
Where?
me.
Show me that. Show me.
Oh, it was
domestic terrorists.
Is it APAC?
I want to see that.
We are domestic terrorists. We are all domestic terrorists. There it is. CPAC. That was y'all.
Let me see it. Hold on.
It's on the screen.
I gotta put my glasses on for this. What does it say? I don't.
It says we are all domestic terrorists. That was at CPAC. You know what CPAC is?
Yeah, I know it. I'm not a fucking idiot.
It's debatable, but thank you so much to Tammy for the $40 who says Mike is a racist POS. Love you, Tammy. Thank you so much. Gavin, thank you for the $1 that says you didn't say have a good night. Good night, Gavin. Thank you. Yellow?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
I would say I am. I'm not like, I know you started off with, what's the one thing that you like about Trump? I can't really, I'm not a huge proponent of his, like, I disagree with some things, but you can kind of steer it. Well, first of all, is this like a debate or is it?
It's a debate.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you guys
so
have rules?
you would just have to be for Trump, and you just got to tell me why you would be for Trump.
That's the only rule. Okay. I was originally sold on Trump mostly because of really how Kamala spoke to the nation in general. I'm not denouncing anything she said immediately, unless you bring something up and I can kind of tell you whether or not I agreed with it or not. But it's more so the way she presented herself and how she carried herself as far as when she was conversing, live interviews as well, stuff like that. The way she talks, I've talked to a lot of people every single day in a natural setting. And what I found was that the way she delivers her speeches or the way she responds to a conversation, it just seems like she's just kind of rambling, you know what I mean? And not.
This is so wild. Have you watched the Trump speech?
Listen, and I'll entertain any ideas that you got. I'm not like a huge.
Have you watched the Trump speech?
I saw him address the nation recently with Kash Patel and all that stuff. Let Kash Patel take the floor and go over all their success and all that shit. So I'm
pointing out that Trump, when asked questions, he is fucking incoherent. When you ask him, when in Pennsylvania, somebody asked him, hey, what are you going to do to save the car industry? And he goes, let me tell you what I'll do to save the car industry. I was voted man of the year once from Pennsylvania.
Before you continue, dude, your Trump thing is really good, by the way.
Thank you.
So I'll give you that prop. But listen, I'm not saying that he doesn't say some ridiculous shit. A lot of it, I'm going to be honest with you, maybe I'm a little harsh for saying it. I know some of it, in my opinion, and I'm not that terribly woke or anything like that, is a little insensitive. I agree. That being said, when he's saying shit and he's rambling stuff too and all that stuff, yes, he can get rambly and all that. Nowhere near as incoherent as Biden, though.
But Kamala, I literally will debate that too, though. I think Biden makes sense most of the time, and he sounds like an adult. He sounds like an intelligent person when he does talk. Maybe it's a little showing his age. Maybe it gets slow sometimes during his sentences, but it's nowhere near Trump saying how the late, great Hannibal Lecter likes him, or how
I don't think he was serious when he said something like that.
he said it multiple times.
I don't know that particular.
He tells
for
that
sure.
story all the time, and it's
I think
really
he could be
weird.
very unserious multiple times.
That's
And I
not
agree with
unserious.
you that
It's very
weird, for
weird.
sure.
It makes no sense.
It's like when you go to a family gathering and you hear a bunch of your older relatives say some shit that's just cringy. I agree with you 100%. Right? And so does Biden, and this is not an argument with Biden.
What's
and all
the
that stuff.
crazy?
Biden,
What's the craziest thing Biden said?
it's not crazy, weird, just fucking.
And what's the
weird.
weirdest
Like,
thing he
the whole
said?
thing with the pool with the kid that's in his, they're tickling his inner thigh hair or whatever the fuck you said.
Inner
I
thigh
don't
is a
think-
stretch, dude. He's talking about leg hair.
What did he say? Some crazy shit.
He's like,
That's
they're
how
rubbing
I
suntan oil
interpreted
lotion on my leg hairs and stuff. That is not as weird as Trump saying
What? Wait, what? What did he say?
rubbing
Please,
like
what you
lotion
just
or
said,
something on it, like
honestly,
rubbing his leg hairs. Listen, you could point out a weird sentence without
I'm not-
context and say how that's kind of weird. We have Trump talking about and sexualizing his daughter multiple times.
When did he do that? If you don't mind enlightening me here.
Okay,
And I'm not
I'll
arguing
give you a
with
few
really.
instances, and I will play you recordings too if you want them. But Trump
It
went
would be
on
wild. Yeah, go ahead.
Trump on the Howard Stern show. Howard Stern goes, "Man, your daughter's quite a hot piece of ass, isn't she?" And Trump's like, "Yeah." And then he's also said Trump when asked about what he has most in common with his daughter. This is on a talk show. It's him sitting next to his daughter with a female host. She goes,
how
"What
old
do you
was-
have?
when this
What do you have in
happened, how old was
common with your daughter?" And she
Just for
goes,
reference.
"When did this happen?"
No. How old was she?
How old was she?
Just
Full
to
grown
see
adult,
how-
like 30 maybe.
Okay.
Full grown
And
adult.
when
She goes,
when was it actually? Now that you.
I think it was like late 2000s, 2016.
Is he still in the air and shit? I can't believe Howard Stern has a.
This is 2016. This is not Howard Stern though. They asked,
Oh.
"What do you have in common with your daughter?" She goes, "Real estate and golf." And they go to Trump and they say, "What about you? What do you say?" And he goes, "Probably sex."
Yeah, no, that's weird. I agree, 100%.
It's weirder than the hair, than the leg hair thing, right?
For sure.
And what about him on Howard Stern bragging about
the
walking in
hair
on
thing-
women
sorry, there's a delay,
changing?
there's a delay.
It's
Hold on,
okay.
hold on.
He
on
was
the,
on
the leg hair thing. I don't know. You're talking about a kid doing it with the leg shit. I'm not trying to debate who's weirder. I think they're
Okay.
both weird.
What
I
about
agree.
Trump talking about walking in on teen pageants, Miss Teen USA 97, talking about he walks in on them changing because he owns the place and he can inspect it.
In what context did he say that?
This was on
Like,
Howard
what-
Stern, just bragging, just being a bragging weirdo.
I don't. I feel like this is like bro talk kind of shit. I don't brag about shit like that, but I feel like a lot of dudes in general.
If you
talk
were on
shit
one of
like
the biggest talk shows ever and you chose to
And-
say
and
this,
you're,
this is not just
I
like
think
locker room talk.
questionable his decision making when he was saying that for sure. I'm not, like I said, I'm not really getting into. I didn't mean to get into this. That being said,
We're just saying like things that people say that allude to like bad character and being a little bit deviant. Trump wins that all day.
I think I agree with you honestly. Like I don't think he's the what's it called, the poster child for American society, and everyone should strive to be like Trump. You know.
Well, that's what we're saying when we hire him to the highest office in the land, and that's what I think is concerning.
No, it's not what it's saying. You know, what it's saying is that the people that voted for him think that he is better than the other choice. You know?
Exactly.
That's
And
all
what
I'm
that
saying.
tells children is if I can be like Trump, I too can become president. Well, there was no problem with Joe Biden, children looking up to Joe Biden or Barack Obama or even Bush. I'll even give it to you that even looking up as a kid, he didn't show very concerning qualities of like character as a leader. But Trump, as a leader of this nation, he is a horrible like thing for children to look up to. We can even just see
Wait, hold on.
the exposed
Wait, say it
text
again. What is the
messages.
horrible- No, listen. If I'm gonna talk over you, it's because I'm just trying to hear you again. I'm sorry, but
You're
you
good.
said he's a horrible what for children, a role model, or
Yes.
okay. And in what ways, as far as what's so bad?
All
about
of the problematic things that I've said beforehand. Also, like when he was accused of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, he called her horseface and not his type, and didn't said that she wasn't the chosen one, man. Like, this is not like young children are out here defending Trump and are great apologists for Trump and are becoming very misogynist and very like toxic masculine. There's this huge like red pill movement going on with young kids, and also coincidentally a male loneliness epidemic on the right.
And you think that is a proponent? Well, I don't know if it's just the right. Is there a statistic that you're referring to as far as that goes?
That's what you just keep hearing about. Let me see if there is.
Yeah, I think that's a across the board thing, man. Honestly, I think that's. I'm not like a male sympathetic guy, but like, I don't think that it should be overlooked. That's it's kind of is sad, regardless of what it stems from. You know what I mean? I think that the guy before me or two guys before me, he was a proponent for like, just being able to disagree but not hating each other. And I'm not, you seem pretty chill with me, but like your chat and with I've never seen you before, saw you passing by on YouTube, and your chat seems to be, I've seen a lot of liberals doing what you're doing that are chill about it. Not to say you're not chill. I'm trying to walk here. I'm not trying to, trample you or anything like that. This is my point though. It sucks that I am like nervous going into this conversation because of your chat and what they're saying about just every single person. I think they're all got a little bit of density to them and all that
Dude,
stuff.
if you came from
Including
YouTube,
myself.
you can see what they're saying to me, man. It's on both sides. And if you read chat, it will give you cancer. People are politically charged on both sides, and that's why I have viewers, because Trump is very divisive and politics are very divided right now.
Absolutely. And you profit out of that too. I mean, that's cool, that's fine. But what sucks is that, like, dude, I'll tell you what, like, if you can get any one of your the people in your chat, the 90% of them, I would say, right, a option to just poof all Republicans out of existence and or not do that, they'll just 90% of them will just flip the switch.
I think you're telling on yourself, man. I think you're telling on yourself. Trump is espousing the ideas of
myself, right?
hold on.
That's more so like an analysis of your
I
chat.
get,
that's all it is. I'm not saying you guys are fucking terrible people. I'm saying
I get people coming up here all the time, and it's very weird to me. It's very like.
Say it again.
It's very. I get people come up here all the time, and they are just screaming about how the Democrat Party is dead, and how they would love to see us just completely erased, and that Trump hates us, and he's the one energizing you guys to think this way, to think that we're just useless or something. When it makes no sense. It's just the fact that he won the election doesn't mean that we are irrelevant.
I think that it is a observation that could be made based off of like mainstream media on both sides. I'm not saying like your side or my side. I think that you and I both can agree that we're fed a lot of lies from our news stations. You know what I mean? It's more.
That's not new.
Yeah, I agree. That is what usually that hatred for the other party. Like, I don't hate you. I don't hate the people in your chat.
This is what Trump has done. Trump is doing the same thing Hitler did. He's doing this thing called Luke and Press.
I disagree.
Trump is called the media bad. All media that says anything criticizing about him, liars. When you can't really even point to like a big lie any media station has said about him, can you?
What has he said that was a lie about him? Can you tell me one lie that
Trump says?
Said that? No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you can. What I'm saying is, what is one of the lies that your side called him out on, supposedly, that he denounced? And we'll just talk about that. I'm not trying to get you.
Okay. Trump says that tariffs are taxes paid for by foreign countries. And when CNN asked Carolyn Levitt if this is, why does he keep saying that? Carolyn Levitt doubled down and shamed that news station for being fake news, for asking that question. Why would you even question Trump's authority and his idea of how taxes are paid? He wants the idea that he's leveraging taxes on foreign countries.
Said, why would you not, why would you
Carolyn
question his
Levitt?
ideology and all that shit? What I'm saying is I doubt she said that verbatim. It's not like, oh, you should bow down to him. I doubt that that's essentially saying you should bow down to him and say everything that he says is
Essentially,
right,
this is what they're doing. They want to discredit the news at every chance that they get, and she definitely jabbed the news station. Any news station that asks hard questions.
Because you're saying who is she? Who does she work for? The news reporter that you're talking about.
I think it was a CNN or ABC or somebody.
So, sure, exactly.
Is this not a fair question?
I'm not saying it's not a fair question. I'm not. You're getting into like an argument where I'm not trying to get an argument. I'm just an observation here. Fox does the same shit too. 100%. ABC News and CNN does the same shit about Fox, right? And usually what I do is I don't even look at either one of those. It's because of shit like that.
You asked me specifically for an instance where a news station has called them out on lies, and then they rebuked and said, "No, we're not lying."
I'm getting off topic here. I'm not arguing.
That is what they did.
On the terrorists, for example, right? What do you think about, and this will revolve back to terrorists, I promise. What do you think about what happened with the peace agreement in the Middle East? Like, what do you think of that whole situation? What do you think Trump's ulterior, I'm sure you have a reason why Trump really did it and why he's like,
I don't know. I don't like Trump. I don't trust Trump on the world stage at all, honestly, because he's openly taking giant bribes.
Specifically about,
but for that, I can say that's a great thing. If it does end and result in peace, that's great. There's rumors where there's pockets of violence or people still being killed. We're not sure, but we'll see if it holds up. I don't think Netanyahu's a good person, and I think that this will fall apart, and he will continue to agitate the people of Gaza. And we don't know what the plans are for rebuilding Gaza, and that's the other part. I don't know what he's going to do. Trump seems to have, remember his AI video?
Just remember that point. We'll get to AI in a second, and Netanyahu and all that stuff. So you agree with how Trump went about it, and you can I am not saying you like Trump, but it sounds like you can appreciate what he did
while I can give Trump an applause for the good things, that doesn't make him a good leader. I can give him I can say when Trump does good things, still doesn't make him a good leader. Stoking a civil war at home is unexcusable. Like, he's causing peace around the world, yay! But I've had somebody come up here yesterday and talk about how joyous he was about a civil war.
Let's just both try to keep it on each one topic at a time. I'm not trying to control your shit, but like I want to have like a decent conversation here. I don't want to ramble myself. So, but on the Gaza thing here, let's stick to that. What do you think his intentions were with trying to strike that deal in the first place? You know what I mean? Like, do you think that it's true, from a point of goodness in his heart? Or do you think that there's an ulterior motive, or what?
I 100% guarantee there's an ulterior motive or something in it for him. But I'm not going to sit here and espouse that, and that's not my preaching point on my platform. I'm not going to sit here and do that.
Well, I'm not asking to espouse it as in you're not going to denounce it or dive deeper into it, or what do you mean by that?
I'm not going to sit here and use my platform to be like, this peace deal's bad and this is why it's bad. No, I am trying to give Trump a gold star for this.
Yeah, he did good. I think he did good.
Sure.
I don't think he did good when he was talking about, let me just be, I'll tell you, I agree with you with talking about his daughter right when she's next to him about how, I don't know, whatever the fuck, sexy she is or some shit, and that he got it from her or whatever the fuck, right? I agree with you. It's weird. That being said, I think if you put any 70 or 80-year-old guy, including Biden, right, he's going to say some weird shit because they don't know how to filter themselves.
No. Biden would never say that. Biden's older than that.
Biden would never. But I think that it is pretty on par what he said about the whole weird thing.
He has people that come that have come out.
With is honestly more weird.
No. But saying this is even close to the same is crazy. People have come out and said how fucking weird Trump is around his daughter. About his daughter. He's like constantly talking about how hot she is.
Yeah, it's weird. That's weird. I agree 100%. That being said, I don't think he's a terrible leader for the... Let's talk about terrorists. How about that? What do you think about terrorists, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so we are all fighting over tariffs for the last few months because Trump has single-handedly put them on the entire world. And now everybody in the world, every country that wants their economies to survive has to go kiss the ring and see what Trump wants from them in order to relieve them of their tariffs.
Do you not think that that's used for like strategic, what's the word for it, negotiation with? Because what you're doing with that, what I think he is doing in that, and that's his intention really, whether it's for one country a completely different reason than the other country to negotiate.
The reasons
whatever.
he's given us are not true. I know that much. So yes, we're going to fight over it. We're going to talk about it. I've had to talk about it for 9 months.
What do you say his reasons are for?
He talked about having a trade deficit with some people, and that's why we're doing it. He's talking about he's talked about how they are reciprocal tariffs. There's not a single country in which these are reciprocal in nature.
Okay, let's go back to the first one here. Do you disagree with the trade deficit statement?
The trade deficit is not inherently bad. So he basically tried to convince America that this is good because trade deficit bad.
One-sided towards other foreign countries. You're saying it's not as bad as he's selling it?
No, it's not inherently bad at all. No.
Okay, like with the contributions towards like NATO and or for example, you said it earlier. What's it called? Russia and Ukraine, like with that whole situation, or as far as who contributes what to Ukraine with other foreign.
Biden,
as far as
Biden got 50 countries to rally behind Ukraine, got people to do that. Trump ran on not doing that.
Okay, and do you think that Biden's way was in any way possible making the war better or worse, or the conflict in general?
I think that Trump had to espouse dangerous anti-Ukrainian rhetoric to get elected, and then changed and flip-flopped on it. And after he got played by Putin, started to fund Ukraine.
I think that he definitely bit off more than he can chew, and I don't think he lied intentionally when he was running for president about trying to. I think he absolutely had the belief that he could end that very quickly, and he bit off way too much.
Why the fuck would he? A game show host is going to end a war in one day?
No, I don't think that's
a man who can't even point to Ukraine on a map.
That's dumbing it down a lot. What I think Trump is, for better or worse, I'm not saying he's a saint here, obviously, right? What I'm saying is he's a business dude, right? He is capable of negotiating things better than the average Joe, in general, right?
I don't think so. Can you tell me what?
He's better than you negotiating
maybe
a car deal. If you put him in front of a customer that's trying to buy a car, for example, right? And then you put you in front of a customer that's trying to buy a car.
Yeah, I could probably outdo it.
You think you negotiate better than him?
Yeah.
I think that you are just like, what's it called? You're trolling me.
No, I'm not trolling you. I think that Trump is incredible. I think he's profoundly stupid. I think that his status, he leverages his status a lot, and he just makes it look like he's very.
Do you think, for example, if you want to compare him to Hitler all the time, right? Do you think that Hitler was profoundly stupid?
No.
Okay.
No,
Why do you say that?
I think Stephen Miller is the Hitler, not Trump. Chat, tap the screen while he takes his phone call or whatever.
Can you hear me?
You there?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, buddy. I didn't mean. I was going to go and look up Stephen Miller, literally.
His chief deputy of staff.
Okay, say it again. I couldn't hear you.
Chief deputy of staff.
Okay, what is he?
Deputy chief of staff.
Doing that you think he's a Nazi? I guess.
So first of all, Stephen Miller, if you look him up, he is a self-proclaimed white nationalist and Christian nationalist, and he actually met Trump by writing one of his speeches, I believe, and it was like one of the really inflammatory speeches. But Stephen Miller is absolutely like a little rat, like bald-headed version of
He looks
Hitler.
like one. I'm looking at him right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
So why do you think because he's a Christian nationalist?
Yeah, he is the one doing all of these things for deportation, all of these things with like birthright citizenship and all this stuff. He's the one who's giving Trump all of these ideas. It's not Trump. Trump has no idea what the fuck any of this is. He asked who was habeas corpus the other day. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
So okay, so with the deportation and all that stuff, what do you think is so bad about deporting illegal immigrants if they've been in the country for a while, or if they just got over here? Why is it bad to deport illegal immigrants? Period.
I think first of all, they have such a net positive presence in our country that just politicizing them and just calling them illegal immigrants is powerful enough in just itself, just the language used. But Stephen Miller has studied this his whole life.
I think it's over politicized. I agree.
And he has got the whole country so energized and blindly ready to do mass deportation without showing them any of the metrics of numbers, how they hurt or help us financially. They basically have just alluded to
financially.
Yes, they've also.
I disagree. I'll tell you why.
Okay. They've also like repeated like the Lake and Riley case in the media for like 2 years, and even made a bill passed a bill called the Lake and Riley Act. They have politicized the absolute fuck out of the smallest bits of violence that come out of this community, and Trump has called them vermin. He has called them. He said that they are poisoning the blood of this country. He says that they have bad genetics. All of these things have probably speeches written by Stephen Miller.
I doubt that any one of those things, and if I dive into it, because you have definitely got like.
Listen to this. This is Stephen Miller when he was young, running for class president.
He was a tire.
This is Steve Miller in a nutshell.
This is this is not real. Okay. Oh, there it is. I thought it was showing me a speech.
Stephen Miller is a 31-year-old policy aide to Donald Trump.
Let's get the White House response now from senior policy advisor Stephen Miller. You might remember seeing him on the campaign trail.
That was last administration.
Trump. Now the young aide is right at
Definitely
the heart of
guy.
White House policymaking, greeted this morning by dueling profiles in the New York Times and the Washington Post.
After our story appeared, we were contacted by a high school classmate of Stephen Miller who sent us a copy of a video that had been made about him by his classmates. The video was kind of like a documentary about Miller and the role he had played as an outspoken conservative at his high school.
Hi, I'm Stephen Miller. Some of you may or may not know who I am. We don't have time to get into that right now.
He was running for student government, so this was his speech.
I'm the only candidate up here who really stands out.
It's important to note that we don't have the whole speech. We called Santa Monica, the school district, and asked if they still had a copy of it. They said they've been looking for it, but they can't find it. So all we've got are these couple of short clips that have been included in this video that his classmates had made about him.
I will say and I will do things that no one else in their right mind would say or do.
You can sort of see that he's enjoying riling up the crowd. He's got a smile on his face at various points in time. But he makes this comment, and what he says is,
am I the only one who is sick and tired of being told to pick up my trash? And we have plenty of janitors who are paid to do it for us.
He's just joking. It's a joke.
it may well be that this is a joke, and
well,
I think we
yeah,
can
that's
sort
a
of
little-
understand a high school joke
It's a
should
little
be the same.
jokish, but
Huh?
I think
It's a little
that
jerkish.
Jokish. I
Jokish.
mean, like, I'm not trying to like defend this guy. I don't know what the context of what he was saying. It kind of cuts off. Like, okay, obviously, if I said that, because I'm a big proponent for picking up trash if it's floating down the street or some shit, even if I'm working where I see it or whatever. I don't think he was being serious with that, just the way he delivered it. But okay.
He is. If you've heard him talk in any other way, he is that mean little shithead who says things like that. That is him. That's who he is.
For sure. I think, yeah, but I don't think he was. I think he's doing that to rile people up. I don't know. Okay, so was this like the argument with this guy though, or does he say something worse?
So the other thing is, recently at Charlie Kirk's wake or whatever, after his assassination, Stephen Miller very alarmingly came out and pretty much parroted a parallel between a speech, a very famous speech that was given after somebody in the Nazi regime died. And it was the thing that I believe sparked off the Night of the Knives or whatever. But there was this guy who would go around and pretty much recruit people into the Nazi regime. He was this like likable guy, kind of like Charlie Kirk, and he was very smart. And he went out and talked to the common folk and got them interested in the Nazi regime. And after he died, they used his death and politicized it to forward their movement. And this is what Trump is doing. But Stephen Miller literally did the exactly
movement, if you don't mind.
The Nazi movement.
Okay, and I'm just trying to. You're like going in and out, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same page here. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to show me something?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you the.
Your chat's so mean, dude. Please bring up young Republicans always making excuses for the administration. I'm not. I mean, that's even Trump said he's extreme. I agree. I mean, I think if he's actually doing all this shit. But if Trump's saying that he's extreme, then I mean.
We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they
Who's he
have
talking
awakened.
about? The guy that died?
They cannot conceive of the army
Talking about us.
that they
Talking
have
about me.
arisen
I'm
in
evil.
all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do
He's
you
talking about
have?
people that.
Talking about
You
Democrats.
have nothing. You are nothing.
He's talking about Democrats?
You are wickedness. You are
Did he
jealousy.
say the
You are
Democrats, or did he
envy.
say the
You
people
are
that are inciting
hatred.
violence?
You are nothing.
Trump after
You
this
can
goes to
build
say that he
nothing.
hates his
You
enemies,
can
right?
produce nothing.
Say something
You
nice,
can
but he
The enemies
won't.
are the people that
Nothing.
are
We
inciting
are the
violence.
ones
I mean,
who
like if you're
build.
assuming
We
that
are
he's
the
talking about
ones who
violence
create.
They
without
have
me
made
We are
sure
the
to
ones
label
who
all of us
lift
as
up
radical leftists.
humanity.
Trump refers to us every day as radical
You
leftists, all of
thought
us.
you could kill
I
Charlie
don't.
Kirk?
I don't agree.
You have made
with
him
that.
immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will defeat on.
Where
This one
is
actually free.
One thing.
where
Children
is
will be taught.
the
Because I'm not really getting anything from that. I mean, listen, I don't know
Everything in the world.
I don't know this
everything in the-
guy. I
One
haven't listened
thing.
to him.
Stephen
much, is
Miller,
what I'm
who's right
saying.
back in.
But
World's gonna.
I'm sorry?
I don't think, unless you can show me something, right, that shows, for example, that speech before it cuts in, because that's.
I'll show you how the speech was used as a parallel. I want to show you the
But before you do, let me just say this.
Yeah.
I think that if you're saying that with what he just said, right? What I just heard in that video is someone denouncing violence in general from people that like violence, right? That's all I'm hearing, right?
Mhm.
If you are, without showing me something that he was specifically talking about liberals, right? Or whatever you think that he labels every liberal, you know what I mean? Without you showing me that, all I can say is this guy does not like people that incite violence. And I agree
he
with him
is
on that.
inciting violence.
He's inciting violence by saying he denounces people that incite violence.
He's never said it. He in fact, those
He
words
just
have
said
never
that
come out of this administration.
What?
He denounces
What words?
violence. They've never said they've denounced violence.
He just says he was just speaking outwardly about how he does not like people, very obviously, that incite violence.
He didn't say
Not
incite
about
violence.
liberals.
He just said he hated the
He just
people
said-
that
he
did
just
this.
said that.
He said
No,
this to
wrong.
about
He
Charlie
did
Kirk.
say that.
He's
You
very
can
mad about
play
Charlie
it.
Kirk. He's
Hold
not
up.
talking
No,
about
no,
violence. He wants more violence. I think this administration wants more
you are-
violence.
What you are saying right now is your opinion. You watch the video again and listen to him. He says he's denouncing people that incite, almost verbatim says that. And then you're saying that you're assuming that he's talking about, without seeing him say, "This is what I think about liberals. They all love violence." You know, he didn't say that shit. Come on.
Absolutely, Trump is trying to spread the message that liberals are
You're
dangerous.
talking about I'm talking about this Stephen guy.
Okay, well,
Right now.
Trump and Stephen
The guy that
Miller.
you brought up.
Trump and Stephen Miller are trying to do this, along with the other person in his administration. Is was really weird. I believe he's the head of the counterterrorism department. He's like a fucking like a hungry UK like far right extremist. He was in charge of the Hungarian president, what's his name, Viktor Orban. He's an authoritarian. He was in charge of controlling things over there. So that this is you're seeing this take place here in the United States,
Okay,
along with
this. I think this is what I got on here for. You know what I mean? I wanted to talk to you here because I feel like there is a divide here, especially with like your chat too, between someone that disagrees with you, or even a moderate or a libertarian or whatever, right? The people that I just watched you talk with, where it feels like it's not a debate, it's an argument, and the people in your chat are just like,
dude, you
I don't
gotta
know, I
turn
can't
off the
really
chat.
read them
You
all.
gotta. I sit here and I get
I'm,
kicked in
I'm
the
not.
nuts
It's not
all
like getting to
day,
me or anything
bro.
like that.
I
It just
sit here all
sucks.
day.
It just sucks
You
that
gotta.
like I can't. I had a lot of friends that literally talk just like you do.
All right, thank you so much for the $40 from Taylor. Thank you, Tay Tay. Thank you for the yeet. Thank you so much. Nemo's back. Let's get Nemo up here. What up, Nemo? Like it's so hard to be a conservative and come up here and try to denounce violence when Trump is literally just he's begging for it. Hello?
What's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
I liked his stance on transgender participation in sports.
Okay. What is his stance on that? That they just shouldn't be in sports?
I mean, I think his stance is that if you are naturally born a female, you should not be competing in male sports, and if you're naturally born a male, you should not be competing in female sports.
Okay. How many people were competing in sports at the college level that were of this nature?
I mean, if you're trying to say it's such a small number, it shouldn't be a big deal, that's
Mhm.
fine. But you asked me what my stance was, that's what my stance is.
So you were tricked into thinking there were more than 10 people playing college athletes as trans?
I never said there was a threshold on the number of what it was, but I think if there's one, that's one too many.
This is
As
obviously not a national issue. This is obviously not at a point where this is the most important topic you
when
should
you
be worried
say
about.
what would
This is what
qualify
Trump
it for a national issue?
Trump is, well, when Trump spends $217 million on making you guys aware of this, then it's a national issue. More so for the trans people, though, because now they are in the spotlight unnecessarily. They've done nothing but just try to exist. And now you guys are just mad at them because they naturally found themselves in a few sports teams in college. And now all of them are
should
just
they
these meanies trying to compete against women.
You would call naturally existing a male that's transitioning to be a female competing against other females? You call that naturally existing?
That has organically arisen as part of our society over the last, since the beginning of time, but you guys just now started noticing, I guess. But yes, this has been a part of society for a while.
For a while, as in how long?
Since the beginning of time. I think 1930s is when we had one of the first people transition.
Yeah. And I think you made a reference earlier to people running stop signs and the severity of it. I mean, just because you run a stop sign and you don't get caught doesn't make it okay, right?
Yeah, I know. And we're not spending $140 billion on policing stop signs now, are we?
Well, I mean, again, you didn't. There's no threshold. You asked me the question on why I supported Trump, and I told you why I support Trump, and it's because his stance on that.
Right, and
There's
I
a very
think
clear
we would
difference in-
obviously. I could literally say that I could take $140 billion and put it all towards policing stop signs, and it would save more lives. It would probably be 17 times better for the country. It would still hurt, but it would be less worse, I think, than Trump's plan for deportation.
That's your opinion, and I'm not saying. I mean, I'm not saying how you could use the money and how that's all hypothetical situations.
This is what we fight over every day. This is what Democrats and Republicans fight over every day. It is about how we spend the money and how we fix the country. And when you guys come and just fucking blow the ceiling out of the debt and just fuck up shit, yes, we have to say, hey, stop doing that.
Get from you asking me why I support Trump to you all of a sudden fucking cussing at me about blowing the ceiling off the debt. I mean, we're just talking about one issue.
Listen, I didn't
As far
really
as I'm
cuss at
concerned.
you. I feel like we're still pretty kosher here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I mean, you elevated it just a little bit. If I would have started off and said all of these fucking transgender people were trying to compete against people that they were not naturally born with the same
I'm
sex, then
sorry.
that's a
Let me
bunch of
try to be
fucking
more
bullshit.
patriotic. Your wife looks like a dog.
My wife looks like a dog.
Yeah, I'm like, yes. If you want to live in Trump's America, that's the America that Trump has championed. That is what
But
he
hold
has
on.
showed
May
people
I
that is
ask
the
you a
most
question?
effective
May I
way.
ask you a legitimate question?
Yeah.
Why do you assume that I want to live in Trump's America? Because you asked me a question about why I supported him on one issue.
Yeah, I know.
That's
So
an overgeneralization. You haven't asked me about any
this is what
other
comes along with
policy.
the little thing that you're pointing towards that's worth it for you. I'm illustrating one of the backdrop, like the drawbacks of having Trump come do this for you is here you go.
Okay, well then I'm going to take what you just said, the little thing that I'm pointing out. Would you in turn tell every transgender athlete that's fighting to keep things where they can continue that that's a little issue and they should drop it?
No, I think that what y'all have done is completely overlooked any of the data or any of the science. You don't really care to know anything about trans people or how their presence in sport is actually even playing out. You just
I can
have
tell
this.
you this.
No. Hold
I
on.
can tell
You just have this
Go
weird
ahead. Go
fantasy
ahead.
about
Finish
how
your
they're.
thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You just
Absolutely.
think that you have this weird fantasy about how people, or maybe men specifically, are coming into women's sports, which is not the case. People who are born with a condition that makes them a certain way are now these evil people trying to dunk on women in the WNBA or outswim them and shit. And they have not won any sort of significant amount of medals. Nowhere in the Olympics, nowhere in college athletes. Leah Thomas tied for 5th place. There's no person that you can point to where they're dominating athletics. You guys, this is just a talking point.
Why is the measuring point for you that they have to win an Olympic medal or they have to win some high status award for it to be of concern? I mean, I'm telling you,
Yes,
as someone that hold on, I'll let you finish. Please let me finish. As someone that has dealt in youth and adult sports for over 28 years, I can tell you that they don't have to win an Olympic medal. They don't have to win a national championship. That it can really severely mentally disturb and cause emotional damage to people that are competing against people that were not born with the same chromosomes as they were at the middle school level, at the high school level, at the
That's called
collegiate level. They
bigotry.
don't
The same people. Let me cut you off.
Bigotry?
Yes. The same people had to deal with that during desegregation. They couldn't stand being next to people who were like black and going to the restroom and stuff. And we just had to force it on them. And I think that's what we have to do again with trans people since they've been the target of this last
That
campaign.
is absolutely not an equal comparison. We are talking.
Okay.
All right.
Can
let
you
me
tell
ask
me
you
the
this.
pain points now? Like, because you are trying to find reasons why this is still bad, but I'm telling you, there's no like symptom in society that you're answering to. There's no symptom in society that you're treating.
In sports competitions, the whole point of having sports is that you try to provide everyone on an equal level and an equal opportunity. Would you agree?
That's very vague, right? That's very vague.
I mean, I don't think it's very vague.
It
I would
is.
think if you're going to provide an opportunity to compete against each other, you're not going to tilt the field to one side or the other. Would you not agree with that?
Yes, and the thing is, we've looked at the data and we've seen that trans women, I'm sure this is all you're concerned about, that are on HRT for 3 years are at the same level athletically than that of a cis woman. So you guys are crying about nothing.
That data that you were talking about applies to about 5% of the total cases, A. B, there is a mental aspect of this other than just the physical data that you're measuring on those very specific small points. So let me give you an example. If you have a women's volleyball team that's playing against another women's volleyball team, Team A has all true born females. The other team has 3 transgender women that were men that are transitioning. When Team A walks onto the court, you think there is absolutely zero mental effect on Team A if they know that they are facing against 3 transgender people that are 6'5", can jump higher than them, regardless of the hormone therapy that they receive. You think that has zero effect?
No, I think that first of all, these people are 1% of our population. So the fact that there was 10 in a league of 500,000 shows you that this is never happening. And second of all, if you see
It is
a
happening.
woman that is 6'7" enter the volleyball court, you're not kicking her out, right? She's an anomaly too, right?
No, if they are all born with the same chromosomes, no, I'm
Why
not
is that your
kicking any of
standard?
them out.
Chromosomes is a very arbitrary standard. None of us have tested our
If you
chromosome.
want
Have
to
you
know
been
why
karyotyped?
chromosomes are a standard, that's a safety issue in
No,
sports.
it's
It
not.
is absolutely a safety issue of why men do not compete against women in certain sports.
I'm gonna let Artemis up because
Chromosomes are not used as a standard.
yeah, they don't do chromosome testing.
Yeah, like the Olympics stopped doing that a while back.
Okay, well then if I say naturally born females versus naturally born men, however y'all want to go
That doesn't mean
and try to
anything.
change the terminology or whatever, I'm just
Dude,
telling you that
we're
there is
just
a
debunking the
reason that you
chromosome
have
thing that you're
men
saying.
versus women sport. I can tell you this, on birth certificates, in
God
youth and
damn,
adult
dude,
sports.
you're not listening.
Go right ahead, I'll listen.
We're just debunking the chromosome thing that you said. Like the
Well, that's
Olympics
fine.
stopped doing.
If you don't want to use chromosomes, that's fine.
It's
But I
not
can
that
tell
I
you,
don't want to use chromosomes. It's that the people who are tasked with making sure that things are fair at a competitive level, at the highest competitive level, we're talking about the Olympics, the highest competitive level, they don't do chromosome checks anymore. They measure T levels, and they have ranges for T levels.
okay, that's fine. But for every level underneath that, where people do not have the ability to go
Why?
and check
So,
testosterone levels,
okay,
what is
cool.
the?
Fine,
Let
fine.
me
I
ask
want
you,
you.
what is the unit of measurement for that then?
You want me to go find the T
Wait, no, I can
ranges?
answer this. I can answer this.
No,
In
you don't have to
sports,
tell
there
me.
isn't
I
one.
already know. I'm in this business.
Red,
I know exactly how.
Red, I can answer this for you. In sports, the only measurement is T. So you're gonna have to show me where they use something else.
That is incorrect. I'm telling
Show me
you,
where they use something else.
below the level of Olympics, what do people use when they are deciding which league someone should participate in?
They're going off of testosterone levels.
No, they're not. They're going by their birth certificate.
No, they are not.
Yes, they are. I've done
Red.
this for 30
Red.
years.
Wait, I'll
They are
play your game, Red.
absolutely going by
Red,
birth
I'll play your
certificates.
game. Hey, Red, I'll play
We
your
collect
game.
them
Red,
every
I'll play your
single
game.
day.
Hey, Red, guess what? You can change your birth certificate. Now what? Now what?
Yes,
What do
you
do?
can. You can go to the hospital and there's a hospital record that shows you have altered from what the medical staff
You
issued.
can't look at that HIPAA violation, dude. You can't look at it being altered. You can only look at what
It
they
is not a HIPAA violation
Yes,
if it's
it is.
required
You
as a
cannot look at
participant.
someone's medical records.
I respectfully will tell you right now.
Yeah, I respectfully
if you have
don't
a
care.
league and you require a birth certificate as part of participation for that league, the league organizers abide by all HIPAA rules and regulations. They don't release that information, but they are allowed to collect that information to make sure that they are not placing men against women or women against men that will
They
be
can
a
request
safety
it.
hazard.
They can request it.
Like, you haven't shown any proof of this happening at all. You just keep saying this. Can you show me that they can actually access if someone's birth certificate has had their sex changed? Can you show me that they can do that? Because HIPAA says they can't.
Wait, so ask the question again.
Show me, give me evidence, give me a source, give me requirements, give me anything that shows that, first of all, that they're using birth certificates to determine which league someone can play in, because I don't know how to break this to you, but your external genitalia cannot match your chromosomes. So you're going to definitely have a lot of confusion there, which is why we measure testosterone due to steroid use.
You're asking me how can a league determine if the sex has been changed on a birth certificate after the child has been born? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The birth certificate presented to the league has to match the birth date and has to be issued from the wherever that the child was born. Does that make sense?
Yep, they can change that. Once again, Red, show to me that they can see that it's been changed.
Like that would mean you just don't accept copies of birth certificate. Like if I lost my birth certificate, had to go get a new one, you wouldn't accept that? It's fresh.
They send you a brand new one, by the way. It's not a copy. It's your brand new birth certificate.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's not true. You can accept a copy of a birth certificate because they're electronically mailed if the person that is okay with sending them that way But if it's issued from the medical institution where
Radstorm
you
Pro
were
super
born,
chatted $5. Hey caller, according to your logic, you want the burly, hairy, muscular female to male people to play with the women. Why are you afraid of male to female?
Yeah, can you imagine
is that a question for me?
a trans man in women's sports just fucking jacked, just shredded, like somebody who looks like Hulk Hogan, just fucking people up? But is it? I mean, according to you, they belong there.
I guarantee Red does not know about what testosterone can do to a female body after multiple years of transition of replacement therapy. Could you look up a picture of Buck Angel, a safe one of Buck Angel?
I don't. I've been told not to do that.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
no,
Alright.
because that's a passability test. But
Yeah.
like, so like Mac Beggs actually was a high school trans men wrestler in Texas, and due to Texas's laws, you have to be in the same sex category, so male, male, female, female. So Mac Beggs, who had been on testosterone and stopped it before the competition, had to compete in the female league. You want to take a guess at where he placed?
Where's that?
First place. He completely obliterated all of the other girls because
Congratulations to the anomaly.
It's not an anomaly.
No, this is the thing
I
you
think
want.
we spoke earlier. I think the host actually said you can pick and choose any certain situation to match your theory if you want to.
No, that's not what was said.
We're showing you the problem with your solution is that you're creating these problems.
The very first question asked was, why did I support Trump? And I said it was because of his stance on transgender athletes.
He
That's
can't like
all.
actually force people to do that. I don't know if you understand that, but like he can't force leagues to follow like his silly little executive orders. Like
Yeah,
he can't.
and it's just weird. It's just overreach. Like that's huge. It's big government. And again, it's just a weird thing for you to come out and say like this is the top reason. Like there's so many things like economy. There's so many things, but this is
There are a
this
lot
is your
of other
thing.
things that I could. Okay, all right, hold on. There are a lot of other options, and you can label me as weird if you want to ask the question, and then when you receive the answer, label everyone as weird because you don't agree with it. That is absolutely fine.
It's not because
You
I
can
don't
do
agree
that.
with it. I'm saying it's weird because this is talking about less than 10 people.
It may
and this,
be weird to you, but I
this
think
is your
I
big
heard you
deal.
say earlier you don't have children, and I deal with
Yeah.
people that have children every single day of my life, and it is a concern for people that have children.
Again, and then there's a lot of people who it's not a concern.
There are a
and
lot of people that it may not be a concern,
Yeah.
but I can tell you out of my personal experience, out of my career profession, that
Because Trump has spent a lot of money.
85 to 90% of the people do care about it.
I know because Trump
actually
spent a lot of money convincing y'all it's a problem.
Well, no,
I'm getting
if you would have
really tired of,
asked
like,
me,
statistics
listen,
out of
if
the
you would have
ass.
asked me this when Obama was president, when Bill Clinton was president, when Bush was
The
president,
problem is
I would've
nobody's
told you the
asking
exact
anybody
same
this.
thing.
The problem is nobody's brought it up. Trump's out here fucking gaslighting everybody about how this is our stance on things and we want to make things weird. No, in fact, you guys have no interest in figuring out what the best way is to handle this. You want Trump has done this in the most inflammatory way he could figure out. He has not been like, hey, listen, we love trans people. We care about their feelings. We want them to participate somewhere. I think maybe the best thing to do now is to separate them. Like, it wasn't like that, which I still don't agree with. It wasn't that, though. It was demonizing them. It was like, this man wants trans people in sports. And that trans people had to sit there, like, watching their parents argue in the living room, dude. Like, they are sit here, the center of attention. They haven't done shit. They haven't done anything to you.
I'm not going to say that I disagree with you on maybe the rhetoric that he portrayed it. I'm not going to say everybody in here tonight has said if they're a Trump supporter that they don't necessarily agree with maybe his language or the way that he says things.
It's
But
weird.
as far as his stance on the situation, I agree with that. I'll tell you one other thing. Since you think that my issue or the reason that I support him is so minute and does not qualify to meet your expectations, I'll give you one additional thing that I agree with. I did not agree with Biden when he said that he would absolutely give pathway to citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants. Here is my personal belief. Hang on, just let me say this before you jump in. And that was an action. Are you familiar with the debate where he said that?
I don't know if he attached the 11 million to it, but I can debate
Well,
I can debate that. I can
I
debate
mean, I
how
can
that's
play the
not bad.
audio for you right here. It's with Kristen Welker from, I think, CNN or CNBC. But he said, I will give pathway to citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants. Okay, hold on, hear me out. I do
Okay.
not have a problem with giving people a pathway to citizenship. I don't have a problem with that. I have two problems with us not actually filtering what legitimate asylum claims are versus non-legitimate asylum claims. And
Wait.
B, hold on, let me finish, and then I promise I'll shut up and you can respond. And B, I do have a problem with someone that has been here and has been afforded every single opportunity to go through due process and do the exact right way to go about obtaining citizenship, but has neglected that for years or decades. And now all of a sudden it's a problem because someone is asking them to do what they legally should have done years or decades ago.
Okay.
All right, now I'll be quiet and and please respond.
All right. So you saying Biden not filtering asylum claims, that's not a thing. We let judges do that, and the approval rate is like 30%. I think we should make it like a much quicker turnaround so that people are in and out within 6 months. That's what we wanted to do last year. Trump stopped us.
I agree with you on that.
I want that. I think that would deter people from coming, and it would also, if you have a rightful case, it would encourage you to come. So I think that is good.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on
think
that.
Trump just making it like this iron fist, like we are a strong border. Don't you even come, because we're arresting people who are non-criminal right now. We're just, if you fucking come, you're not welcome at all. And that's what he's doing.
Would you agree? I mean, would you not at least agree that during the surge, and I think we can all agree there has been a surge in illegal immigration attempts to cross the border over the past 5 years. Would you not at least agree that not all of those people are legitimate asylum claims?
Yeah. How do we figure that out, though? We have to do court.
I agree that we have to do court, but you know that there is a number that our Congress sets forth every year of what we can sustain as far as bringing people into our country and resources. And I agree with you. I don't think it's fair to allow people to come in and claim asylum if our court system cannot handle that number. So I guess my point would be, I think we need to up the resources.
Where's the big pain point? Like, where's the actual? Trump has tried to convince you they're rapists, they're murderers. He hasn't even talked about the fiscal part. He just says they have bad genetics, they're poisoning blood of the country. They might vote Democrat. He has used personal attacks on these people, and that's also just horrible leadership. That is demonic.
Yeah,
It's fucking disgusting.
I mean, yeah. I just said a few minutes ago, I don't disagree with what you or anybody else has said about the way that he delivers it, but I do disagree. I mean, I do think that it has gotten out of control, and that there has to be some sort of action taken, whether that be we control the number or we put a limit on the number of cases that comes in each year, and in coordination with upping the resources to process these cases in a timely manner to where people can find out if they're allowed in or not, and they have an option to go somewhere else if not.
That's fine. That's fine. That's not what Trump's doing. Trump is doing this so that he could demonize and eject these people from the country and spend like more than any other country. We have a second army now, bigger than any country's military. We have ICE. We have ICE now. Our second army in control of this. It is not that big of a deal. It is not. We had people migrate because of COVID. That's why people fucking migrated. Not because Biden was just asleep and it was an open border, man. Like they fucking came because Venezuela was in like fucking huge trouble. Trump tried to do a coup on them and stop trading oil with them. Then they started migrating because when the economy gets really bad, no matter where you are, especially during COVID, crime starts coming up. Crime starts happening. People start looting, start killing, gangs, all this stuff. That's why people migrate. Not because someone is in tune with U.S. politics and just heard Biden say this once in one of his speeches. Like, these people don't even fucking know English, some of them. They're not worried about that. They're trying to survive.
I think for the overwhelming majority, you're probably right. But I mean, there are people that have literally heard Biden's comments about giving pathway to 11 million people, and they said, "Let's go. Now's the time to go."
Okay, if you think that's bad, you should hear Fox News say the border's wide open every day, all the time. Same with Trump, all the time.
I've heard them, and I know that that's not true also. I mean, I think from a common sense perspective, you and I can agree you can't listen to any of the major news outlets and think that that's the absolute truth.
I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm saying that causes migration. I'm sure that tells migrants to come surge the border. I think they literally try to manufacture more migration during Democrat presidencies with Fox News.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I guess my point is, I would just like to see a little bit more common sense. And I was in a live the other day, and someone said that it was basically about, like, you can't allow someone to come here seeking asylum, tell them, and I'm just going to throw this out here. These are not accurate numbers, but tell them they have 2 years for their case to be processed, and then not hear their case within 2 years because there's a backlog. I 1000% agree with that. I think that we need to up the resources to be able to process them with whatever the legal limits that we set have
I'm
been.
not obsessed with it. I'm not obsessed with like overhauling it. I think that's fine. I think that's good. I don't feel like we need to make this the biggest talking point ever. And this is something we need to address with the force of bigger than any world's military. I think that's silly. And we could literally, just like Biden said, give these people pathway to citizenship. It would be so much cheaper. It makes so much more sense. They'd be paying full taxes and shit. They would be traceable. We'd know who they are. We would know if they're all criminals or not now. Like, this is just a no-brainer. But instead, the Democrats have, or I'm sorry, the Republicans have made it so scary for these people to be here for you. They've said they're criminals. They're military age men. Why would you want to give them a pathway to citizenship? This is what their messaging is to you.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. But would you agree with me
Hold on,
that
Red,
if
can I
we
bring
do,
something
let's
up?
just.
Please, this
I'm
is
sorry.
important.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to bring this up. Yeah, Pickles, could you bring this up for me? Could you bring up what Reagan passed in 1986, specifically the IIRC? And funny enough, sorry, what was it again, more? IRCA. Sorry about that. And then it's almost identical to what Biden was trying to put through Congress. What you're talking about, Red, almost identical to it. We did this already.
Yeah, the Immigration Reform and Control Act. He just gave everybody. He gave them all. What's it called?
2.7 million people were granted amnesty.
Yeah, amnesty. It's
Biden
one of the biggest Republicans ever.
It was a pathway to citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Why is it a bad thing? I don't understand.
Well, if you allow me to say this,
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not 1,000% familiar with that, but I would say
Jesse Sinclair super chatted $5. W Pickle W Polly W Ari frontline soldiers dealing with MAGA imbeciles all damn day. Couldn't be me.
Much love, thank you.
Off the cuff, I would not agree with that either, just because he was a Republican, but I would have to do more research about it. And the other question I would ask, you were a few minutes ago, you were saying that, we need to define terms or whatever. And I would be great. Let's define common sense terms that are actually practical and that work. But and let's just say the term is 5 years and we've got enough judges to hear the cases or whatever. Are you prepared after that 5-year mark to then automatically deport people that have not done what they should have done, regardless of how many children they've had, regardless of their family status? Are you on the other side? Are you willing to enforce it at that point?
I honestly, sure, I guess, sure. I don't think that's divisive. I don't think that's exactly something that people could disagree on. You could make an argument for the fact that whether they get deported or not is kind of silly. They contribute. 6 months in, they get a work permit and they start paying taxes and they participate in the economy, and it's all net positive from there, in my opinion.
Okay. I mean, and I think there are probably cases that can prove both.
83% of them make all of their court cases. If they have a lawyer, 96% make all of their court cases. That's the literal statistic.
Sure.
So we should make sure they all have lawyers.
I don't I don't know the stats well enough to argue for or against it, but I can't. And this is just my personal experience. And yes, everybody in here knows that I'm a dumb hick from the Southeast. I live in South Carolina, but I work for a golf course that was that was purchased by a local municipality. And when it was purchased, there were, I would say, a handful of undocumented immigrants that were working, and the city actually offered to step up and provide immigration lawyers for those workers, and and go ahead and move forward with getting their citizenship or pathway to citizenship. And 4 out of 6 declined that and would not accept that help from the city. And I don't know why. I have no idea why. But 2 did and 4 did not. And I can't get my head around that. But
Some people are paranoid. They don't trust the government.
yeah.
Was it recent?
It was 2021.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see how now they would not want to make any contact with the government. One of the things that we used to do historically, before Trump this year, we used to let them pay taxes through ITIN number, and the Treasury and the IRS would have a veil between them and the rest of the government, and it was just this promise we made to these people. It's like, hey, if you pay taxes, we're not going to fucking use that to hunt you down. Trump has torn that veil down. He has crossed and he's penetrated that for the first time in history, and now we have a stake they have a stake in not making any contact with the government.
I got you, and I can see how that perception would be there. I mean, I absolutely understand what you're saying about how the media is used to really amplify issues. And so anyway, hey dude, my phone is about to go dead. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. I appreciate it. I think you were fair. I think I saw earlier something that said like honest debate or fair debate, something like that. I don't see it now, but I appreciate it, dude, and good luck to you, and thank you.
Thank you. Take it easy. That was nice.
It was interesting. I'm the third wheel here on this duo, so I'm gonna hop out. But good to see you, Nemo. Can I ask you one question? How do I become as cool as you?
Wait, I'm cool. It's all down to the beard. So
Damn.
Copious amounts. I mean, if you got the genes for it, do it. If you don't, shit ton of Rogaine on the face. It might help. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you. All right. Love you both. I'll see you around.
Love you back.
See ya.
Yeah, I sit in the mirror and I look like I'm trying to go Super Saiyan when I'm growing a beard. That's all I got.
Then you sprout like a little blonde hair. Just one.
No. Nothing. This is like 6 months of good work.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Hello? Wolvie? She goes, oh. If you're, Pickles, you're a big nerd. I love you, though. Tattoo of a beard? Oh, man. We've thought of it.
That normally works better for, like, your head. So some people will get, like, a buzzed head tattooed.
Yeah. It looks great.
That is way more convincing, right?
It looks great. Yeah, I've seen that.
I haven't seen it for the beard. I feel like that would hurt like a
I don't know about that. Yeah. I've seen people do hair transplants for a beard. I would never do that. It was so awkward. I was like the straightest thin-haired beard ever. I would look like a dog.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, that sounds so painful. Oh God, no.
Concepts of a beard.
Yeah, like when people ask me what I do for my beard, a lot of it is just natural. Like I definitely take care of it and just wash it, scrub it, that kind of thing. But There's no like super secret thing.
Yeah.
But like,
Genetics.
I've read different things for like beard care, and I wasn't joking about the Rogaine thing. Like minoxidil will absolutely cause you to grow hair.
Yeah.
But you got to be religious with it.
Yeah.
And it's also not really fun.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see.
Trishosaurus, he said, it's bottled up rage. It produces great beards. I mean, come to think of it, I mean, Karl Marx had an awesome beard. Abraham Lincoln, he was cranking one out. Lenin, kind of. I think he might be onto something.
Either you go into a protest tomorrow. I might go. I'm worried because the places I would have to go, I'd have to Uber. I really don't feel like Ubering to a protest. Or scooter. It would be like a 30-minute scooter. I don't want to drag around a scooter to a protest. We'll see. You need a protest, buddy? Yeah.
I'm staying way the fuck away from that.
I'm in Texas, and it's like kind of double scary for me. Greg Abbott's and the some of the sheriffs have said some really fucked up shit in Texas.
Yeah. I'm in Georgia, which Georgia's hit and miss. Sometimes it's based with policy, and other times it's not. So like we have automatic voter registration. That is based, and then we have fucking awful bodily autonomy laws. So again, yeah. But I don't know. I've gone to a protest before, but it was years ago. It was right after Roe fell, and that was right outside the state capitol. I did that. I don't trust it now. I don't. I was fully aware of certain risks with going to protests at the time. I think that a lot of people aren't. So when you read through or listen to people give you tips on protesting, when they say don't bring your phone, that's not an exaggeration. And no, it isn't the same thing as turning off your phone and bringing it with you. There are just turning off location things. That's not the same thing. They mean like put it in a box in your room and literally don't take it with you, because you can absolutely get tracked with that. I'm nerdy enough in in the IT realm that I know there are ways to basically trick a phone into thinking that it's talking to a cell tower, and it's really just talking to a fancy computer.
I know what you're talking about.
Making logs of everything.
Yeah, I've heard about the police that do that. They got a little van, drive around with phones automatically attached to the strongest cell signal, and it would be their phony cell signal.
Not to mention, I mean, Palantir is only increasing its integration with the U.S. government. Facial recognition is kind of scary now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to discourage anybody from going to a protest. I'm not, because I'm in a red state, and my girlfriend, I don't want to risk anything with her. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see the vibe. I just don't want to get Charlie Kirked.
That's a very good point.
I'm in Texas. It's not illegal to have all of the firearms everywhere.
Yeah. Georgia's pretty much the same way. I think there might be some weirdness about open carry in Georgia, but it is constitutional carry. You can conceal all you want.
Yeah. I'm in Texas. Too old to participate. Wish them all well. The left are the violent ones. It's the right, right? 70%?
Yeah. I think I looked at the stats last night. I think it's 3-1.
Yeah.
Maybe, actually, no, it's more than that. think the numbers are like 5-1.
Your privilege is showing. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah. I do my part every day. I want that to be known, chat.
So you support Trump?
No. Do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, sick.
Hell yeah.
Base.
Yeah.
All
Like,
right.
man, what?
Love you.
What's with him and his tariffs, bro? I do not understand what tariffs, bro. Like, why is he doing this? Like, he's ruining America at the same time.
Is that a 96 Camaro? In your profile?
Yeah, no. That's yo, man. I'll be honest, man. I forgot, man. But it's a Japanese car.
Is it an RX-7?
Yeah. It's a Mazda RX-7.
Fucking called it.
All right.
Yeah.
Caleb, W, we love you. Chat, we're looking for debates only. We're looking for Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. There are so few, I guess, these days, chat. Where'd they go? It's not a Camaro. Sorry.
It does kind of look like an NSX, but I think the NSX had it didn't have pop-up lights. That's the only reason I thought RX-7. That's the one thing about the RX-7 that I didn't like, is that from the factory it has the old school, pop-up headlights. I hate that.
Wow, it is Saturday. Is it Saturday?
I mean,
it's Friday. It's Friday for me. 30 minutes to Saturday. You like cars. You like Degs. You like Degs. What do you think about Article 2, Section 4? What do you think about Article 1, Section 1?
Article 2, Section
4
of... Oh, I'm assuming... Okay. So, that's going to be presidential power... Okay. Oh, impeachment. So that reminds me. People say that, we should 25th Amendment Trump, and because of like mental degradation, which I encourage everybody to please read the 25th Amendment. It is kind of confusingly worded. It is kind of legalese, but I encourage everyone to do it. It's not long. Like it just explains the process in a kind of law-ish kind of way. The problem with the 25th Amendment is that, let's say that I'm the president. And let's say that my entire cabinet is like, okay, Nemo's crazy. He's trying to seize the means of production. We don't want to do that. So we're going to 25th Amendment him. So the entire cabinet gets together and they invoke the 25th Amendment. And then they push me out. That's what most people understand the 25th Amendment to be. There is another part to it, though. I can say, nuh-uh, I'm fine. I can execute the duties of my office. I'm not impaired. So I'm good. And I can notify the Senate and the House, actually, my cabinet is wrong. And the vice president is wrong. And as long as I do that, then Congress has to adjudicate it. And so what ends up happening is that you can't force out a president against their will with the 25th Amendment, because all they have to do is say, no, I disagree with my cabinet. And then once that happens, it goes to Congress, and they have to do 2/3 majority in the House of Representatives and the Senate. And it's only after they do 2/3 in both chambers that you can override the president with the 25th. So what that means, very simply, is that it's actually easier to impeach and remove a president than it is to use the 25th Amendment to forcibly remove a president.
That's good to know. MAGA, get in the box if you want to debate. We're pretty chill, bro. Bruh. We're pretty chill. Like, bro, we're pretty chill. If you want to debate, hop in the box, MAGA. You know? Dog. Snoop Diggity Dog. Snoopaloops. Burchachos. Burlonis. Jabronis. Did you guys know that that's a jabroni? Jabroni? Isn't it like one of those dudes? He was like a term in wrestling that for like the dude who takes the fall, like the shitty wrestlers.
Really?
Yeah, jabroni. So you're just a fucking jabroni.
I thought that was a Hulk Hoganism. Like he just strung it together in between
The Rock.
his like steroid fueled brother.
It was The Rock. It was The Rock. Jabronis.
Oh, fuck, it was The Rock.
Yeah.
Oh man, my bad.
Yeah. It's a jobber. Jabroni's got the peoples. The jobber takes all the beatdowns. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's exactly what I was trying to say, I guess.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just a jabroni. That's why Trumpers are jabronis. They're just taking the beatdown. Taking the most financial and civil rights beatdown they've ever had in their life and just cheering it on.
It is pretty wild. I was listening to Kyle Kalinske.
Mm-mm.
He has a bigger presence on the tube under the channel name Secular Talk. He's a big political pundit. So he was talking in one video about how it seems like Republicans have just leaned into being the heel, like to use another wrestling term. So a heel is a bad guy in wrestling. And they just like being the heel because the heel is the villain. They are the villain. They're the bad guy. Everyone hates them. They boo them. But that's their job. That's what it's like to be a villain.
I like that. I can see that. People are priding themselves like this is just the hard. Somebody's got to kick them off of healthcare. Sorry, it's a smart thing to do. By the way, we just spent trillions. Yeah. Soybean crisis for American farmers. Yeah, we've tried to. I've had a farmer come up here and glaze Trump about how he's so great for farming. I'm like, well, what about all this stuff? He's like, well, they just bailed us out. All right. I think you were here, Nemo, right?
I may have been.
I think so. I don't know. Yeah, I had a actual farmer in here glazing Trump because he loves the farmers. Dude.
Yeah. I was watching some interviews with farmers, like soybean farmers, and they said, I mean, like a bailout, that's not really that great. It's not like they're rolling in it. A bailout is basically trying to get them to not be homeless. That's about it. They're not making money off that. And so it's wild to me how farmers will, I don't know, be pro-Trump, because farmers are the recipients of some of the largest quote unquote welfare programs that we have, because farming is one of the most heavily subsidized industries in our economy. I'm okay with that, by the way. I'm fine with farming being turbo subsidized. Don't got a problem with it.
Just very ironic. Those are the same people that vote red, who want small government, but literally rely on the largest portion of the government from the taxpayers.
It's very ironic.
Chat. It's not fucking baby lungs. Shut up. Hello?
There's no commandment that says thou shalt not send, though, right? Oh, let's get sending!
Hello?
Hola.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No. I would vote my cat in before I voted Donald Trump in. I would like to ask you guys a question.
Uh-huh.
So what do you guys think about Donald Trump basically commuting George Santos's sentence? What do you guys think about that? Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, I'm sure he's not doing pay for pardons at all.
I mean, I bet he's not, dude. I would bet my life on he's not.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I've seen you on YouTube.
Oh, sick.
I mean, I would be curious as to whether there's anything we disagree on. I don't know all of your takes. I've basically only come across the live on, like, I think it's vertical version. Do you do that on YouTube? I'm pretty sure it's you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've come across that. I'm a leftist, but I'd like to see if there's anything we disagree on.
If you are leftist, I'm like a social democrat, and I actually very open to the ideas of things further left to me. I am newly political, so mainly what I do is I don't know, consider myself the MAGA whisperer. I have conversations with
MAGA
people
whisperer.
further right of me, and I try to I don't know, see the absurdity, help them see the absurdity in their own positions.
I mute myself. I realize my I'm new to TikTok, and the background noise fucks me up all the time. But yeah, I muted myself. My bad. Yeah, bro, MAGA whisper is a hilarious term, but like, why would you want to talk with these people half the time? Like half the time, these people don't even want to even acknowledge the facts in front of their face. Just out of
Yeah, I know
curiosity.
it. I think it's fine. I think that even the people that I'm talking to aren't exactly the people I'm going to change their minds. I think people watching who might be on the fence or whatever, or less willing to admit their political views, I think those are the people that would be more likely to change.
Funnily enough, I agree with you, and I said some version of that before, but like, can I ask you a genuine question? And this is just you can bring somebody up who would debate you or whatever, who doesn't agree with a lot of your policy stances or whatever, but how many of these people do you genuinely think are left that are still willing to even debate somebody? I feel like there's so much of the people who are willing to be like, yeah, Trump, boy, are like, dude, they're like too far gone.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think the second we stop talking to each other is when it gets really dangerous, really violent. So I think it's important.
Well, No Kings at least here is tomorrow. I think I'm going to No Kings.
Hell yeah.
You really think that you could reach a lot of people? I kind of feel like I lost faith in that a little bit. Like that. I mean, and I'm just talking about on like so many people are just unreachable, on these topics. You know what I mean? Because they require no actual thought, like any topic at all.
I mean, I might not be. I don't know.
I don't mean you specifically, too.
Yeah, I might not be the best of the best, but you know, I do have people that come up here and say they've changed their mind, or even a large creator come up here and say they've changed their mind on Trump. So I think it's fulfilling.
Are there any takes from the? Oh, go on. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, around I guess 2015, 2016 ish, I was basically all the way in the alt-right, except for somehow still voting for Hillary Clinton. Weirdly enough, I know that doesn't make sense, but that's what it was.
So are you a groiper now?
No,
which I hate the
I'm a
definition.
socialist now.
You're a socialist, so you're more left wing.
My point is, no, hold on, Brewster. So my point is, Christian, that in 2015, 2016, I had been sucked into the alt-right pipeline because I was a normal liberal prior to that, and then managed to get myself out. Part of the reason that I got myself out was because I watched debates between, I guess, like left-wing pundits that I respected and right-wing jackasses that I had discovered in the alt-right. Watching points get dismantled, that was kind of like a light bulb moment for me. It wasn't the only thing, and it does take a little while. But
so
yeah,
sorry to cut you off, but so are you more like a libertarian kind of thing, or like socialist? Because when you say socialist, I just kind of pin that more towards like more government, more social, aspects kind of thing, right?
I was curious about that too. Can I ask a pre-question to that?
Sure.
Can I ask what changed?
Okay, hold on. Before we do all this, Christian, I think Brewster, are you a MAGA? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, but I'm not, but I'm conservative. So that's why I mentioned the Groiper thing, which I don't like the definition because it just pretty much ties you right to Nick Fuentes. But I'm like, put it this way, I'm against what Israel is doing in Gaza. I don't like Israel's influence on America, but I do have conservative values. You know what I mean? Like, just because I'm against certain aspects of the right doesn't mean that I'm liberal. You know, like I would say that I'm a centrist in a way, but I do have conservative values when it comes to my personal life, is how I would describe it, right?
Yeah, Christian, much love. I dropped you down. I just want to slim it down. We're having one conversation. Okay, so you're conservative, but you're not a Trump voter, but you're still like, would you vote Shady Vance next time around?
Uh, it's tough, man. I mean, the way I see things is that it's pretty much a uniparty at this point. You know what I mean? So, I mean, would I rather vote for conservative regardless of who it is? Unless, here's the thing, unless it, like, a liberal came in and started talking more my language in a way. Like you know, I'm not a loyalist in a way. But here's the thing, I'm mostly in the middle because I understand that when Israel, say, congressman or whatever, or Netanyahu comes to fucking DC, they put a fucking Israeli flag and both sides have a standing ovation.
I know.
There's
Yeah.
no fucking other. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah,
when I look at it, and I go, I feel like I'm voting for either a turd sandwich or a fucking douchebag, as
Dude, not
South Park would
everything
put it.
has
You
to
know
do
what I
with
mean?
Israel. Not everything has like. I
Not
get
everything.
that
No,
they
no.
get it. Like, if you look at people's contributions from APAC, it's literally not that much sometimes. You got like 10 grand,
Okay,
15 grand.
officially.
They're not going to throw the nation under, like, I don't care if it's left or right. If these people are voting for social safety nets and balancing the budget and like being a good leader and uniting the nation and not being divisive, that's chill. That's what I'm looking for. Whether they're secretly for Israel or something, that foreign affairs, I think literally anybody besides a conservative can do foreign affairs better than Trump. Literally anybody.
Yeah, yes and no though. Here's the real issue is that one, okay, officially, right, under APAC, you're saying yes. So even there's an argument with Qatar, you know, being a bigger proponent for donations, but APAC is the only one that isn't actually registered as a foreign agent, right? So that's a big issue. And two, that's what's on paper rather than what's going on within the private industry and conglomeration with, say, Congress and other lawmakers. So like 250 lawmakers went over to Israel and all took a fucking fashion show picture. Never in the history of ever has any country ever sent that amount of lawmakers, even in the US in history, to Israel. So to say
I accidentally kicked you. You're welcome to come back. I slapped my spacebar on my keyboard. You're welcome to come back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick, but you were kind of going on and on.
Yeah,
I get it. Like this is all. I think what you're doing is you keep reaffirming that these people are pro-Israel and that these people want to, like, you know, Israel, yada yada yada. I don't think anybody on the right is ready to denounce Israel ever. I don't think any of them. But we have
No, I
people on the
agree.
left.
I agree.
We're accused of being pro-Hamas. So here you go. Welcome to the left. We are anti-Israel.
Here's the one thing though, is that the people of the left are willing to condemn Israel, but the politicians of the left aren't.
There's
Right?
actual
So there's-
politicians that are, though. We have some.
Okay, you're right.
There are none on the right.
There's far more on the left, far more than on the right. You're right. There's pretty much zero on the right, I would say, except for what's his name. There's two. There's the one chick. I can't remember, Marjorie something. or
Marjorie
whatever,
Taylor
and then there's
Greene.
the-
She's
Yes,
found a
okay,
new
there's
way to
her,
be
and then
different. Fuck her.
Yeah. Okay, fair. But then there's the other one, the guy who Trump was looking to basically get the fuck out. I can't remember his name, but he's an honest dude, never took a dollar or anything. So I guess you got two on the right, and then on the left you got more, and I agree with that. But you have a ton, like, you have more on the left, but the vast majority of even the politicians on the left are also bought by Israel. Do you know what I mean? Because the actual people who are liberal are against Israel, right? but that doesn't actually track to the politicians who they are voting for. That's why I'm saying I'm in the middle, because I believe the vast majority, even if it's like 5%.
I don't know why
of
we're so obsessed with Israel. This is a lot. This is a lot. Again, like, yes, we can stop funding Israel, but it's really not that much. They are doing horrible things, but it's not like the biggest. I would rather have anybody that could even continue the status quo with Israel that wouldn't want to start a civil war here at home. And that's anyone besides Trump, maybe, or any politician on Twitter, including fucking Elon Musk, including anybody else who came out and took advantage of all this political violence and tried to further push the narrative that the left is evil and that we are violent, and not denounce anything. They're just drooling at the opportunity of a civil war.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, just based on, the reaction of the right, I wouldn't say that necessarily it's as close as we think it is to, just like it just needs a spark in a way. I think we are actually a lot further, besides fear mongering, that we're so far or so close to like some sort of civil war or anything like that. And like I was saying before, I believe it was this conversation, maybe the last, but we were actually drawing so much closer to something in common foundationally. You know what I mean? Like the left and right at the foundation, we're pretty much opposites, right? But honestly, before Charlie Kirk died, and he was also talking a lot against Israel.
Are you just a Candace Owens fan?
No. Listen to me. Just listen to me out here. I believe the right and the left, before then, we were actually drawing closer to an understanding or agreement that Israel was a problem. And you can agree or disagree to what extent they were a problem, right? But we were all agreeing that it was a problem. And that was actually drawing us closer. It really was, man. Left and right, we were both agreeing that, whatever Israel was doing,
No.
this and that.
He was not doing any of that. He was not bringing anybody together on that topic, because at the same time, he was saying shit like Democrats are trying to make the nation less white, or saying how trans people are responsible for school shootings, how they're fucking world-class assassins, and talking about how gay marriage is bad, and talking about how DEI and how Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson were DEI hires and not qualified at all, and don't have the brain processing power to even have those jobs, and that they took those jobs from white people. That's the kind of rhetoric he was putting in and seeding in with this little fucking Israel shit. This is why he got killed, because he was saying very harmful rhetoric that even just everyday non-political people could obviously see a problem with.
Dude, listen. Okay, one, you kind of firehosed like a bunch of different examples, but put it this way: he had hundreds of thousands of hours of material, right? They did get him for say what 4 or 5 things that he had said that were actually contentious, and 2 of them I would say actually were, say, the one where he said, we got some patriots here after the politician in Minnesota got killed or something like that. No, it wasn't even that. It was Nancy Pelosi's.
Yeah, he was trying to bail out the fucking the attacker.
Right. Okay, right. So that's a bad one, and then there was one other one, and then the other 3 were bullshit, basically. Okay, so you mentioned, he talked.
Those
about
are just
the 3
racist
black
ones.
ladies that he said.
Yeah,
No,
Joy Ann Reid.
Realistic. Yes, yeah, but that was specifically towards those people, not the whole race as itself, right? Like, if we're going to be honest, he wasn't saying all black people didn't deserve it necessarily.
All of those were black people, and he wrapped up that sentence or that paragraph with saying they took white people's jobs, right?
Well, yeah, because they admitted themselves.
So it was
that they
racist.
Were a hire of because he said they were literally hires because of DEI, and he doesn't.
And
believe in
how
DEI
on
as a
paper,
foundation.
Ketanji Brown Jackson and Kamala Harris they are the most qualified people to ever exist in those positions, vice presidency or even as a presidential candidate. She is the most qualified person on paper to have ever do it.
That's fine, and I agree. I'm not actually.
So what is he alluding to?
Kamala. Well, what he would allude to is the fact that Biden himself literally said that he was looking to hire somebody of color, which would kind of fall into the narrative that DEI, affirmative action, that he wants to put someone in color versus somebody white into his cabinet because of their race,
As
which he is
if
against.
there
right?
aren't people who are qualified who are also that color, because we want to, where we've historically prevented people from taking these positions, we need to now enforce these things to normalize it, because it is so crazy and jarring to some people, including you, that we do it. That's why we need to do it.
No, here's the thing. I don't think it's ridiculous that, obviously it's never, since I've been alive, I'm 31, since I've been alive, it's never been ridiculous for people of color or minorities to be in positions of power or whatever. It's that, here's the thing. When I was growing up, whenever I had, so say a black cab driver or a pilot or any position, before any of these affirmative action initiatives were instilled, nobody has ever questioned their credibility, right? So that's what his argument was.
Until he started espousing those things.
No.
Bruce, tell me, what are the requirements to become a pilot for a black person and for a white person?
No, they're the same. Of course, the minimum requirements, of course, are the same, right? The minimum requirements. Here's the thing, though. Say, okay, so for an example, I went to school to be a power line technician. I actually run my own business. I'm an arborist now, but I went to school as a power line technician. All of us graduated with the same basic initiatives or what'd you call it? Qualifications, right? To apply for a power line technician job. We all met the bare minimum. But there were some people that were better than others, and then you pick from the top. If all of us have the same qualifications and you are denying some of the best in order to fit a quota for something that isn't skill required, that's where the problem lies, right?
And that's the boogeyman that doesn't exist. There are no quotas like that, right? In the law, there are no laws like that.
There have been. No.
Affirmative action is gone.
No, you're right. In law, there isn't, because that would be illegal, of course, right?
Yeah.
But within private industries, there have been definitely.
So what a private industry does, and they actually, we have proof that the outcomes of practicing DIA, are good, beneficial. Companies are more successful when they do these things. There's no argument against it.
Well, I mean, I guess I would just have to take your word. I don't know what metric you're using for qualifying.
Harvard and Forbes both did studies on this.
On what industries? You know what I mean? Like, that's a very vague statement. I'm not saying you're wrong, but it's just I'm gonna have to take your word for it.
I'm just gonna have to take your word for it that it's bad, because y'all have nothing to show for how bad it is, why it's bad.
No.
You just have this boogeyman.
Okay. So here, I'm trying to be honest, man. I'm not like. I'm trying to be. I'm just using basic, logic, as if you had a cohort of people, right, mixed of all races and everything, and you had it strictly based on merit, nobody would question who got the job because it was just the best, right? But the second, and I know the argument is because of the past and that people deserve a leg up because they had a leg down in the past. You know what I mean? Like, I totally understand the emotional and everything. I totally understand why that would be the case, right? But you also have to understand and see it from the other side of, this was people that never did that thing, and now they are being neglected for people who never lived that thing. And now the question would be, if it's just imposed on certain quotas, which it has been in certain private industries, right? I believe it was one air industry. I can't remember exactly whether it was.
If this is a private industry's practice, then what are we doing? Why are we doing big government? Why are we trying to stop these people from doing this? First of all, and second of all, can you just name a company that did this and tell me their program that they did that was so bad? Because I've never actually heard of a thing where somebody we lowered the threshold. Besides, you might have an argument for maybe some military specs for training, but other than that, companies do not usually lower the standard for DEI. What they do is they widen the door. So instead of hiring your best friend's son for a promotion and hiring internally, your DEI standard would be to post this listing for 3 months and do blind resumes. So don't look at the names. We simply, because we have studies that show that if you have a cultural name, that you are 20% less likely to get a call back. So these would be things that would instill DEI. There are no quotas. There are no harmful practice that reduce merit, unless you know something I don't. But this is the dangerous rhetoric they're alluding to, so that they could dismantle things that give, I don't know, some sort of shout out or virtue towards the social injustices that the right has been pursuing the last, I don't know, 100, 300 years. That's what they're trying to crush. They're trying to crush any sort of instance where we can address this.
No, not okay. So if it was the case that, because I'm aware of the study that you're referencing, where black sounding names got hired less than white sounding names, right? That's the one you're referring to. If that was a case where it was more anonymous and it was just a resume based on qualification, I would totally agree with that, because that actually argues for my point, where it would be blind and just based on merit rather than a black and white or an Asian or an Arab name. You know what I mean? So I would fight for that actually, because we give the best chance for people to get the job that they're required. What I don't like is that if it's kind of doing the opposite now. Do you know what I mean by DEI or affirmative action? Is if they hear a black name, now they're more likely to hire the black name. So it's kind of just
that's not the case. That's if they do blind resumes. That's not the case, though.
No, exactly. No, and I agree with that if they did blind resumes. But
I don't think anybody.
If it's private industry.
There are like government incentives for minority ran businesses, but you're not going to be able to find me anywhere where people are arbitrarily required to meet a quota of race in like management or hire. I don't think there's any, and that's the boogeyman I'm talking about. That's not a real deal. That's not a thing that was ever a law. Besides affirmative action, I think that's like schools and government jobs.
Well, I kind of came in here blind, you know what I mean? Like I didn't come prepared or anything, but I'm almost positive there is at least, like off the top of my head, there is one airline privately that said they were going to hire basically 50-50 men and women. And there was another quota for people of color, particularly. I can't remember the exact airline, but I could look it up for you if but they're definitely, I think you're being a little dishonest if you're saying that there aren't private industries that aren't implementing DEI, which is based on a quota. You know what I mean? Like to say that there aren't any private industries doing so. And if I were to say one more thing, ESG scores, if you know about that, is, they basically, if you've heard Larry Fink talk about it, he's literally saying that we need to enforce behavior, and they literally promote credit scores for companies that align with a more liberal ideology, in the sense of basically hiring more minorities. And do you know what I mean? So there is definitely a push for it.
There's a push for diversity, but we have nothing but positive results for it. So unless you can point to a company that's just dying because of its diversity, I'd like to see it.
Well, I mean, I would say Hollywood and gaming industries in a way of DEI would be suffering from that. Particularly gaming industries, I would say a lot of games that are forcing.
I think that this is just a social, like a social wedge issue that the politicians have instilled on y'all to maybe give y'all some backlash on seeing these this kind of representation in gaming, because obviously it's not taking anybody less qualified if you're portraying a different type of character. I don't think that's an actual thing either. So I think that I think right-wingers are just very fragile to see that representation in gaming and what's more socially acceptable in 2025 is, trans people and people of that nature, people who you see every day. If you live in the city, you see all these types of walks of life, and that's what we're going to see in video games now, I guess, and in movies. And you can't point to in any way how Hollywood is failing. They're one of the biggest exports of this country.
No, I wouldn't say Hollywood as a totality is failing. I mean, Hollywood failing is a much deeper issue, and there's more repeat movies and remakes than there are original movies than back in the 2000s and 90s. I mean, Hollywood in general is failing, I would say, rather than saying it's a DEI issue. But particularly with gaming, no, man, like put it this way, Battlefield 6 just came out. The main character, I mean, I've only played 3 levels or whatever. You're a black guy. One of the head authorities is a black woman that you're talking to, another one's Asian. I never thought anything. It's fucking killing it. They're throwing shit off the charts right now. So I don't
Okay,
think
so
it's not about. It's listen though. Like, just let me finish my point. 1 second. It's not about who they're putting into the games. It's more about the forced narrative of it. You know what I mean? A lot
I
of
think
the
you're
games
just
they were
extra sensitive
forcing
to it.
it.
That's wild.
No. What do you mean? Why would I be sensitive? Listen, my favorite character in fucking gaming, I'm a Halo nerd, bro. It was Sergeant fucking Johnson. You know what I mean? I didn't give a fuck. A lot of people, they don't give a fuck. They care when politics
So you just
enter a game.
like
You know what I
because
mean?
nobody poisoned the well back then. When you were back in the early 2000s when Halo came out, nobody came out started poisoning the well talking about the woke virus. So when that person introduced to you, when he was introduced to you, you weren't like, oh, another black person in charge. Give me a fucking break. You were like, I love this guy.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing, man. You actually make a good point with that, right? Because you're right in a way that the politics didn't revolve around race back then as much as it does today, right? So I would have never thought of it that way, which in a way kind of bends towards my ideal that I believe that race has been obsessed over lately, and it makes everyone see it when it shouldn't be seen. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of movies and games that would come out today that if they came out, say 15, 20 years ago, no one would ever fucking think anything of it. But honestly, identity politics have become such a fucking prevalent center point of everything
For
that people are
the
seeing.
right.
People are seeing race. People are seeing race and everything. Well, yes, but as a reaction, you understand that though, right? Like the left also.
Erica, I'm so sorry. I'm going to let you speak. Taylor, thank you again for the $40 for the kick. I'm so sorry. You were very nice, sir. You can come back tomorrow. Has to be tomorrow. Someone paid to kick you. W in the chat for Taylor. We love you. Hello, Erica. And I'm sorry I should have brought you up the second this topic came up. But hi, Erica.
I know. I walked in on this nonsense. That was that was friggin' mind numbing. That was stupid. That's the best way to put it. That was stupid. I just want to let the chat know that DEIA has no quotas. Okay, there's no quotas. It's not something that is mandated by the government. All right, the government is not making companies do it. It's policies and procedures and programs that they implement on their own. There has never been an airline, private or public, whatever the hell he was talking about, that, Jesus friggin' Christ, that had a quota in place to hire Black pilots. I know United and Delta participated in their own DEI programs where they gave funding to HBCUs to encourage Black students to get interested in becoming pilots, but that was it. There's never been a quota. Also, affirmative action, although not in place anymore, never had, well, not never. Affirmative action didn't have any quotas after 1978 because the Supreme Court found that quotas were unconstitutional. So there is that. All right. I really want white people to stop believing lies that they hear from Charlie Kirk. All right. Okay, and stop believing lies about Black people. Okay, stop believing lies about Black people. I'm just gonna let you know that. All right, you don't get into Harvard just because you're Black. All right, you don't become a pilot or a surgeon or anything just because you're Black. All right, you have to have the qualifications. You have to have the background, the experience, so on and so forth. It's really that simple. It's not hard. It's really not that hard to understand. I just really wish I would. Anyhow, hi Nemo.
Hi, Erica. Thank you so much.
Can I go bye-bye now? Because I was typing that I'm going to go back to playing my game.
Go.
Okay,
What are you
all
playing?
right,
What are you playing? What are you playing?
Hold on. Royal Kingdom or something?
Get
I don't
the
know.
fuck out of here, Royal Kingdom. Get out of here. Get out of here. God damn it. Erica, you download that off of TikTok ad. Royal Kingdom? God damn it,
Yeah,
Erica.
what weirdos play Royal Kingdom?
It's the one where you see it's like you slide the shapes and the colors together and they pop and there's like a little king on the side and he's yeah.
My girlfriend plays that.
God damn it.
Oh shit.
Literally fucking Jerry from Rick and Morty plays that. Like guys, I do the same thing. I do the same thing. I'm just a snob. Hello?
How's it going, Buzz?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not, but I just wanted to offer some information. I have a degree in game design. The industry is failing specifically because of venture capital, not because of DEI. People have literally been coming out in droves in racist rants because of black characters, not because of DEI.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. I mean, also think about the people who are overrepresented in like the IT industry. There's a lot of furries, a lot of trans people. There's a lot of people in the LGBTQ community in the IT industry. I don't know. Maybe they're like, hey, let's make a character like me. Like maybe that's happening. Zach, what's up? Shout out to my furries. We can't help that you guys are upset about green M&Ms. We can't. The war on Christmas every year, like I can't believe they fall for it every year. It's coming up. What do we got? 30 days till the war on Christmas? Has everybody got
like,
their boots?
I mean, I feel like the second that they start playing Mariah Carey in shopping malls and like any store, when they start playing All I Want for Christmas Is You, that's when the war on Christmas starts. Like, I feel like those two things happen simultaneously. It's like Flight of the Valkyrie, but for Christmas.
Mariah goddamn Carey. She's got to make so much money. Whew. Every Christmas, her bank account's just got to be busting at the seams.
It is wild. Like,
she's defrosting as we speak.
She was a very, very talented singer, and her career was big at the time. But very few artists can occupy that niche. Like
she's a 6-octave.
Their song, it's just there.
She's one of the only world's 6-octave vocalists. 6.
Oh yeah. So, yeah, what I meant is like to have a certain song that is just the default for whatever time of year. But yeah, her range is insane.
Yeah,
she can hit whistle register, which is crazy.
Yeah, insane. Mariah Carey, for those asking. I would. Right, Mariah Carey's could get it. Hello.
Hi,
are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Can you answer me a question and be 100% honest?
Yeah.
What do you think about my drawing?
Your drawing?
Hmm?
I don't know. I don't even know what it is, Loki.
What do you think about it now?
It looks like a flopper from Fortnite.
Yeah. What do you give it, like 1 out of 10? 1 through 10.
Like the skills? Like
No, just how much you like it.
a 6. But like I think I like it, but I don't like the message. I feel like even though you don't like Trump, I feel like it's wrong to like criticize people like that and like make fun of them because at the end of the day, we're all human beings,
But that's a
and that's
Magikarp.
like what
It's Magikarp from
that's,
Pokemon.
I don't know what that is.
It turns into
But you put a hat
Gyarados,
on it.
which is badass.
But you put a hat on it,
Yeah, it's MAGA.
implying it's Trump. Anyway, um, you said why'd you ask me if I'm a Trump supporter? You gonna debate or something?
Mm-hmm. What do you like about Trump?
Um, I like his policies. I don't like him as a person, but I like his policies.
What policies do you like?
Shutting down the border. I don't think that we should have a bunch of illegal immigrants coming into our country and committing crimes, like committing mass rape, mass
Dude,
murder.
wait. I'm glad you said that. That was the first thing you said, right? Okay. How many
Illegals.
how many would you guess they commit each year?
Who is they?
The immigrants you just spoke about.
Illegal? No one knows because they're not documented. So
That's not
if they're
true.
not caught, if you're a legal immigrant, you're not documented in the United States. That is true.
It's not true.
So you think illegal immigrants are documented?
They're always referred to as undocumented, but of course, like a lot of them get driver's licenses and they rent. They have
Okay,
their
but a lot
name
of them
on
don't
the
as
rent.
well. There's definitely
They,
people that are, but a lot of them
I know,
don't.
but that doesn't make them untraceable, right? So, like, if you commit a crime and you have fingerprints and you have a car and you have a footprint, they find you, whether you're undocumented or not. No one looks for people in a database from the DMV. This is not how that works. But what you're doing is you're alluding to the fact that they must commit tons of crime, but I've never seen the evidence, but they must.
Besides that, I also agree with banning LGBTQ and trans
Hold on.
stuff for kids.
All right, that's crazy. But let's focus
How
on
is that
this immigrant
crazy?
thing. Let's focus on the immigrant thing. We can come back to that. Why is this such a big deal? The immigrant thing?
In my opinion,
Yeah.
because I feel like if you want to become an American, you need to go through the right process. I have aunts and uncles that came from Portugal, all this, Brazil, Dominican, and they all went through the steps.
Why are you
Or
obsessed with it? Like
going.
people speed all the time. That's not right. But
Yes,
you
but
know, like
why
it's
should
really
you be able to be?
it's really
Why should you be able to?
expensive
What is?
becoming like the pathway to citizenship is really hard.
Yeah, it is. Doesn't mean that you can like completely go against it.
You can't, like, if people are chilling in their home country and like gangs are coming around and like threaten to
Yeah.
make your daughter into a prostitute and shit, like you don't really care what the law is. You're just gonna move.
Yeah, you are, but it doesn't mean that you have to like break one country's rules just because of where you came from has violence.
I don't care. I
That's
break the
awful that
same level law all the time speeding. I do it all the time. People do it all the time.
we're not talking about speeding. We're talking about people coming that are
Yeah, I know.
illegal.
Why are you obsessed with it? I literally think it's worse to speed.
Do you think it's worse to speed than move to a country illegally?
Yes. Yeah.
Why? Explain that.
Because 48,000 people die from car wrecks every year, and 29 were murdered by these so dangerous migrants last year.
Okay, it's 29 more than should be murdered.
Again,
those illegal-
you're
if
focusing
those-
on 29 murders when you have 17,000 a year. It's really weird. We would almost say it's racist.
Is racist? I don't really care if people think I'm racist if it's the truth.
Yeah, that these people are so underrepresented in violent crime, and you still think that they're violent. It's racist.
So take the Mexican border, for example. You know Mexico borders or Guatemala borders Mexico, right?
Yeah.
You know Mexico is doing the same thing to Guatemalans that like if the Guatemalan comes to Mexico illegally, they're kicking him out just how American is kicking out Mexico.
Are you just saying just because of another country has a law that we should have that law?
No, I'm just giving an example. But also, it's not just Mexicans. I know Russians that are coming illegally. I know it's not just a specific ethnic group. There's people that are coming all over. So it's not
when Trump
racist.
alludes to this and he fights for the right to racially profile people, and we see the people he's arresting, and they just all happen to be mostly just brown people, I think, and then he's fighting for the right for white people to immigrate here from Africa out of all of them and lie and say the reason he's doing that is because they're being genocided. Makes you raise questions. Makes you really think.
Hey, I'm not, but the thing with politics, nobody's gonna be perfect. You can agree with me with that, right?
I'm not claiming anybody should be perfect.
Okay, no,
This
I'm saying
falls
in
way short of
politics.
perfect.
Okay, but okay, so we
Are you
both
over
have our
18, by
own
the way?
view. Yes,
How old are you?
18,
What year were you born?
2007, October 2nd.
He turned 18 like a few days ago. He literally just turned 18, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's been
fuck.
like
I guess you can come back, bro. Come back up. Come back up. I mean, I'm not like whatever. I just don't want to be rude. All right, bro.
Yeah. So
happy
I
birthday.
don't think any politician in itself is gonna have the right views on everything, and me and you have different views, and it's okay to have different views.
This is really problematic. It's not just different views. It's saying things that create violence and demonizing and othering a minority group to win an election. When you can see that that's the case, and it's just kind of like a different in opinion, it's kind of
No,
not.
get
It's
this
not. It's
Neely
very
kid
bad.
on. Get this Neely kid on, cause he talking about me.
I'm sorry.
LL or NEELYK with the
Stop looking at. People talk shit to me all day, and you look like you don't look cool. Like if you adjust the comments, it just looks insecure.
No, I'm just saying because they like talking stuff, and I want to hear what they like how they can back it up. Because I'm over here backing up what I believe the best I can, and they're
Dog,
just
you're
talking
not going to
comments.
do a very good backing up what you believe if you can't even focus on what I'm saying because you're reading the comments.
I can't focus.
What did I just say?
You were saying that it's um like it's hurting people because um it's like Trump is racially profiling people, and we're kicking out people of brown complexion, the brown people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when he started saying that these people are rapists and killers, some I assume might be good people, but they're not bringing their best. That year, we had 12 million undocumented migrants present in the United States, and they had committed 3 murders. Literally the most impressive I've ever heard of. Can you name a population that's less violent than that?
Population is less violent. I
3
mean, I don't know
murders out
all
of
these like
12 million people? It's like the best, most well-behaved population of people ever.
that's 3 murders that were caught, and if that's just murders, there's also rapes.
Uh-huh. And the rapes are around like, I don't know, like 1,000 and 1,200 each year, which still is very underrepresented. Like they are not above average in violence. So they
Yeah,
are
they're not.
they
They're
are
not above
welcome.
average.
If you want to feel safe, you should go live near all of those people.
They're not above average, but at the same time, they wouldn't bringing them in is not gonna
Yes, it
lower the
is. It
crime. It's
it
not.
lowers per capita crime for sure, actually.
But it doesn't matter per capita. It's the same amount of people that is happening to. It's just a different percentage.
No. Yeah, it literally, if you can live in a house of 10 people and one person has to die each year, and you can live in a house of 1,000 people and one person has to die each year, which one would you rather live in?
Sorry, repeat the question.
There's 2 houses. One house, 1 out of 10 people die each year. And another house has 1,000 people, and then one person dies each year. Which house would you rather live in?
The one with the or the 1,000.
Yeah, that's why migrants are good.
Okay, so we disagree on migrants, but the LGBTQ stuff. What's your?
I
on
think
that.
that we should treat it exactly how we treat straight people in all of our education. We should treat trans people and give them representation in all of the education that we have for kids, age appropriately.
When age appropriately, but I don't think having books of in the children's library is of all these profanic words and all
Like the
these
Bible?
pictures. How's the Bible? What in the Bible is inappropriate?
There's, I don't know, there's stories of girls getting their father drunk and having sex with them. There's incest.
And God
There's
condemns it. If you read after that, I have the Bible open right next to me. If you read
uh-huh,
after that, it talks about how God says it, and
uh-huh.
also there's a whole different
God
chapter, a
also
whole
talks about
different book.
slavery. There's a bunch of stuff in there that
Whoa,
children don't need to
just
hear about it, right? Children don't need to hear
just
about.
because you talk about something doesn't mean you condone it. I'm
He
talking about
gives and he gives instructions for it.
he gives instruction. Show me where in the Bible God says, "I want you to have slaves."
The instructions for
Exodus.
slaves.
Yeah, it's Exodus. I think it's chapter 20. Yeah, 21. Damn, I'm good. Exodus chapter 21, verse 20. And this is English Standard Version. When a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hand, he shall be avenged. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be avenged, for the slave is his money.
Here's
Okay, so
regulation for Hebrew slaves. Men can serve for slaves of 6 years, be freed on the 7th. Female slaves had different roles, often treated as concubines. Eek. That means you get to bang and reproduce with. That's kind of
you
bad.
said this is Exodus.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Are
Exodus.
you aware of the in Christianity, the different things of Old and New Testament? How everything in the Old Testament, or majority of everything in the Old Testament, went away because like they used to do animal sacrifices in Christianity in the Old Testament, but since God died on the cross or Jesus died on the cross, He's our ultimate sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to do sacrifices anymore, so Exodus
So,
doesn't apply.
which part of the Bible do you accept?
I accept all of it, but you have to read the context.
Okay, that's Old Testament.
Yeah, you have to read the context. If you read,
Yeah,
if you
the
read the whole
context is
Bible,
that it's the Old Testament, and but if you say that you agree with it, then okay.
Yeah.
but it's the Old Testament, so this
to be
stuff doesn't
clear,
apply to us.
Is there anything in the New
No, it
Testament that
does.
condemns slavery?
Nothing condemns it.
Oh,
It,
wow. That's crazy.
it might talk about it.
I would have
But,
thought
like,
to
you
bring
can
that
talk
up if
about-
I was like the maker of things and it was like coming up with rules. That would definitely be on my top 10.
You said something about making up rules and what?
Yeah, like if I was the creator and I was handing down fucking tablets of laws down to fucking what the fuck his name is, I would have definitely
Moses?
thought of I would have definitely thought of like condemning slavery. Definitely would have thought about that one.
But it's cultural. Like
It's cultural. Is it ever a good time? Was there ever a good time or place that slavery was okay?
I never said it was okay, but it's cultural. Back then,
Okay.
it was cultural. Okay, so
And
in
culturally, the
Islam,
Bible was used to defend slavery in the infancy of the United States.
whoa, no, they rip. Are you aware what a slave Bible is?
I don't care. I think you're talking about something else. I'm talking about
No,
Christians
a slave
using the
Bible.
Bible in defending of the use of slaves.
Yes, but they had these things called slave Bibles, which is the Holy Bible, but they would rip out pages and take out verses and pages. So they would alter it to do
Okay,
to
but I'm
say
not
that
talking
slavery
about
is right.
that. That's
But
you're talking about what they gave slaves. I'm talking about what they told the common folk and what they used legislatively to say, "Hey, this is a Christian thing. This is what God would have wanted. He wants us to keep our slaves." Here's where he talks about having slaves in the Bible. Why would he ever say? Why wouldn't he ever condemn it? Or why didn't he ever condemn it? That's what they were saying. So there's a bunch of Christians who used the Bible to continue doing slavery, and then used the Bible to control their slaves. Unironically, you pointed it out, right?
yeah, but according to the Bible, it says I don't remember the exact verse, but it says in the Bible, I think a New Testament towards Revelation that talks about if anyone adds or takes away from the Bible, they are as good as a dead man or something like that.
Nice.
So it
Like
says
Trump. Trump sells the
where
Bible
when
with his name on the front, and he added the Constitution to it.
okay, yeah,
So welcome to the Democrat Party.
I'm not a
Oh
Democrat.
yeah.
I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I don't believe in parties because of
So you'll
my
never vote for Trump, though, right?
me personally, I'm never gonna vote for anybody.
You're 18.
Just turned 18. Yes, sir.
Oh God, I don't want to turn this into one of those I don't know, like little bro moments, but dude, at 18, I also was not thinking about voting, and that's one of the benefits of living in a
Are
country
you
and being a dude is that you don't really have to think about that at that exact moment in
are you
time. This was under
religious?
Obama. I can tell you, man, you're 18 right now. By the time that you're 24, you're going to start thinking about voting.
Are you religious?
No, not organized religion.
Okay, so I am, and I think
What faith?
that that falls under the world. It says in um Revelations 3:16, if you are lukewarm, I'll spit you out of my mouth and you won't go to heaven. So if you say you're a Christian, you don't act like a Christian, and you don't have the works to back it up, you will go to hell. A follow-up verse, not like actually follow up, but another verse, it talks about um you can't be for the world and for God, and you can't be for God and for the world. So if you love the world, even the like 1%, if you love the world, you hate God. So I think if you're gonna be like, oh, I identify as a Republican because I agree with this, this, and this. I if I do vote, which I won't, but if I do, I'm gonna vote based off of the what the Bible says of how a country should be ran.
I mean, it doesn't really say how countries should be ran. I mean,
Okay,
the closest that it gets to that is it talks in Romans about how you shouldn't overthrow your leaders because they were put there or they were by virtue of them being there, God approves of them being there. That's essentially what it says in Romans.
Also, there's a lot of stuff in the Bible talking about feeding the poor, washing the feet of your neighbors, all that shit, like hanging out with prostitutes. I would say Jesus would have been a socialist. So,
Yeah,
you think Jesus would have been a socialist?
100%. You want to know how we know that?
How?
Okay. Remind me, because I forget this every single time. Is Acts New Testament?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Acts chapter 2, verse 44 through 45. And all that believed were together and had all things in common, and sold their possessions and goods, and parted them to all men as every man had need. Acts chapter 4, 32 through 35. Now the multitude of those who believed were of one heart and one soul. Neither did anyone say that any of the things he possessed was his own, but they
Wait,
had
you
all
said
things in
Acts
common.
what?
And with great power the apostles gave witness to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and great grace was upon them all. Nor was there anyone among them who lacked, for all who were possessors of lands or houses sold them and brought the proceeds of the things that were sold and laid them at the apostles' feet. And they distributed to each as anyone had need, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Interesting. Matthew, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, are you aware who wrote Acts?
No, you can educate me.
You know Jesus himself never wrote anything, right?
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
Okay, so in the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the way that they got like what Jesus said was like first hand interpretation. So
Okay.
he would say something, they would write it down. In Acts and all the other books, it was a revelation, especially Revelations. It was a revelation from God or from the Holy Spirit telling them what to write.
Okay.
So directly from God?
Directly from God, not
So
directly from
that what
Jesus.
we just
That's the same thing.
so
It's not the same thing. Jesus is the incarnate Son of Man, or is the incarnate Son of the Father.
Are you saying that you only accept things that are in the red text?
No.
Okay. So I don't Are you saying you only accept things that are in the gospel? Like, I don't really know what you're trying to argue.
No, he might have been socialist, but I think
Okay.
Jesus wouldn't be socialist because there's stuff in the socialist party that goes against the Bible.
We're talking about the ideology, not a party. So I'll just stick to the red text.
What's the
I'll just stick to
ideology
the.
of
I'll do this.
socialism?
I'll level
It's
with you. Since we're talking about Jesus, I will stick to the red text. I will not read anything else from New Testament. I have just a handful. They'll take me 2 minutes. I promise.
no, it's
So
fine. You can read anything you want from the Bible. I'm saying, what is like the socialist part? Like you said, the socialist party is
I'm
socialist.
about to show you. I'm about to explain it to you.
Okay.
Okay. So Matthew 5:43 through 44. You have heard it said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. When I say to you, you love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you. So nonviolence. Luke 14:13 through, or chapter 14, verse 13 through 14. But when you give a feast, invite the poor, the maimed, the lame, the blind, and you will be blessed because they cannot repay you. You will be repaid at the resurrection of the just. So give to the needy, and don't expect anything in return. The famous one from Matthew 25, verse 35 through a lot. For I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty, you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. I was naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited me. I was in prison and you came to me. Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. And then 19:21, Matthew. If you would be perfect, go sell what you possess and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Matthew 19:24, and again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. And finally, Matthew 6:24, you cannot serve both God and money. So clearly, and by the way, that's all Jesus. So
the last three, the last two before the last one. So does that make sense? Like the two you read before the last one. Are you
okay,
aware of their parables? And it was a rich man that went up to Jesus and
yeah, and
he
he asked
said,
him, how can
yeah,
I get into heaven?
but that's not for everybody. That was for him because he loved money, and the love of money is the root of all evil. But we're kind of getting away from the topic. I
Well, I
think
mean, it doesn't really sound like that when it says it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. So this would be like a standard. This isn't just you the rich guy. It is
context.
I'm literally talking to you about context right now, and you keep saying context and not listening to me. So do you want to have the context discussion, or do you just want to say context and not listen?
I was just trying to get back to the point of politics because
Okay,
I
fine.
pushed us too far into like the religion stuff, and that's not what the debate is about. I'm trying
Jesus
to
was a
spread
socialist.
Anyway, I think Trump sucks, and I think Biden sucks. I think stuff from their parties, stuff from the political parties, in my view, can be taken out, or like you can take stuff out of each, like Republican and the Democratic Party, and do it and like take that stuff. Like I believe abortion is wrong because the moment of the moment you conceived is when you start being born. And I think LGBTQ, I don't think that should be in the schools indoctrinating kids. I was saying,
Indoctrinating kids. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that. Where
hold
are
on.
we
You
doing
don't
that?
think
Where are we legislating this stuff into the school?
You don't think drag queens coming reading the little kids in the libraries?
You might
Indoctrinating
find
them?
like one instance where that happened, but I promise you, it's not as bad as the guns that actually kill the kids.
I remember one time in elementary school, Clifford the Big Red Dog came to like teach the kids about, I don't know, fire safety or some shit. I didn't turn into a furry.
Okay, so there's just one comment. This is like not even like me being personally offended. I'm just like, replying to it. It says, why should women and girls be forced to give birth because of your religious beliefs? And I don't think they should be forced to give birth because of my religious beliefs. It's not religion. It's a scientific fact that the moment you're conceived, you start forming and stuff. But also,
the Bible's
Well,
fine.
why does that mean that they owe you the rest of the pregnancy? Like, it doesn't mean anything.
But
Like,
no, but also, If you don't want to get pregnant, keep your legs shut.
Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, that is extremely misogynistic. Okay.
I don't give a fuck.
All right. Well,
It's a
that's why
child.
it's
It has
problematic.
just
That
it has
I'm sorry.
just
No. It doesn't have rights. So you assign things personhood and you grant them rights, and you think that just because somebody has sex, that they owe you 9 months of raising something that they have in their body for you, and then shoving it out.
it's not something. It's a human, and
It is.
human has just the same amount of right to life as you do.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No,
No.
it doesn't. It's not
Why
considered a
does it not?
person.
We don't grant things like this personhood. When I say personhood, like what I consider like a human, like if something were to die, like would I care? And I grant something personhood when it's about 23 weeks. That's when it gets sentient. So like if it were to feel pain, it would register that pain, and in its brains it would think, ow. Before that, there's nothing there. The lights are never on. They're never even
Also,
off.
the
They're not asleep
Constitution
or awake.
itself-
Okay,
Yeah.
so are you?
The Constitution itself doesn't grant it personhood.
Yeah, the
Are you-
14th Amendment. Hi, guys.
So with the thing about, I think it's like however many weeks it registers pain. So are you like saying after it registers pain, you shouldn't be able to abort it? Are you just saying you can abort at any time throughout the
It
pregnancy?
depends. It depends on the circumstances, right?
What circumstances should you be able to abort it?
Well, are you talking about late term or what you would call a late term abortion, which doesn't happen? It's called birth.
I'm talking about just when should you be able to abort it? At what point in
Well,
time?
don't you think that decision should be between the doctor and the woman?
No, I don't.
And what gives you that right?
Because it's a human that is inside of her, so it has just as much of a right to life as
So do you
any of us.
ground that in religion or do you ground that in legal? How are you grounding this?
I ground it in scientifical and I ground it in religion, but my main grounding is in religion. But I can defend it
So
from
you do realize
science.
Christ, let's handle the religion. It's real quick. You do realize Christ was a Jew, right?
Yes.
And a rabbi at that. So he knew his religion very well, correct?
Yes.
Do you know when Jewish people assign a fetus rights?
No. But
When born. So
okay.
Jesus believed life began at
No, he
birth
didn't.
and
No, he
never
didn't.
corrects it
No,
in
he
through the
didn't.
religion. No, he
No, he
does
didn't.
not.
No, he didn't.
Abortion
There's
is also mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, it is, and it says for God
No,
knit you together in your mother's womb, and He knew you before you were born.
he might
So
have,
did you know?
but that's based on a religion which isn't based on any science.
But
So we've already
you were talking about
discounted your.
religion.
Can
You're the
I
one that brought
please
up
speak?
your.
Dude, Jesus was a Jewish rabbi. They believe life began at birth. You don't have any other fact via the religion to counter that.
But you're assuming because he was Jewish, he believed it. But
Of course he did.
was,
If he didn't, he would have corrected it. Isn't that what the whole
he
New
corrected a
Testament
bunch
is
of stuff. He
about?
corrected that. It's in the Holy Bible. It says.
It's in the Listen, kiddo, either you know your religion or you don't. And we already agreed that he was Jewish. We already agreed that he was a rabbi. We already agreed that he knew his religion well. And Jews assigned personhood at birth. And just because he may have known you in your womb doesn't mean that you were a person then. I'll let you do some research on that. Scientifically, you need a fully formed human being to give life to a fetus, correct? And
Sorry, I was
without
being.
their consent, that fetus no longer has the right to use their body and their resources and
But
can
okay, so then
withdraw them at any point.
if you don't want to get pregnant,
Nope, don't you shame
don't.
women for having sex.
I'm
Have
not
you
shaming
ever
for having
had
sex.
sex?
No.
Oh, okay. How old are you?
18.
And you haven't had, wait a minute, you're 18 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
And you think okay.
And I think I what?
Luke, I don't mean to belittle you, but I'm going to ask you, below the belt, how many holes do women have?
Like 4, I think.
No, oh, sweetie.
No, they have the one they give birth of, and then they have the one they pee out. Or no, it's my fault. Three, three. My fault.
Oh boy.
No, they have the one they give
You're
birth out of. They
American,
have
so you also realize our 14th Amendment assigns. I'm trying to give you a variety of ways out. We've handled the religion, and I think you should really think about
but
Jesus
no,
as a Jewish person
but with
before,
the
and think about what the New Testament was meant to be. And I don't believe in your Bible, I don't believe in your Sky Daddy, and I don't believe it has any place in my rights as a woman.
but okay, so if you don't
There's no
want to have
but to that.
if you don't want to have a child, why are you having unprotected sex?
Well, you do realize that most abortions that do occur are from married women who've used multiple types of contraception. Are you aware of that fact?
60%
Okay,
failed
so if you
contraception.
so there's multiple precautions. If you don't want to have a child, use protection
So
or
you
just don't have
took all
sex at
those
all.
precautions, you still get pregnant. Then what are you supposed to do if you can't
What are y'all, the
afford the
fucking
child
sex
or don't want
police?
it?
It's
Give it
so
up.
wild.
Give it up for
So why
adoption
should
if you
I
don't want
have
to
to
take care of
worry
it.
about gestational diabetes and lifelong sometimes issues with joints because do you even know the process of giving birth?
Not
Do you
firsthand, but
know
I know
but
about
what?
some stuff.
But what?
Here's one that will here's one that'll shut it down right now. Do you believe IVF is good?
What's IVF?
IVF is an in vitro fertilization, and it's where they artificially inseminate an egg, and they inject it into a woman for implantation, and that woman has a child. But in the process of that, there is a whole collection of fertilized eggs that get frozen and eventually thrown away. And under your worldview, that's murder. There's thousands of humans being thrown away.
No.
No,
I
what? You
said I
didn't
said at
know that?
conception. I know I
Yeah,
said at
that's they
conception.
are
So
conceived.
once
They're conceived.
how
Yeah,
if they're not conceived until they meet an egg, right?
that it is a
Well,
fertilized egg
right.
So then how are they being thrown away?
because the extra
Because
ones get tossed out. You can only use a couple, but you have to
They
make
take
a bunch.
do they take the egg out?
no, they put
So
that
then
fertilized egg into the woman hoping for implantation, and they normally use more than one.
yeah, so then so is the egg at any point out of the body or no?
Yes, so is the sperm. It's done via,
Okay,
you
yes,
can look this.
then that is I don't think that is right. If you're gonna
You
throw
don't
away
think
So
that?
you would take
no,
you would take away the access for millions of people to have children just because of your religious views,
not religious.
your
It
weird
is
Not
though.
worldviews.
religious.
You would decline people and the potential of all these children being born.
Yes, because look, if you don't want think about
They're
it this
not
way.
having sex, kiddo.
Wait. Just
These are people that want a child.
So you don't really care
listen
about
to me.
potential.
Listen to me and hear me out because I really want to finish what I'm saying. So say abortion is illegal, right? You don't want to have a child, so you want to get abortion. It's illegal, so you can't. So you have to give birth to this child. If you don't want it, give it up for adoption. Therefore, if you give your child up for adoption, the people that can't get pregnant, they can adopt that child.
But that isn't reality.
We're
What do you mean that's not
describing your
reality?
You're
worldview.
discounting the
Not
woman's consent to
That's
carry.
not no. That's not, what do you mean
we're
that's not
trying
reality?
we're trying to
That's how I was
describe your
put into my family.
worldview, right? And this is you can't just give us a bunch of rules that you think are good. We're trying to define like where you start valuing life. And I guess you're consistent with the IVF, but realize that this is going to ruin millions of people's chances of having children. Isn't Trump the godfather of IVF? Isn't he against your world beliefs now?
No, I just said I don't agree with Trump and Biden in this like
Biden's no longer
completely by itself.
president, so we can focus on Trump. And all three of us are just trying to have a conversation. Me as a woman, trying to decide why I should be punished for having a healthy sexual relationship with my husband. And if neither of us want to have children, ending that before viability.
Because why?
Before they even have
If
a
you don't,
brain, they can't even feel pain.
if you don't want to have a child, give it up for
Don't.
adoption.
No, nobody
As a
owes you a
married
grown
person,
child. Nobody owes you. Everybody likes to have sex. Nobody owes you to like growing a child in their fetus. That's, I mean, in their womb. Nobody owes you that.
Also, Christianity literally, or rather, I should say the Bible is fine with abortion.
Show me a verse where it says abortion is good.
Numbers chapter 5.
Okay, read it for me.
Okay. You want me to read one verse? So there's one verse from Numbers chapter 5 that kind of encompasses all of it. All of chapter 5 talks about this. But yeah, chapter 5, verse 27, New International Version. So if she has made herself impure and been unfaithful to her husband, this will be the result. When she is made to drink the water that brings a curse and causes bitter suffering, it will enter her, her abdomen will swell, and her womb will miscarry, and she will become a curse. So chapter 5 is basically the directions for this ritual. It goes through all the steps. It's what happens whenever a husband is thinks that his wife cheated on him.
Okay,
That's the
so
whole idea behind this ritual.
adultery. So also biblically, according to adultery, that's the only time you're allowed to divorce your wife.
what does that have to do with the fetus?
But if it was murder, why would there be instructions for that?
It's not.
And
It's murder, but it's like different because it's a sin to have. It's a sin to be an adulterer.
wait a
But
minute.
why are we punishing the baby?
We're not punishing the baby.
There you are.
You
You're
are.
killing it,
It's an
right?
abortion.
You think it's
I
killing?
mean, yeah, by your logic, you absolutely are.
And you can't compound one sin by doing another. Where in Christianity is that okay?
I didn't say it was okay.
Well, no, you
Numbers
just
9.
did. Well, she committed adultery.
Also, we have to go back to the thing. Remember Old Testament and New Testament?
Oh, no, that was my argument, not yours.
No, that was mine.
Remember?
I was saying it before you even joined, so you can shut up. We're
Why
talking about
would
Old
you
Testament and
wait? You're an 18-year-old kid who's never had sex, trying
yeah.
to tell me how I'm supposed to and what I'm supposed to do with my body.
What does my virginity have to do with anything?
Well, the one thing is, at least you're consistent, because as a virgin, you cannot get pregnant, can you? Because you're also a guy. So your virginity doesn't really count, does it?
It does though.
For whom?
I think it.
I choose to
You
live
choose for
and not.
yourself. You're right.
I choose to sin as less as I
Yeah,
possibly
you
can.
you
Sorry, you didn't
fetishize
wait.
sex. That's the problem
No,
with
I
it.
don't.
Your religion fetishizes sex.
You know what religion does? Islam. It says
Oh
whenever
no!
they make it to
Don't you go
Jahannam.
there? No,
It
no,
says
no,
when
no,
they make
no.
it. It says that when they make it to Jannah,
Enough has
they will
been
get
done.
7 virgins that will remain
go on.
virgins.
Listen. Don't go on to another religion to try to justify what you just said. Your choice. It's your choice. You're all for your choice as a man. What about my choice as a woman?
Where am I for my choice?
You. Am I the only one that heard him say it was his choice?
No, it's not my choice. It's how the Bible commands it to. It
The
says
Bible doesn't command that.
Your interpretation, I
the Bible doesn't
guess.
command for you to stay
Who's right?
a
Because
virgin until
she
you're
just
married.
gave us our interpretation of the Bible. For us, says that it's cool.
That's Old Testament. We
Let
already
me
went
ask
through
you a
this.
different question. So let's say you're the king of the world, and all babies are born. Are they going to have health care through the whole pregnancy so everybody can be healthy?
If I can control everything, I think yes.
So
I
in
would
your
give health.
worldview, that's going to happen. So let's talk about in the reality now. Are you going to support your taxes going to universal health care?
Yeah,
childcare,
but not as much as it.
housing.
Not housing,
So,
no.
oh no. So how is this? How are you pro-life? These are things that are important
Housing
to
has
raise
nothing
a
to do with
healthy
life. You
child.
can live on the streets and be
With
alive.
a child?
Yeah.
So
I was born to homeless parents. I was born to homeless parents. I'm
you
pretty sure
know,
I'm
all
alive
you're
right now.
doing is talking about punishing women
No, I'm not.
for something they can have that you some reason deny yourself. Did he drop or you dropped him?
I didn't. I don't know where you went.
He's 18 and he wants to punish women.
Yeah. Yeah. If you are, I think it's wild that you can't see the bias having being a virgin and a Christian. Fetishizing sex like that is wild.
It's just disturbing. And I hope that he does some thinking. I just, when they're 18, you know, once I realized really he was 18, sorry if I sounded like I was yelling. Now I'm stuttering.
You're fine.
So
You're
I
fine.
will talk to you guys. I think I'm going to head to bed. And I see Artemis is still awake. And thank you guys.
Anytime. Thank you, Fee. We love you. Chat, wait for this next person to connect. Go ahead and tap the screen while we wait. We got 1,000 views right now, guys. We're almost at 100 follows. We're at 94 follows, 6 more follows. There is a Cash App Venmo in the bio if you guys want to buy me coffee or something like that. I would love you till the day I die. Same thing with Nemo. His stuff is in his bio. Be sure to give Nemo a follow and give Nemo the love. He's awesome co-host. Hello? Preston? All right.
Hey.
What up?
That was fun. There's another passage if you both ever want to talk about this. It's in Exodus. I think Naquan put it in the comments earlier. Exodus 21, which I
About
think
immigration.
passages. Is that no? There's one in Exodus that talks about that a fetus, if a woman is hurt and she unalives and the fetus unalives, then that person is to be punished to unaliving. But if only the fetus unalives, then a fine is to be paid.
Oh, yeah, I just found it. So this is 21, verse 22. And this is New Revised Standard Version, which most scholars say is the standard. So when people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage, and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined. Shall be fined what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judges determine. If any harm follows, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe.
Yep. So I just
Interesting.
Yeah, the fetus is always treated as property. It's not seen. And that other verse that he quoted as well is just speaking about Jeremiah. God speaking about Jeremiah being in the womb, and he knew him in the womb. It's not referencing other people. It's common apologetics. It's used, unfortunately, to convey ridiculous talking points based on religion. No, not Jeremiah the bullfrog. Jeremiah in the Bible. But yeah, I don't know why I'm still awake.
So, holy fuck. Okay, so the one right after that section. So what I just read off, that's Exodus 21 verse 23 or 22 all the way to 25. So verse 26, when a slave owner strikes the eye of a male or female slave, destroying it, the owner shall let the slave go, a free person, to compensate for the eye. If the owner knocks out a tooth of the male or female slave, the slave shall be let go, a free person, to compensate for the tooth.
Yeah, no, it's horrible, right? It's when it's like, I hate this argument that's like, oh, it's just the Old Testament. Well, first of all, the Old Testament needs the New Testament because in order for the New Testament to exist, quote unquote prophecies had to be fulfilled in the Old Testament, but yet there's this ignoring of the laws in the Old Testament, even though Jesus came to fulfill. We know this, right? So it's like it's just this consistent inconsistencies with the different Christian beliefs in America. It's exhausting.
I was saying in my Discord server that this is something that I've noticed, and I'm curious if anyone else has noticed this, or if you've noticed this with people that you talk to. It seems, especially with Groypers, but the right wing broadly, there's been a recent shift towards embracing Catholicism. For a long time, they hated Catholics. They didn't view Catholics as Christians, and blah 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 blah. And a lot of the more Yahtzee goose stepper types, they would play coy and just do Orthodox and act like there was nothing unusual about that. So one thing that I've noticed is that the right wing seems to have an interest recently in the more structured forms of Christianity. So when I say structure, I mean if you think about the Catholic Church, there's a very strict hierarchy. Like, you got the Pope, you got archdiocese, blah 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 blah. Orthodox, I don't know the exact structure. I'm pretty sure it's similar.
Orthodox is very similar to Catholic. There's just a few differences.
Yeah. And whenever it comes to Protestants, obviously there's so many different denominations. I don't think that there's a corollary. Maybe Anglican, I guess, since that was, made by Henry VIII. And I don't know all the things with Anglicans. Or, if any Brits in here, C of E, that's what Anglican is. But I don't know. I think they like the hierarchy. I think that's what that is.
Yeah, the issue that we run into, right, is like, and I know that religion can be really boring for a lot of people, and there's also trauma attached with religion, but unfortunately, living in America today, you almost have to understand Christianity to understand Christian nationalism, and to understand what everything is rooted in this country, and this narrative that keeps being spun of God's chosen people, or this you're doing what's for Jesus. I mean, I went back and I actually read Stephen Miller's speech at CK's whatever you want to call that, I don't know, halftime show, really weird, and mentions in there tons about how erases the fact of slavery, and erases indigenous people being here and being we shaped this land, we built this land, we did the architecture, and this, just completely ignoring all of the horrendous things that this nation is built upon, which what we're all wanting to do is, right, we're wanting to progress, and we're wanting to not only remember our past, but make sure we don't repeat it again, when they're all like, hey, just don't think of it as that big of a deal, we'll just do it again. And I do encourage people to read into, there's a book I have, Christianity and John Wayne. I just thought the full title, but if you look up Christianity and John Wayne, there's a book that talks about it starts with Reagan and evangelicalism growing in America, and John Wayne was actually a big component of that as well. Jesus and John Wayne, thank you, Emmy. Yeah, Jesus and John Wayne. I do recommend people look at that as well. It's really important to understand what we're experiencing now, that this started way, unfortunately, before some of us were even born. But yeah, I just thought I would recommend that. But I'm gonna hop down and maybe go to bed. I don't know, but that kid sounded like a lot. I came in halfway through, so.
Tristina, thank you so much for the Venmo. Tristina says, thank you for educating and being respectful during your debates. First person I've ever given money to on TikTok, but I feel like it's well deserved. Thank you so much.
All right,
Seriously.
You both have a wonderful night. Yeah, you're such a nice person, Pickles.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you too, Nemo. Well, you do a good job. So bye, y'all. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you, Catherine for the green app thing. You said, please tell the Wii virgin zealot he sucks at this. I think he sucks at a lot of things, but yes, you're correct. He cannot debate for shit.
The last guest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the 18-year-old dude.
Yeah. That's all right. That's all right.
Also, it looks like S Rich in the chat. He thinks about us quite a bit, it seems. He's thinking about what I do when I go to the toilet, and then he's thinking about what you and I do behind closed doors or something.
We make out. And I sit when I pee. I actually use the bidet for like 5 minutes straight, even though I'm not doing anything out of that orifice. But I just hit it anyway because it feels good.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do. Real talk.
Got a lot of nerve endings there. It's wonderful. But legit, I mean, to people who are bidet skeptics, I mean, it's a pretty solid, the solid argument is, I mean, if you got poo on your arm, would you only use a paper towel to clean it?
Yeah, you fucking heathens. I bet you do. I bet you do. Walking around all day. I feel, you know how like confident I feel knowing I'm walking around, first of all, in an ocean of people who don't have a bidet and have dirty buttholes. Second of all, most of them are MAGA. And think
especially in the South, like I feel like there should be old school laws. Like I know that the South has a bunch of stupid laws on the books. One of those should be like no swamp ass. So it is your duty as a citizen in a southern state where it's hot as hell, no swamp ass. Bidet required.
I can get behind that. If you catch my drift. I can get behind a law for that. Come on. MAGA, if you are a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. I just got a bidet toilet after spending 3 weeks in Japan last year. Oh yeah. No, guys, a bidet add-on. In fact, I think I have one in my TikTok shop gallery on my profile. They're like $30 and it takes 5 seconds to install, like 5 seconds.
Legit. You can go as basic or fancy as you want. Obviously, the fancier ones are gonna take a little bit longer because you can get the ones that have a heated line and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, if you want warm water, there's a bit more setup. But either way,
cold's just fine, y'all. Don't let it scare you. Don't be shy.
Get a low pressure one? No. Get a high pressure one. Get
a
fire hose one.
No, yeah.
And then sit there for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, mine is the Death Star beam. It hits. Cold's barbaric. It's good. It's refreshing. Crisp.
That's no moon. That's proper hygiene. Barbarians.
It actually washes his large intestines. Y'all, we might, man, I hate it. We're at 1,000 viewers and no debates. It's wild. It is getting late. We've been live for 5.5 hours. I'm a little bit hungry. Tacos are still open too, guys. We could totes get tacos tonight. anybody's down for that. Eating a steak tonight. Guys, I did not get the garnishes for the steak. I need to Amazon Fresh that tonight. I need to do that. I'll do that on my taco run. If you guys want to do that with me, I'll do that. Don't let me forget. Small gift goal. Also, yes, tacos. I did defrost them. They're in the fridge. They are ready. I will put them out and get them room temp tomorrow, shortly before I cook. Kind of garnishes. I just need rosemary and garlic. This is also the first time I'm doing this on an induction stove. So it might be, you know. Just DoorDash the tacos. No. It's a ritual, guys. You lied to us twice. God damn it. Okay. I can pull it out right now. I'll pull it out right now. I can cook them, but I won't have any garlic. I won't have any rosemary. I can do it though. I can do it.
You just say garlic and rosemary on a taco?
No. On steak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Who wants to cook it this time? I don't know. Gotta have the rosemary. I don't have garlic. I might have garlic powder. Wait and get mushrooms. Definitely need the garlic. I can wait. If I do that, because I need to eat these steaks before they go bad, because I unthawed them, or I thawed them. So, what if we do this right now, y'all? What if we do this right now? I'm going to get on Amazon right now. Amazon Frizesh. We got to do it on this phone.
You got peppercorn sauce, maybe?
I don't.
Or just peppercorns.
I have peppercorns, and I usually do Japanese barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Mouth watering. All right. Oh, we can get some shallots too. Let's just do this. We'll do shallots. We'll do garlic. Boom. Rosemary. Fresh garlic. Fresh rosemary. We got salt. We got peps. Butter. I need real butter. Butter is expensive. God damn, what are they feeding these cows? Okay. And then I just need snacks, guys. I need all of my other groceries. I'm gonna get Doritos version of Takis because they fucking don't carry Takis on. Ooh, they have Turbo Flamas. We'll try those. And then let's get, what else can we get for snack foods, y'all? I'm gonna get apples. This is what I get every time I get apples. Honeycrisp. Fucking $8 for 6 apples, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend went to Kroger and she called me, said that it's $2 for one large Granny Smith apple. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Is it organic or something? What are they doing with that?
Oh my god. Jasmine rice. Son of a bitch. We're cooking tomorrow, chat. Yeah. Mahatma jasmine rice. And then we're going to get Japanese barbecue. There she is, the original. This is the kind, guys, by the way. This is it. This is the one. If you guys ever see this, it's like fucking $9. But you'll never go back. You'll put it on everything. That's the stuff. $7.48. It used to be like $4, man. Okay. Snacks chat. What do I need for? Oh, we need topos. Topo Chico. Topo Chico. We need blueberry. Lime is so much cheaper. We're gonna get a bunch of lime. And then fresh Parmesan. Can you show it one more time so I can screenshot? That's it. Freeze-dried Skittles. Those are not in the budget right now, but we do need something sweet. Sweet treat. Sweet treats. What do I got? Rice cakes, guys? Chocolate rice cakes? I'm trying to work on this dad bod, y'all. It's actually going pretty well. No rice cakes, gummies, candy corn, Oreos, ice cream, BOGO on the barbecue sauce. You got a BOGO on that barbecue? Oh my god. Rice cake with peanut butter. Japanese barbecue sauce and bidets. The highlights of the night, y'all. Be sure to post your clips of this stuff on your channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Sweetheart ropes. How many grams do we got here? You can't trick me with individual packaging. Ooh, Kroger brown cinnamon sugar pastry. Okay, that's what we want. In fact, we're getting 2 of those. We're gonna get 3. We're gonna get 3. And we're gonna check out, guys. All right. Check out. We got free to live. I am sick and tired of all this other stuff I always get. And continue. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. We'll do 10 a.m. just in case. And do it. Do it. We got it. All right. We have ordered our food. After everybody gets home from the No Kings protest, we will do a cooking, nice little Bob Ross style cooking of a steak, and we're gonna do it on the stove. We're gonna cook steaks. I've got Omaha steaks. And they're actually sirloins. They're not fucking, what's it called? Fillets. Just a happy little steak.
Certainly.
Am I going to a music festival? I am feeling that out. I have no people that I would be able to go with. I have some friends out in Garland, so I would have to like Uber out there without a phone because that's how you're supposed to do it. I don't know how to get back. I'm also just, call it what it is, just kind of worried. You're going alone? I'm going by myself. I eat rare, bro. Go by yourself. Me, my daughter's blow up costumes. That's awesome, y'all. That's awesome. Not aiming a stream of water at my hole, but I do use wipes. You are missing out. I also do have dude wipes, which are awesome. They're like little menthol wipes. Like those little, it's like a Listerine mint for your butthole.
Yeah, those are pretty solid. I've heard conflicting things about those. Like I've heard, uh, I've heard some people say that they're bad because, or they're bad for plumbing, and then I've also heard people say they used to be bad for plumbing. It's not a big issue anymore. I don't know if it's just like when they first came out they were bad, and then it became like common knowledge that they were bad, and then even though they fixed it, it didn't matter. People still think they're bad, or they genuinely are still bad.
They're actually very easy to tear. So I could see maybe how they might be fixed. They're really easy to tear. They seem to be. I can see how maybe not use them if you've got like septic tanks and shit, but
yeah, that makes sense.
Dude wipes are not supposed to be flushed. They're flushable, aren't they? Can't flush any of them. Wrap in TP, put in the garbage. I guess that's valid too. I do have one of those garbage cans that automatically shut in the bathroom. I think that's a must have.
I mean, the happy middle, assuming that it really depends on your bathroom setup. If you don't already have a bidet installed, but you want to do the dude wipe thing, just get some toilet paper and then run it under the sink for, I don't know, quarter of a second. Kind of the same deal.
Yeah.
Won't be scented, but,
The package says don't flush. My bad. I'm not actually. I bought a huge package of it. I haven't even gone through one little deal. I got like a 6-pack of them. Bidet is just too. It's too great. It's too great. Infinite power. Plus, it's like playing pressure washer simulator.
it has the added benefit. It'll wake you up. If you're not all the way awake, that'll wake you up.
Mm-hmm. It'll get to a point where you don't even need it. Your butthole smells the toilet. It knows it's coming.
Then you get spoiled. And then whenever you're in a situation where you don't have access to your bidet, you're gonna feel like a slob for the rest of the day.
Yeah. I was actually overweight at a time, so much so that I couldn't actually effectively reach.
God damn.
Yeah.
Like, you're tall too. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, before I forget, I was talking to my buddy that I normally co-host with. You've talked to him before. His name's Matt. Politics with Matt. So we were talking about the dual stream thing, and I mentioned that I was going to check with how you do the stream thing. So when people watch you on YouTube, is like the chat and the box visible for them?
I'll show you.
I mean, I guess I could just look. And do you also do it to Twitch at the same time, or is it just
Twitch
YouTube
isn't
and
working
TikTok?
anymore. I don't even think Twitch is worth it, honestly. But I don't know, if you've been doing it for years, it's worth continuing. But so this is what YouTube sees, and when I go through, they're connected, so I can't. Hold on, let me just do this. Scenes. And we can go here. Okay. Does it still show up? No. And then we can do vertical. Anyway, there we go. There we go. That's what PC sees. So they can see the TikTok chat, how many TikTok viewers there are, and it's grabbing it from here. So that's TikTok Studio. This is the raw stream that I send to TikTok, or TikTok captures this from virtual camera because it thinks it's a camera, and I'm feeding that directly to TikTok. And then this is a capture of that. And it has, it's the only one that has the YouTube chat on top, and I send that to YouTube. And, or you can stream that to wherever and mirror it to TikTok, or I mean, Twitch and whatever.
So you're starting an OBS, piping it to TikTok Studio, and then piping that back to OBS. Is that mine?
Yeah.
Or, okay. Damn.
How do I still have this up? There we go.
Yeah, I was sitting there, I was talking to Matt, and we were trying to figure out how can you basically get essentially what you showed, where you can show the boxes and the chat on the stream in YouTube. And I was trying to go through the steps in my head of, how you can push effectively the screen of a device into TikTok Studio, or or from TikTok Studio into YouTube somehow. I don't know what Matt's setup is.
Virtual
I think
camera.
He just uses TikTok Studio.
Yeah, so it's just virtual camera. Virtual camera is basically like TikTok says, "Hey, do you want to add a source?" And it's like, "Yeah, you want to add a camera?" And it would basically expect you to be adding something like this, but OBS turns any screen like this into a camera for another source like TikTok Studio to use. So you just tell it, "Hey, look at OBS virtual camera," and it could be whatever OBS is showing, and you can just build your scene kind of like a PowerPoint or something in OBS.
Gotcha. Nice.
I don't know. I can do virtual. I can do a Discord call with you if I want. I don't know. Just boring everybody.
Yeah.
I actually have him in my inbox, and I remembered he messaged me a long time ago, and I haven't responded yet. And I don't mind if he tries again. Tell him that I don't mind if he bugs me. I just suck.
Yeah. I was just talking to him yesterday, and I just remembered it. Like, yeah, you don't have to explain it on here, but I was just curious.
That kind of seems resource heavy. It is. You could literally just, if it weren't for TikTok, you could just stream everywhere from OBS. But TikTok requires you to have guest management, which is not like something built into OBS. So, like, I have to be able to kick guests and shit. There's nothing in OBS that would allow you to do that. Maybe an add-on if somebody came up with it, but TikTok stuff is not open source, so you can't see how to do an API and stuff to OBS.
Does Twitch offer guest management?
No, you still have a browser to manage guests. Actually, you have Stream Deck commands and webhooks that you could use to manage guests too.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about like, I don't know, trying Twitch. I know that they have an app. I've literally never messed with Twitch as on the streaming side. I've watched Twitch streams, but never from the actual streaming side. So I know they have an app. So I didn't know if they offered, like, if that app was kind of like a native experience where you can just start a stream from inside the app. You don't need OBS or anything, and then there was guest management inside, kind of like TikTok, essentially.
Yeah, I think they do have their own stuff, but I don't know if it's great.
I'm just thinking of, backup plans in case TikTok explodes for some reason, because I have basically zero presence on any other platform.
If I were to build my next house of cards, do it on YouTube. You never know where Twitch is going to go. YouTube will probably be there forever. They are the standard.
Yeah. So I created a channel on YouTube. I haven't put anything on there, but I mean I have like a Nemo channel there. But I discovered that for some reason, even though it's Google and Google has all the money, they just don't have guests, like multi-guest. So for live streams on YouTube, you're allowed to bring one person up, and I think it's basically like a co-host situation on here where there's separate chats and all that shit, but you can't do more than one guest. Like that, there's no option anywhere for it on YouTube Live, which blows my mind, because I feel like that would be one of the things if they're trying to compete with TikTok, you would think that they would do that. I mean, shit, even Twitter allows, multi-guest type situations.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure there's some weird tech reason, as some layman might not understand, as to why, because Google is, I mean, they might be stuck with some sort of archaic way, or the way they're like the foundation of the way that their platform operates won't allow it. Like, I know that Facebook, when I was gaming on Facebook, there was so many things like they literally couldn't do. There was a moment in time where they were trying to convince me, like, those TikTok plaques that they give people for 500,000 followers, 100,000 followers and shit. They were trying to convince us, like, listen, we want to do that, but it's too complicated. I'm like, what? That's too complicated? But I don't know. The legality and all this stuff, who knows? Could be that.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, yeah. I've worked at enough IT companies that, they have their own in-house ticket system, and it's the goofiest shit. It's like held together with string and duct tape, and there's all these weird quirks because it was built by a dude, 20 years ago.
Yeah,
and
essentially the equivalent of the Y2K scare, but actually
exactly
real.
Yes.
Yeah. Here's Pickles. People are begging to see Baby Pickles in chat. I don't know if y'all send a Galaxy or something, I'll give her a treat. I'll give her a greenie. She was sleeping, but you know what? She sleeps all day. She's good. All right? I'm selfish. I paid $80 for her. I get to love her when I want to.
Wait. Jimmy Snow. I know that guy. Hold on. Yeah. TB, you said reach out to Jimmy Snow. I'm pretty sure Jimmy Snow, I don't know. I don't think that I'm cool enough. I would just be like a nobody. I doubt he would possibly ever know me.
Hello? Oh, accident. Pickles gets whatever she wants. Let her dog. Give the doggo a treat. Me add. That sounds promising. Y'all, I think it is getting really close to taco time, and I also think it's time for me to play some games. We've been live for almost 6 hours, and it's almost 2 a.m. And yeah, Daddy's hungry. Daddy's hungry. Pickles needs to get her potties too. She needs to get teeters and tutors. Tacos are still open until 4.
I mean, it's tacos. I feel like that is just, Taco Bell kind of made that stoner food like forever.
Thank you, Taco Bell.
So 4 a.m., that makes sense.
Yeah. Give me a taco. Got you. I got you. Pickles? Can I have a kiss? Can I have kisses? Can I have a kiss? No. She doesn't want to give a kiss. She's selfish.
Also, Gene, thank you for the blue app thing. He said, I missed the Nemo Amanda show. Aw.
She wouldn't do it to save her own life. All right. She's so funny though. Like I could beg her to give me a kiss or whatever. The other day she bumped her head into my like face and she turned around and like gave me a quick little kiss. So sweet. She's smart. And she I think she secretly hates me, but she loves me.
My girlfriend and we just moved in together, so she has 2 dogs. One is what's it, a Pomchi, so a Pomeranian and a Chihuahua. That's and the other one's a Border Collie. So I thought that I was going to, get along more with the Border Collie, and the Border Collie's sweet. But the Pomchi, I spoil that little girl. Like, she's just adorable. And I've never liked very tiny dogs, but yeah, she's a little sweetheart.
Small dogs are the best. The best. These good Christians so pious and loving. What are you talking about? I'm not Christian. I ain't Christian. All right, chat. Follow the stream if you guys enjoy my channel. It instantly makes you way cool. Also, become a super fan. It's $10 a month, and it helps Pickles afford her expensive food. So.
Did you want Matt to reach out to you on TikTok or just via Discord?
Discord's good. Discord's good. Or yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Discord's good. Discord's good. Yeah. Do you?
Yeah.
I gave you my phone number, didn't
I? No.
All right.
I have you on Discord, but I don't have that.
All right. I can give you that.
You can send it to me, or I can send you mine. Either one.
Okay.
On Discord.
Okay. All right, chat. I will see you guys later. No wipe is flushable. Oh shit. Okay. Do not flush. Okay. All right, chat. I love you. I will see you guys at the taco stand. Okay. Bye.
Later, man.
Peace out, Emo. Sorry. Yeah. Peace out, Emo.